And welcome to the Utilita Bowl, where on the scheduled second day we will finally be getting underway this County Championship Division 1 match between Hampshire and Essex. It is fourth versus third. We have had the toss this morning and James Vince, the Hampshire captain, won it, and maybe unsurprisingly they are going to bowl. Now there are two changes in both sides. We'll give you those details in a moment. Let me introduce you your commentary team for today. A little later you'll hear from Southern Vipers off spinner Charlotte Taylor, who's fresh from the 100, has been doing lots of games for that one, and so she'll have to remember there are 6 balls in the next in this set rather than 5. I'm Kevin James from BBC Radio Silent, from BBC Essex. It's Nick Gledhill. Nick, good morning.
Yeah, good morning, Kevin. Nice to actually see some play here because it looked pretty bleak for most of yesterday. We were sort of thinking that the forecast suggesting that we might get something later on, but it wasn't to be, and it's nice. It's a much fresher morning, partly cloudy and breezy still, but a much more pleasant day, and good to see we're starting on time.
That's for sure. So, changes in the Essex side and your team lineup?
So, Essex, this is obviously an important game. You're starting 29 points behind Surrey. Of course, Surrey had a pretty good day, has to be said, yesterday, somehow miraculously escaping the weather. But from the 13, Noah Thane left out, which wasn't surprising, and an awkward decision as to who among the seam bowlers to leave out. And in the end, the decision is that Ethan Bosch is not going to play, but Shane Snater is. And Shane Snater, with 30 wickets to his name this season, would have been a very tough decision, I think, to leave him out. A tough one either way. There was possibly a case to say play all of them, but I think probably more rational with Paul Walter available as a 4-seamer just to play the 3. So that's the decision. So effectively a few changes from that last championship match, which was so long ago, of course, back in early July against Surrey, with Robin Das playing his second championship match. He's in for Nick Brown, and effectively we've got Sam Cook, who wasn't playing in that game, in for Ethan Bosch.
So that's Essex. Hampshire start this game 8 points behind Essex in 4th place. Remember, there are 5 games left for all of these sides. And the two changes for Hampshire: there is no Keith Barker, there is no Felix Organ, which probably goes hand in hand because Barker just scuffs up the wicket a little bit for Felix Organ. So maybe if there's no Keith Barker, there's no Felix Organ. In comes from the last game, and we are talking the Kent game here, which is way back. In comes Tom Prest, the batter, and also fast bowler John Turner. So Hampshire are Toby Albert, Fletcher Middleton, Nick Gubbins, James Vince, Tom Prest, Ben Brown, Liam Dawson, James Fuller, Kyle Abbott, John Turner and Mo Abbas.
Yeah, so the wicket looks quite green. Obviously it's a toss that Essex would love to have won. It may not be quite as vital this morning as it would have been if we'd had, say, an hour and a half's play yesterday under slate grey skies, because I think batting would have been extremely difficult then for whoever was going to be put in. It was almost certain that whoever won the toss would choose to field first, but certainly a greenish look to the wicket. We expect it to do a fair bit this morning, so Essex are going to certainly rely on Dean Elgar's experience and Robin Das to get himself in, try and get established and see if he can carry on from that excellent form he had in the One-Day Cup.
So are we going to have enough time to get a result in this game? Only 3 days left, and tomorrow doesn't look the best.
Yeah, well, we've got potentially 104 over a day today, but tomorrow, as you were saying, the forecast for the morning is not particularly good. I think there will be some play tomorrow. I won't have 2 completely blank days. That would be very unfortunate, with essentially fine weather on either side of this game. It was pretty fine leading into it, and it's going to be fairly fine leading out of it. But the sad thing is that when the game itself has been scheduled, we've had well, mixed weather to say the least. But yeah, very bleak yesterday, and virtually nobody here apart from in the atrium where the members are gathered. But some stoical supporters were sitting under the covers at the top of the stands, but a few more in today, and hoping that the game can progress, which is the one chance of us getting a positive result, which arguably, given the fact that Surrey are well placed in their current game, both sides need to try and find a way of winning this game.
Certainly do. The sunshine is out. That's good news for the moment. We'll worry about what happens later or tomorrow or whatever. At the moment it's okay. It's a little fresh. It's got a little bit of a towards the end of season feel about the game, but there is still, what, 5.5 weeks left of the season. Still plenty of cricket to cram in. So Mo Abbas looks like he is going to take the first over. Plenty of ways to get in touch with us. Mainly on the emails, solentcricket@gmail.com. Michael Douglas Biswell has already done that. I think he's trying to listen via BBC Online. Just go to the web pages of BBC Cricket and click on the watch and listen. He says it's not quite there yet. I have to say, this season they do seem to have left it very late to click through, so maybe just give it a few more minutes. We're also on the live picture feed, of course, via the Hampshire Cricket website. Those pictures are going back to the Essex Cricket website, so click on either of those as you see fit, and also on the free to download Hampshire Cricket app. So plenty of ways. There is also a new way to listen via your smart speaker. I've mentioned it once or twice. There is another soft launch, they call it. Abbas is round the wicket to the left-hander, Dean Elgar. And he has left that one alone outside of the off stump. So if I give you the definition or what you need to say, that's probably the best way. Because we've all had these emails at the BBC saying, can you make sure that it's said like this, because apparently it wasn't quite communicated in the right way initially, so one or two people were not quite saying the right things, shouting the right things to their smart speaker outside the off stump, and Elgar is forward. He's pushed that behind square on the offside, and that is the first runs of the morning off the second ball. Remember, no play yesterday at all. We hung around till quite late yesterday because everybody thought that the rain was going to clear and we were going to start maybe, if we were lucky, so about 4ish, but unfortunately around 4 o'clock it was still looking very bleak. So that was that. So if you want to listen via your smart speaker, most smart speakers, so there is a main one, and you know that it begins with A, you say, ask BBC Sounds to play, in this case, Hampshire against Essex, Day 2. That's very important. So say to your smart speaker, ask BBC Sounds to play Hampshire against Essex, Day 2. And you should be okay. Let us know if you've tried that. Be interesting to know. He's playing a missing outside the off stump. There is Robin Das, one of two changes in the Essex side, the 22-year-old. So Mo Abbas, who's played a couple of 50-over games just to keep himself ready, match ready. Now Abbas this year a little down on the number of wickets that we're used to here at the Utilita. He has so far 15 wickets at 33 apiece this season. He's running away from us, and it's well wide of off stump, and that is left alone. 33 apiece when you think that his overall Hampshire career here, he's been taking wickets at 19 apiece. So he's found it a little harder this year. But still time, as I say, it's still about a third of the championship season left. So still plenty of time to get that wickets column much more in line with what we come to expect from Abbas. He's got 4 slips waiting intently, and that's forward is Abbas. Lovely forward defensive there. And there is no run.
Yeah, so Essex off the mark at the first time of asking, or virtually second ball for Dean Elgar, but certainly a test for Robin Das here. Second championship match up against a very experienced campaigner in Mohamed Abbas in conditions that would have certainly appear to favour the seam bowlers. A green look to the wicket. Interesting to see if we do get any prolific signs of movement, or it's one of those wickets that just looks green but doesn't do a lot.
The sun's just momentarily disappeared behind a cloud as Abbas comes in again and bowls, and Das is well forward once more, and that's up to mid-on, and that's the end of the over, 1 without loss. So he's effectively in for Nick Brown, is that right? He's at the top of the order.
I mean, there were a bit of thinking to be done about this squad, because obviously you've got the one-day cup, which is occupying like a month of the season, and you're looking at who's in form from that competition. And Robin Das clearly, along with 1 or 2 of the other younger batters, was in better form than probably both Nick Brown and Feroz Kushi. So decisions to be made. You know, Brown's experience, the fact that Kushi's got runs here this season for Kent, not to be ignored. But in the end, Robin Das, having got some good contributions in the one-day competition, and in fact he just got better and better as time went on, really culminating in 100. I think a deserved chance for him to see what he can do. And to say he's got quite a test on this morning. Essex, who would have loved to have won this toss, at least will probably think it's better batting this morning than it would have been yesterday evening under those slate grey skies. At least it's broken cloud this morning, and they'll be hoping that the wicket doesn't do as much as they might have feared. Kyle Abbott from the pavilion end bowls a delivery that's outside the off stump, and Elgar, who's back in the Essex ranks after his extended break during the one-day cup, leaves that alone. Certainly it's going to be interesting to see what happens at Elgar next year. Understandable that he needs to take some sort of a rest during the season. There's that thought that his experience in the one-day cup, where the other experienced batters, Wesley aside, didn't do particularly well, might have been very useful, but he needed a rest. And here's a good delivery which sees him just playing at that. He's beaten outside the off stump on its way through to Brown. That was certainly a challenging delivery, and Abbott getting his line right early on here.
Yeah, just looking at Dean Elgar this season, averaging 54 in the championship. Pretty handy, a pretty good swap for Sir Alistair Cook.
Well, it's almost like the like-for-like replacement, or as close as you can reasonably get, I think, and that's how it's worked out, as Abbott bowls and Elgar punches it away just wide of mid-off and collects a single, just getting forward to that and controlling the stroke very nicely. Yes, I mean, trying to replace Alistair Cook, not an easy thing to do, but there's quite a lot of similarities there, and Essex certainly with their two signings effectively to replace Cook and Lawrence with Elgar and Jordan Cox. I mean, they couldn't have done an awful lot better, really. And certainly be very pleased with how things have gone in that respect. 4 slips waiting, point, a wide mid-off, mid-on, a mid-wicket, a fine leg, and here's Das getting into line. Not too much signs of movement so far. The wind just rustling the shirts. Still quite breezy here as that's played up towards Gubbins at cover, and there is no run. Yes, Jordan Coxey was released by England to play in this game, and Essex will have to hope that that is the trend for next year if he's part of the England setup, because logically, Kevin, if he's part of the test thinking, he's going to become part of a limited overs thinking for England as well in fairly short order, because that's arguably sort of where he's sort of really made his name in recent times, as that's outside the off stump and left alone by Das, and since he was a star performer in the 100, and has quickly developed a reputation as a quick scorer in the T20, so logically he'd be someone who'd be considered for the various limited overs formats as well in time.
5th most runs in the 100.
Yeah, did extremely well.
Oval Invincibles. 214 runs.
As Abbott from the pavilion end up to the wicket bowls, and a nice stroke here by Das, but it's a quick single, and the shy at the stumps hits, but it was a very sharp single that, but he set off straight away. But certainly the pace that went up to mid-on, he certainly had to move pretty quickly, there's no question about that, and that was it was a nice stroke. It's almost hit too well, in fact, to go straight up to mid-on, because it got to the fielder very quickly.
John Turner. Yeah, I must admit, initially I thought, oh, hello. Actually, in the end, it was quite well judged.
3 for no wicket, 1 for Das, that gets him off the mark of the 7th ball, and a couple for Dean Elgar. Essex, unsurprisingly, sent in after losing the toss, so toss they'd have very much liked to have won. So far, no signs of extravagant movement, but clearly a bit of dampness around, and Hampshire we're looking to try and exploit that this morning, and certainly have a view on having 3 or 4 wickets before lunch, having put the other side in. And of course this game does need to move along. 4 slips waiting.
Pushed out on the offside. That's a lovely shot, Robin Das. Nicely guided back with a point. That's the first boundary of the morning.
Yeah, it was a nice throw, a little bit wide that from Abbas, but well played by Das, and we'll be pleased to get a loose delivery, which he's put away very well. It's that one previous championship match last year against Kent. Also played in a game against Ireland that had first class status, so it's his third first class match.
Still the 4 slips all close together as Abbas comes in again and bowls to Das. Oh, that looks out. Oh my word, that's gone. That's stone dead. That's nipped back, kept low, and he's wrapped in front. And I don't think there's a person on the ground, whether you're Hampshire or Essex, whether you're behind the line, in front of the line square on, that wouldn't have given that out straight away. First wicket of the morning, Das goes for 5.
Yeah, it looks like a bit of movement there, which Abbas will be hoping for this morning, and in the end, yeah, that just trapped Das in front. There wasn't a lot of hope for him once that had struck the pad, and Essex will have to hope that that's not a sign of things to come this morning. Certainly Mohammed Abbas will be fancying his chances in these conditions, and that one just a little bit too good for Robin Das, but I think it would have been quite a handful for most right-handed batters to deal with there. It was maybe just a little bit of late movement and beat the defensive shot, and I don't think too much doubt about the decision. So Abbas strikes in his second over, and Tom Wesley coming out a little bit sooner than he would like. So unfortunate for Robin Das. Another innings to come, of course, and he'll be hoping that conditions a little bit more favourable for batting a little bit later on in the game, but a sad trudge up the steps for him, having got out cheaply on his first championship appearance of the season.
Wicket number 16 of the season, championship season, for Mo Abbas and Tom Wesley, the Essex captain. Striding out. If you could hear some banging around about in the background, it's because some work people are up on the roof above us at the Hotel Inn, because they are installing some solar panels. So that's what the extra noise that you may from time to time hear. Paul Williams has emailed sunatcricket@gmail.com. He says, I don't think the smart speaker will work until the sound stream is up on the BBC Sport website. It is. Just click through. If you go on the counties section and click through from there, that this game is on there. So you can try out your smart speaker and let us know how you get on. So Tom Wesley will face Mo Abbas, and he's just over 360 runs at 27 apiece. He'll be disappointed with that, Nick, as he's forward to a good length ball to Abbas, and it's pushed up to mid-on. He's a better player than that. Yes,
but did pretty well in the one-day cup. I think we can say he's in reasonable form at the moment, and we're hoping to carry that into a successful end to the championship campaign.
The average is 35 in his Essex
down
career,
his average.
so he's a bit down, just a bit. But as we keep saying, as I've kept saying, there's still a third of the championship season left. Plenty of time for stats to change as Abbas comes in and bowls to Wesley. It's wide of off stump, and Wesley's forward and leaving that one alone.
Yeah, he'd prefer not to be having to bat quite so soon in the game. In fact, would have preferred to have been out in the field for a couple of sessions, and an idea of bowling Hampshire out, winning the toss, bowling Hampshire out, and then perhaps batting this evening, but not to be. So he's got a test straight away. BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com if you'd like to get in touch with us.
Or in touch with Nick, if Hampshire fans otherwise. I'm sure Essex fans would rather email you, Nick, than me. There's the Bass bowls, and there's the drills above us. That's pushed out behind square on the offside. I think we're going to have to get used to that over the next few days. Oh, actually, no, not tomorrow. Tomorrow's Saturday.
Yeah, so Wesley has got 250, so he's missing the 100 that he'd certainly expect to have got inside his first 15 innings. So just averaging short of 28 at the moment.
Brenda has emailed suncricket@gmail.com saying ask is crucial, says Brenda, using the smart speaker. Wesley gets a straight delivery which he pushes to mid-wicket, end of the third over of the morning. It's going to be a long day as we're playing extra to make up for yesterday. 7 for 1 Essex, Elgar has 2 and Wesley yet to get off the mark. So yes, you ask BBC Sounds to play Hampshire against Essex day 2. So Brenda's obviously been successful on that one.
Yeah, as long as you ask nicely, it will do the job. That's the key thing, isn't it? So it's breezy. It's partly cloudy. There's more blue sky away to the right-hand side of the ground, beyond the Shane Warne stand. In fact, plenty of light blue sky there. Over away to the left. We call it the nursery ground still. There's a little ground just to the left there. That's sort of shrouded mainly in cloud just at the moment, as Abbott from the pavilion end comes into bowl, and Elgar is going to be pretty important in these conditions, gets into line and plays that one up to square cover, and there's no run. So Essex with an early loss of Robin Das, LBW to Mohammed Abbas, looking to this experienced pair to try and make sure there's no other early alarms here, so they can get themselves a bit of a foothold into this innings. Just the 3 days available, although 2 long days certainly. That's outside the off stump, just shaping slightly into Elgar, but he's content to just leave that alone. But yes, Elgar missing the 1 day cup, so a long time since he had sort of a meaningful first team bat, because that last championship match was a long time ago. Interesting to see. We've got an idea of how next season's fixtures are going to shape up. Looks like the 100's going to be a little bit later than it was this year, as Abbott bowls, and Elgar just coming half forward and steering it away just backward of square on the offside, and there's no run, which will mean that we might get maybe a couple of championship games late July, early August, and then probably, that might be optimistic, we might have one of those seasons with virtually no championship cricket in August again. But a shorter run-in. We've got a more extended run-in this year with the 5 games. So there's quite a lot of cricket still to be played. Staggered slip cordon as Abbott bowls, and Elgar comes forward and just plays up towards mid-on along the ground.
Well, that's because the tournament started early, didn't it? It started about a week early this year, didn't it?
It did, and a lot of talk about the effect of the Olympics on the 100, but in fact it was virtually impossible not to coincide with the Olympics, which is basically the first 2 weeks of August, in some shape or form. But of course, an awkward season all round for the planners as Abbott bowls, and that's a delivery which, again, a little bit of movement. And Elgar's looking to play it away through, probably towards mid-wicket, and it goes off the inside half of the bat, backward of square on the onside, down towards Mohammed Abbas, and they get a single. But there's certainly just the occasional little bit of late movement. I think Abbas might have found some for that wicket of Das, and there was just a hint there from Abbott as well. It means that Elgar's gone to 3. Wesley has no score. Robin Das the man out, and Essex sent in 8 for 1 in the 4th.
Yeah, good start. But there hasn't been lots of movement out there yet, has it?
No. Just a hint that one did something a little bit late, because it certainly defeated the intended shot from Dean Elgar. So it's Wesley on strike, short mid-wicket in, and 3 slips, and Wesley just comes forward and plays it up to Albert, who's that aforementioned fielder at short mid-wicket. And there's no run. So 4 overs have gone, with Elgar on 3, Wesley no score, and Essex at 8 for 1.
Stephen Clark has emailed solocricket@gmail.com. He says, good morning. He says, Neil, Chris and I in our usual spot at the top of the Shane Warne stand, looking forward to a great day's cricket. Look out for the loud, bright blue shirt. It can't be that loud because I can't see it. I did my duty yesterday and stayed in the pavilion until the game was finally abandoned. It was fortuitous because I was listening to 3 wonderfully knowledgeable and interesting gents, one of them from Essex. Wow, you found one. A thoroughly enjoyable afternoon despite the weather. Thank you for your great commentary. He says, and we've now been joined by Darren. And round the wicket is Abbas, and that's steered off the back foot through extra cover by Elgar. It's placed rather than hit with any venom, and they pick up 2. And the Essex total moves on to 10 for 1. Nice looking shot. Doesn't look at a great amount of pace in this pitch, though.
No. I say, batting I don't think is going to be as daunting as it would have been in that last session yesterday. The pitch would have been very much sort of sweating under covers all three of a day. It's much fresher feel to things this morning. So Essex will be grateful for that, having lost the toss and been put in.
The old angle grinder's getting a lot of use this morning. It's a fun background, that is. As forward is Elgar, very straight delivery, that one. Michael Douglas Biswell's having a few problems. He's watching on YouTube now, so that's fine. However you're getting us, whether you're watching the pictures, whether you're listening online, it's all fine. It's all fine by us.
And by some miracle, there was virtually a full day's play at the Oval yesterday. Not that far to the north, but they seem to avoid the worst of the weather. And Surrey won an important toss, bowled Lancashire out, and made a very good start to their reply. So they're well placed in that one.
Abbas in to Elgar. Elgar punches that up to mid-on, no run.
So all the more important for one of these sides to try and win this match, but certainly the news from the Oval as the day went on, not particularly good for either of the two sides here, or indeed for Somerset, who are the other and actually nearest of the challengers to Surrey at the top of the table. At the moment, 32 points between Essex and Surrey.
First turns right by the sawdust pile. Comes in again, runs away from us and bowls round the wicket. Oh, it's bounced and left Elgar. That's a beauty. That's the first one we've seen kick, and Abbas just walks up to the spot where he thinks the ball is bounced, just to have a look at that spot and thinking, well, why did that do something a little more than what we've seen so far?
It certainly did bounce quite prodigiously, didn't it? But Elgar had enough time to adjust, to make sure that he stayed out of harm's way. Pretty important wicket this for Hampshire to take. They'd love to get Elgar out early, particularly in these conditions.
Here's Abbas again then, still 4 slips. That's on the line of leg stump, and Elgar pushes that into the gap wide of mid-on, and there will pick up 2. Elgar moves on to 7, and Essex on to 12 for 1, having lost the toss.
Yeah, nice, comfortable shot, that slightly over-pitched ball. And just put into a gap for a couple of runs.
Sunshine out. Charlotte Taylor's on after this over, taking over from Nick Gledhill. Charlotte Taylor, star of the 100 commentaries. Every time I switched my radio on, she was on. That's left alone, nipped back a little bit, but it was wide of off stump. Elgar leaves alone. 12 for 1. So Elgar has 7. Wesley yet to get off the mark. Robin does LBW to Mo Abbas, stone dead that was. After 10 minutes this morning, he was out for 5. It was 7 for 1 at that point. 2 changes in the Hampshire lineup if you're just joining us. No Keith Barker. I noticed on the squad list printed by Hampshire a couple of days ago that it said misses out Keith Barker, and he's had 1 or 2 niggles throughout the season, but didn't say he was unavailable through injury. I think we'll have to wait and see. No Felix Organ, Tom Prest and John Turner in from the game where Hampshire beat Kent. Morning, Charlotte.
Good morning, Kevin.
Great to see you.
And you.
Here comes Kyle Abbott. Oh, that's wide to Wesley. Very wide indeed. Through to keep
The towels are back.
Oh, well, now they've been here. Oh, in fact, have you got a new set?
Oh, I didn't realise that they were still there.
The ones you sat on in about May are still here.
Oh, okay. Well, I've got a fresh set now.
Oh, very good. The seats, even though they are high, are still not high enough for Charlotte.
No. If I want to sit down.
Yeah. So you're very high now, actually.
I'm really quite comfortable now, actually.
Are you? Yeah. You almost look important when you're sitting that high. Here comes, well, you are important. Wesley gets a straighter delivery, pushes that up towards mid-on. So how was the 100 for you?
Busy.
Yes.
Yeah, it was good though, good competition between, both the men's and women's competitions were fought to the very end, which was really good, and I did the eliminator as well, which was exciting. But yeah, it was a good competition. It's just nice when lots of teams are in it. It's not very nice when sometimes you get these situations where you know the top 3 that are qualified, and then it becomes a bit boring for the back end of the competition, but it wasn't anything like that.
Here's Abbott. Bowls. Wesley just works that to square leg where there is no run. Who's that field in there? Is that James Fuller? I've got to remind myself of some of these players because, of course, they've been away with 100. And you've been watching.
Forgotten what they look like.
Yeah, I've forgotten their mannerisms and that. It's been a while. Yes, I was driving up and down in between the 50 over games and switching on the radio from various times, and there was Charlotte Taylor commentating on the 100. Well, you're mainly summarising, actually, weren't you?
I was mainly summarising, yeah. Less of the commentary.
Heard quite a bit of you and Melissa Story, mainly, you two. Seem to be on all the time. You're hogging the games. So that's pushed up towards mid-off.
I think because we were based in the south, we ended up doing a lot of games together, which was quite nice because we know each other very well, and it makes a little bit more enjoyable commentating with your friends, and yeah, it was nice.
And of course, you were here when Kieran Pollard, it was on this ground, wasn't it? Kieran Pollard hit 4 sixes in a row?
Five in a row
5 in a row.
off Rashid Khan. Unbelievable.
Did the crowd go wild?
They did. It was quite extreme.
12 for 1 here. Abbott's from the pavilion end, bowls to Wesley, who's pushing that up to mid-on. And again, there hasn't been a lot of movement this morning for a wicket that looks reasonably green. And
Still for me a good decision to bowl first.
Yeah.
There's enough in it, isn't there? We've seen one from the over before from Abbas sort of shot through at a decent height, and obviously the one that kept a little bit low that got Das as well. So it's a little bit of an uneven bounce, which aids any bowling unit.
Yes, that looks stone dead. It reminded me of that Bashir ball to one of the Sri Lankan batters. It didn't keep as low as that. Oh, Wesley's forward, and one or two think that he's edged it through behind, but that wasn't a convincing appeal, and the umpire at the far end wasn't particularly enthused about it. But a maiden over from Kyle Abbott nevertheless. 3 overs, 1 maiden, none for 3, and Essex are 12 for 1.
Yeah, the one person that wasn't particularly excited was Carl Abbott himself, which sort of gives you a rough indication of whether there was a slight nick there or not. And the fact that there wasn't any interest whatsoever from Carl Abbott means that the over was concluded and we move on.
Yes.
Quite abruptly.
We do. We forget that. We cancel that.
The only problem is I still have to stand up when I'm because I can't see Abbas running in from this end. Here we go. Abbas then running in past the umpire, now comes round the wicket to Elgar, who's forward in defence and plays it into the offside, sorry. And there is no run to Nick Gubbins, who's shining the ball.
So when we put in our order for next year, for all these wonderful things that we'd like to have, we need to ask for higher chairs.
I think that it's this. If I was to, I can deal with the height of the chair.
Yeah.
It's the sort of meshy black railing that I've got in front of me. Because I can deal with moving my head up and down like a chicken to sort of sit between the bar. I can deal with that. That's not a major issue. Abbas in again round the wicket, comes tight to the umpire this time and beats. Wait, it got to the outside edge of Dean Elgar's bat. I thought it beat him for a second and dropped in front of second slip. Good delivery from Abbas.
You need those to carry, but he has played that late, to be fair.
Drops just in front of Tom Prest at first slip it was. Yeah. Sorry, not second slip. Yeah, so I can deal with this.
The only thing is, by lowering those black meshy things, for want of a better phrase, panels, black meshy panels.
Well, it's
the trouble is, bringing them back up again and getting them to stay where they are is actually hard work.
Yeah, it would be. Abbas in again to Elgar, who's forward in defence this time and plays that one into point. There is no run there.
So rather than do that each day and helping you out,
they just decided
it's easier not to.
Yeah.
And make it
more
difficult.
If I sit with better posture, I can see a lot more.
Oh, that's right.
But that's just obviously quite hard to maintain for a period of possibly an hour.
Stephen Clark, who's at the far end of the ground, sitting in the Shane Warne stand, silentcricket@gmail.com, has emailed. He says, we concur, the towels are working. We can see Charlotte from over here.
Oh, wow.
Oh, there we are.
I'll just wave then, shall I?
Yeah.
If you're listening. Round the wicket, Abbas again. Good delivery, good full delivery played into the offside to extra cover. Nick Gubbins does the fielding again, no run.
So you can be seen.
That's good.
Yeah, so you're all right. You're sort of like sometimes, you remind me of sometimes, when people drive and they're so low in the seat that they almost look through the steering wheel rather than over it.
That is me. If you ever see one of those, you think it's one of those driverless cars that are coming out, but actually it's just me.
If you look hard enough.
Yeah, you can maybe just see my hands on top of the steering wheel. 12 for 1 here, Hampshire have Essex in their sights at the moment. Round the wicket, Abbas just played into the onside this time from Elgar, straight-ish delivery. It's worked up to mid-on. Probably a challenging line here, Abbas. Making Elgar play at every delivery. Elgar, he's on 7 of 21 deliveries. Wesley with him yet to score 0 from 11.
Yes, Abbas did have a couple of run-outs or so. He had 4 run-outs in total in the 50-over competition. His first effort here against Northampton, he went in the side a bit, only bowled 2 overs. But he did play 3 of the last 5 games that Hampshire were involved in.
And then again, bowls to Elgar, goes cutting beautifully square on the offside. They're going to get at least 2. It's running away from the fielders. Good bit of fielding in the end. And they do settle for 2. It takes the score to 14. Essex 14 for 1. Elgar moves to 9.
He's not expecting the outfield to be particularly quick. I was watching the highlights of the Test match yesterday. And some of the cracking drives that Brooke and 1 or 2 others were playing, and the ball was like rolling out and then just stopping. It was like there was
mud.
Yeah, it was just
Stuck
weird.
in the mud.
You know, they were really crisp drives.
It's the worst thing as a batter as well, when you play a beautiful drive
Yeah.
and it goes nowhere.
I've never seen so many balls sort of beat the infield and then stop about 10 yards short of the boundary. It might not be quite as bad as that here, but I don't think it's going to be a good hit. And there are big boundaries here. Here's Abbott in outside the off stump to Wesley, who leaves alone. He's faced 12 balls now and yet to get off the mark. We are what, just left of centre here? Just. Must be very near the 100 wickets actually.
Yeah.
The 2 to the right would have been where they've been playing the 100 games.
And even the 4th one across as well.
Oh yes,
I
because
think they've gone as far over as that one as well.
It's all around the centre-ish area of this. We're just a fraction to the left of that. Pretty central. Here's Abbott again, runs towards us, and Wesley I think is playing inside the line of that one. But he's being tested here by Kyle Abbott, who's conceded just 3 runs and he's into his 4th over here.
Always economical. Kyle Abbott.
He bowled well in the 50-over
I was
competition.
going to say, he had a good one-day cup, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. Yeah.
Just keeps getting better.
Well, he's certainly running nicely. He's 37 years of age now, is Carl. He's our Carl.
He's out. We've adopted him as one
We
of
have.
our own now. Been here an awful long time.
I think he's running consistently as well as I've seen him in the time that he's been at Hampshire. Always running. And he's doing it again here and bowls to Wesley. Wesley gets whacked on the pad. That looks a little leg side-ish here. And I think the tone of that appeal probably endorses that. It wasn't convincing, was it?
No, and the way that Wesley shaped up to play it through the leg side, looks quite square on the leg side as well. Sort of tells you the line of the delivery. Missing leg stump.
Yeah, just watch the replay of that as well. It looked a little high. But I think they got excited because he just nipped back a fraction.
That's okay, you can get excited.
Of course you can. You're allowed. 14 for 1 Essex having been put into bat. Here's Kyle Abbott in the sunshine here at the Utilita. Forward is Wesley. It's hit fairly high up on the bat as it goes out on the leg side, fielded by Toby Albert. Now with no Felix Organ in the side, there is still, well, there is one man now wearing a white sun hat, which is James Fuller. Normally Felix Organ does that. But he's not playing today, nor is Keith Barker.
And of course, poor Ali Orr still recovering from his
Yeah.
broken arm as well.
He started playing, I think he's just started playing some club cricket for Eastbourne. Spoke to him up at Gosforth a couple of weeks ago. Actually, it would have been 2 weeks ago today. Oh, it's outside the off stump. That's a good delivery to Wesley. And he was telling me up there that he was just about to start playing some club cricket.
Oh, good.
So that's good news.
It was a nasty one, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Back at the start. Very first game, wasn't it?
First T20 game. First ball
Of the
of the T20. And he batted
really
for
bad luck.
a dozen balls or so. wasn't it? So he did well to keep going. I did actually see an X-ray of it.
Nasty.
His broken arm. Yeah, the 2 bones were just in separate directions. And his forearm, it was horrible.
Not okay. to then carry on.
Yeah. Abbott's in to Wesley, who's forward. He's still not off the mark yet, Tom Wesley, and to be fair to him, he hasn't really got anything to even remotely give him a chance of getting off the mark. He's faced 17 balls. Elgar is 9 of 22. I'm in one-day mode here. 14 for 1 are Essex, and that's another maiden for Kyle Abbott. He's bowled 3 out of his 4 overs to date.
Take you a while to get back into it, won't you?
It does, doesn't it?
Just warming back up into 4-day cricket. Of course, we're on day 2 here. Washout yesterday meant no play. Was able to get underway. A bit more rain due tomorrow as well. But it looks beautiful today, which is the main thing, so you get some cricket. Abbas to continue then into his 5th over. He comes round the wicket to Elgar. He's forward in defence. Good delivery onto the offside, defended to Nick Gubbins, who wanders in to do the fielding.
It's been a nice accurate start from these two, as you'd expect. I noticed actually before the game, all the bowlers were in a group. And Graham Welsh, the bowling coach.
Bowlers meeting.
And there was a bowlers meeting out there in the middle, yeah. That included Liam Dawson as well, and Fuller, obviously.
Abbas starts his run up, glides in past the umpire, bowls to Elgar. It's a good delivery again, defended on the offside up to mid-off this time. Toby Albert collects the ball, shines it on the back of his right leg. Quite aggressively, actually. I'd say that's some aggressive shining going on.
That's important.
Aggressive shining is important. You don't want to do it half-heartedly.
No.
But I wouldn't really want to get sort of tired just from shining the ball. I mean, that'd be quite an excessive. Got really, before he goes into bat and your arm is aching already from just shining the ball. Probably not going to happen though. Probably an extreme situation, but there we go. Abbas in again, bowls to Elgar. Cut back in a fraction into him, but it's defended well in the end. Kept it out on the offside. Elgar looks. They almost look like they want to face the other bowler. Elgar probably wants a single to have a go against Abbott, and Wesley can't score against Abbott, so he probably wants to face a bit of Abbas. So sort of stuck at their relevant ends at the moment. Abbas bowling from the hotel end here.
What have we had here? 37 minutes this morning. I don't think there's been a half volley. I don't think there's been a short ball.
The consistency of 4-day cricket across the country, the standard of bowling is just phenomenal in this competition. Abbas in again, a bit wider this time, cutting as Elgar, and finds the fielder Nick Gubbins at cover. It's one freebie probably that he's bowled in the last 10 minutes or so. Abbas, and Elgar cannot cash in, hits it straight to Nick Gubbins. And there is no run. 14 for 1 here, Essex. We're into the 9th. 2 deliveries left of the 9th, in fact.
106 overs in the day.
It's a long one.
Is it 104? No, 104, isn't it? Sorry.
You're asking me to do maths now.
Yeah, I think it's 104. I don't know why I said 106.
It's okay. Abbas in again then. On the offside, defending again is Elgar. Again finds Nick Gubbins. And there is no run taken. Sun shining on the players out there.
Sorry.
No, please continue.
No, I was just looking at an email from Michael Lee, silentcricket@gmail.com. He says, Kev, get Charlotte a large, firm cushion. Then she should be able to see from the sitting position. He's sitting in front of the pavilion. They're all concerned for your...
It's okay. I really appreciate everyone, by the way. I'm really, really feeling the love right now. Abbas in again, bowls to Elgar. Solid forward defence on that occasion, 2 mid-off. Albert does the fielding, throws it to Gubbins. There is no run. Essex 14 for 1. And we're through 9 overs here this morning. And the batter scores have gone off my screen, so when I get them back I will tell you what they are. Hold, please, caller. Sometimes wearing a headset like this, I do feel like I'm in a call centre. Dean Elgar 9, Tom Wesley. I don't know why I even bothered to, because I should have remembered that, because it was a maiden, so, and Tom Wesley. Yet to get off the mark, 17 balls for him. Yeah, whenever I wear my headset like this, I do feel a little bit like I'm in a call centre.
Do you?
Yeah.
What's your name, please? Claims.
Can I help you? I'd get so bored.
Abbott started his 5th over, none for 3 so far. Oh, he's beaten outside the off stump, and that's kept a little low on Tom Wesley there as well. Just watching the replay of this one, the way Wesley played it suggested it, and it did a little, didn't it? Not a lot on foot movement though. It was almost allowing the ball to deviate as it was reaching him. Wasn't getting a long way forward, but even so. Interesting. Remember, this was the corresponding game last year, where it was over fairly quickly and Hampshire were deducted points because of the surface. Certainly nothing like that. Wesley drives and it's gone through mid-wicket, just about. I think he's got fingertips on that, Toby Albert, but not enough on it to stop it from going for the boundary, and Wesley gets off the mark finally with the 20th ball that he faces.
That's a glorious shot as well. Through mid-wicket, just used his wrists and the power. Got on top of the bounce and hit it smartly through mid-wicket. I think you're right, Kev. I think left hand of Toby Albert slowed it down a fraction, but not enough. It was hit with some power.
18 for 1 then, Essex. Probably the first average ball that Kyle Abbott has bowled so far this morning, and comes in again, and he's right back on the money there as Wesley is forward. As a plane goes above us somewhere. I just saw the shadow go across the ground very quickly, but where it is in the sky, I'm not quite sure. Normally I look to our right where the Eastleigh Airport is, but nothing there. You can see them taking off from time to time. They don't actually land. You don't actually see them landing. You always see them taking off to our right, don't you?
I suppose maybe that's the flight path where they leave.
Yeah.
And there's some other flight path where they come in.
Yeah, but not that we can see. Here comes Abbott again, bowls. Wesley again gets a good length ball, which he pushes up towards mid-on. I'll be here to the end of the over, and then Nick Glidhill will be joining Charlotte Taylor. And we're back together again on Monday at Arundel for the return of the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy.
Yeah, please do join us, either in person, down at Arundel Castle, lovely venue, or if you can't be there, then you can listen online.
A lovely Arundel. What a way to spend a bank holiday Monday.
And with me, what a treat for you.
Well, there you go. Wesley just pulls inside the line there as the ball goes through to Ben Brown. Yeah, Hampshire. Southern Vipers against the Blaze. And there are 4 games left in that competition.
There are.
Vipers sit top of the table, defending champions.
Yeah, got Northern Diamonds at Headingley.
I'm
got
up for that
Central Sparks at Worcester.
Yeah.
And then one here at Utilita Bowl against the Sunrisers on the 7th of September before finals. Yeah. We'll see whether they qualify, semi-final and a final to follow.
Here's Abbott bowls. Wesley is forward. End of the over then. Essex are 18 for 1. Charlotte Taylor is sticking around, and then Nick Glidhill will come in alongside her. So Abbott has bowled 5 overs now, 2 maidens, none for 7. And Abbas is 5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 11, rubbing dust. The man out, LBW to Abbas for 5. Nick.
Yeah, and Essex hanging in there, relying on the experience of these two, their defensive techniques being tested. Pitch not doing quite as much as they perhaps would have feared, but still having to tread pretty carefully, and they'll know about the guy who's about to come on. That's John Turner. Now this pitch doesn't suggest it's got a lot of pace, but if there is pace, he's there to exploit it. He's up there around about the 90-mile-an-hour mark, and I remember his great performance here in the T20 match, the last group game, where he was the difference between the two sides in a very tight game. And he's been sort of in and out of the 100 and the one-day cup. He played for Hampshire in their knockout game at Leicester, got some early wickets, but in the end Rahane and Hanscom's big partnership was instrumental in seeing Leicestershire over the line. Let's see how he gets on here. He's up to the wicket, he bowls to Elgar, plays a nice stroke just off the pads, up towards Abbas, just moving around from mid-on to mid-wicket, and there's a single straight away. So interesting to see how Turner goes here. but fairly friendly delivery first up. Elgar's gone along to 10, Wesley's got 4, with Robin Das the man out, and it is 19 for 1.
Yeah, he had a tough start to his 100 campaign, Nick. I saw him bowl 2 flat no balls.
Yes,
for
and
the
of course,
Trent Rockets.
and then one Sam Curran got the hang of doing that, which surprised me a bit more. But
he recovered well.
And then
in the end.
he did actually got better, didn't he? In the 100, he had one very good game, if I remember. But he was in and out of that side, quite a strong side. 19 for 1 as he bowls again, and Wesley here with an angled bat plays a nice stroke away for at least 2. It's going down towards the third man boundary. It will be cut off just short of the rope, I think. No, it's managed to go all the way. Thought that was going to be cut off, but Wesley had enough on that to slide it away off the open face for 4 runs down to third man. He goes to 8. Elgar has 10, and 23 for 1. So all told, Essex will be well, don't want to lose an early wicket, but relatively satisfied with how things are at this point. England 287 for 6, have not lost a wicket this morning, and Jamie Smith is 94 not out. That one's off the back foot and hit away for 4. That's again indicative it's not the quickest of pitches, so may not suit Turner. That one's dragged down a bit, and Wesley's latched onto it and hammered it away past Gubbins in the cover, away to the boundary to our left. So not a great start here for Turner, and Wesley tucking in with consecutive boundaries. He's gone to 12, and it's 27 for 1.
Yeah, a little bit too short and wide from John Turner on that occasion. Maybe just trying to settle back into county championship cricket. Doesn't need as many variations, of course, just need to hit good line and length here. 3
slips and 5 saving 1. That's well pitched up, and Wesley comes forward to it and plays it very correctly. Head over the ball, and it goes pretty quickly up to Mohammed Abbas at mid-on, and there is no run. Yes, Jamie Smith, number 6, you feel is a more natural position than the number 7 for him anyway. He's almost too good a player to be batting that low, but it's hard to get him much higher with the England lineup the way it is, unless at some point in the future somebody has a lack of form and drops out and he's able to move up. But what a good player he is, and that one just pitches and just comes into Wesley a little bit, but with the pace of the pitch he's got time to adjust and just leave it alone. So 27 for 1. Essex sent into bat, no great surprise there, but just the feeling that conditions not as difficult as they might have been had the game started yesterday evening, when it would not have been pleasant at all to bat in the last hour and a half or so. And Robin Das getting a good one from Abbas, LBW for 5, and here's Wesley coming forward and playing that correctly. Head over the ball, back to Turner, ending an expensive first over that went for 9. Elgar's got 10, Wesley 12, 27 for 1.
Yeah, good first over from Turner. Just the one sort of real loose delivery from him. Well put away by Wesley. He's away now, though. He struggled to get off the mark initially.
Better news for both these sides from the Oval, and that the Surrey lost a couple of wickets early this morning. Sibley 39 and Patel 4, so 107 for 2. They're still 97 behind Lancashire, and I hope from both these sides that Lancashire can keep chipping away. A Surrey lineup which seems to have, whoever you take out of it, they seem to be able to replace effectively. But there's no Smith, no Lawrence. No Pope, and they've still got a pretty decent side out there, but they did lose an important toss yesterday, Lancashire, and not surprising they were bowled out relatively cheaply, despite the good performance by young 16-year-old Rocky Flintoff.
Abbott in here then, 4 slips awaiting, left-handed Elgar forward in defence, and doesn't get past Abbott in this follow through, does a good bit of fielding off his own bowling. There is no run.
Yes, something I mentioned to Kevin off air yesterday, just thinking about Robin Das's dilemma, facing the red ball on a pitch, doing a bit first up against high-class bowlers. He's got runs in the with the white ball format, the one-day cup. I'm just starting to think about whether the one-day cup, I have seen the suggestion made elsewhere, but if you're going to look to try and use it to develop players to come into the championship side, why not make that the Red Bull Kookaburra tournament?
Yeah, it's an interesting one, isn't it? I've had that a few times, that discussion point, as Abbott Bowls to Elgar, who's forward in defence again and can't get it past mid-on. John Turner there does the fielding.
Because I don't think the Kookaburra worked in April. I think Alex Stewart got that spot on. You know, you're not going to replicate Brisbane in November with English soft English pitches in April.
You can try your best.
And I think we've got a couple more rounds
in
September. But if you're going to try the Kookaburra, why not make it? You've got the odd day-night game that would have to, you know, would probably have to go by the wayside. But why not use the red ball, play it in whites, and then as a more natural step up to the championship side.
It's an interesting debate point, isn't it? Round the wicket, Abbott to Elgar, leaves that one alone, comes back a fraction and keeps low on the way through to Ben Brown. And there is no run.
Particularly as it is, while it's the secondary, the second competition in the season. If it was coming before the Blast, then you could say, well, you want to see if you can develop players for that. But yes, Robin Das, I think a bit of a change of scenery for him. He got all those runs towards the back end of the One Day Cup, but very difficult coming in first up against the high class of Abbas and Abbott with the ball just nibbling around a bit.
Abbott, apologies, in again, round the wicket. That one left alone by Elgar. It moves away from the left-hander batter on this occasion, taken by Ben Brown at a much better height, chest height on that occasion.
Yes, the Kookaburra, I think there was a lot of draws, weren't there, in April? I felt the season this year, April was a strange month. The cricket wasn't particularly, exciting, didn't really get you off the edge of your seat, and a lot of that was down to the fact there were so many draws with the Kookaburra ball, and it really came alive for me in May when we got back to using the Duke, and there was some very exciting cricket going on around the country, not least in the Essex games.
But maybe 50-over cricket is where it belongs, Nick. Who knows? Abbott in again, and that one's driven at by Elgar. Goes through to Ben Brown again, a good length delivery. He was driving on the up, was Elgar, and it went through to the keeper, narrowly missing his outside edge.
So Warwickshire against Somerset is an important game for both sides, because Warwickshire will be a bit concerned at how well Worcestershire are doing against Kent. If Worcestershire win that game, it just blows the second relegation spot race, if this is a race for relegation, wide open, and they'll come on to their score shortly. But Warwickshire bowled out for 337 against Somerset, who are second in the table.
But close to the umpire, bowls to Elgar, who's running a quick single, prods it into the offside, gets through nicely. Ricochet comes off of him, but they obviously won't take a second. And that's the end of that over. Good over by Abbott again, just conceding that last single off the last delivery. 28 for 1 Essex. Elgar moves to 11 with that single. Wesley with him on 12. And
yes, Rob Yates and Michael Burgess, who's been a problem for Essex in the past, 69 apiece. Jacob Bethel, of course, he played on the 100, 64, but Somerset fighting back there with 4 wickets for Josh Davey and 4 for Craig Overton. And well, if they can win that game, given the fact they've still got Surrey at Taunton, then they'll still feel they've got a chance of that elusive first championship. But yes, Warwickshire looking over their shoulders just a little bit, still without the win that they're looking for. As I say, that first ball of a new over is bowled by Turner, and that's punched away nicely off the front foot. That's going to go all the way for 4 to the extra cover boundary. It just reaches the rope now, but a nice punchy shot from Dean Elgar lent into that, and Turner has not got it right at all so far. Dropped short in the previous over to Wesley and over pitched there to Elgar and put away for 4. So not what certainly Hampshire were looking for first up from him. Of course, Keith Barker, who felt would have been pretty useful in these conditions, not playing in this game. 32 for 1. And Hampshire probably not too displeased about that. 32 for 1 Essex, and a good little partnership taking shape here. And Elgar with that boundary goes to 15. Nice straight through extra cover. 3 slips, and just the 4 saving 1. A gap at square leg, and Elgar looks to find the gap, but hits it a little bit too straight, and it's fielded by Turner in his follow-through. So Turner's gone for 13 runs in his first 7 deliveries, followed by a dot ball there. Quite a contrast to the mayhem he was causing in the Blast game about a month ago. He bowled absolutely brilliantly.
He bowls quickly. This pitch may not be completely suited to him, but a good challenge nonetheless for a young player to adapt to conditions.
Yeah, it looks quite slow. It's that little bit of nibble that we've seen. here. Again, there's room and time for Elgar to play that off the back foot and punch it away through mid-wicket for a single. Got the first side of a sun hat. I think just a solitary fielder in a sun hat so far, out there at a deep mid-wicket. And that's Fuller. He completes the fielding, and one more goes to a total. So Essex 33 for 1, Elgar 16 and Westley 12 after the early loss of Robin Das. Partly cloudy, some light blue sky. As here, a little bit of bounce for Turner, but there's so much time for Westley to get in line there and just play that one comfortably off the back foot to cover. So not a lot of pace in the pitch, and I think Essex will be relatively pleased so far, having lost this toss. There's a little bit of movement, as you'd expect, but tinge of green in the surface. But so far, no great alarms. As Turner, as the sun comes out, bowls, and that's edged, and it drops just short of second slip. That's in the air for quite some time, and I don't think it gone all the way to second slip there. It was a bit of bounce that caused the problem for Westley there. Just falling short, fielder down the hands and knees there. Just fell awkwardly.
I was going to say, I don't know whether he's in a bit of pain there.
Yeah, it looks like
James Vince, or whether he's...
Yeah, he's
maybe his fingers trapped in between the ball and the ground. Sometimes that happens. I thought he was just disappointed initially that the ball might have carried and he's dropped it, but now it looks like he's he's looking at that right hand.
Yes, he's. It may just have been that it sort of bounced short of him and it hit him awkwardly on the way back up. I don't think it went all the way to him. And here is Turner again, bowls to Westley, still on strike, and that one's left alone. Delivery outside the off stump, which is sufficiently wide for the Essex captain to have nothing to do with it. So that's out for 5. Westley has 12 and Elgar 16. Essex sent in 33 for 1, and as I say, they'll be relatively pleased with how things are at this stage, given they've lost this what looked a very important toss.
Yeah, they will be pleased that it's only the one wicket they've lost so far. Ball doing a little bit, not easy in the field either. Ball's not carrying through to the slips, and on that occasion just hitting the hand of James Vince. He's just getting it, just keeps looking at that right hand of his. But he looks okay. Looks no physio on the field, which is always a good sign. The physio and the backroom staff are completely hidden away.
Vince very much carrying on his great form in the championship for Hampshire, leading into the 100 during the 100 itself. So probably he's had 3 days to recover after that long weekend of finals, so where the Southern Brave kept managing to survive. Not quite sure how, and in the end I think it was Tom Cohen's little cameo, which I think started to take that game away from them in the final. But it was a great effort to get as far as they did, and of course we had the excitement of the Super Over, which was quite something.
Yeah, it's a brilliant competition. You're absolutely right, Nick. They just kept fighting, didn't they? Kept finding their way back into games, which maybe they shouldn't have found themselves in.
Particularly that eliminator. I mean, how they got into a situation. The Birmingham Phoenix, so they hadn't won the game, was remarkable.
Change of bowling then. Abbas returns, but from the pavilion end this time, and bowls to Elgar, who's forward in defence, plays it into the offside, up to James Vince, who's taken himself out of the danger zone in the slips and safely at mid-off for now, and there is no run. So
it looks as though the 100 is going to be played a little bit later next year. Basically all the test matches are going to be, there's a long 5-match series against India, and then basically the 100 will come after that, and we'll go through to the end of August. So it's going to be a maximum of 4 championship games in September next year.
Bassin again, bowls to Elgar again, prods forward on the front foot and plays it to Gubbins at cover, and there is no run.
So as you get to see the international schedule, you can get some sort of idea of what the domestic schedule is going to look like. We know there's going to be a one-off test between England and Zimbabwe. Zimbabwe have not toured England for a long time, but remember back in the noughties where they were quite a handful and at their peak.
Bassin again starts his run up. Bowls past the umpire to Elgar, who's cutting off the back foot. A beautiful shot, square on the offside. Races past James Fuller, who will not catch up with it. It'll be 4 more to Elgar. He's latched onto a couple of short and wide ones from Abbas. Takes him to 20.
Well, anything loose, Essex are putting away, and this is encouraging because, say, there was a thought that the first hour could be a little bit of a tricky period at the very least for Essex, and they might lose, say, 3 wickets, but they've only lost the 1 so far, and this experienced pair have done a very good job, playing quite cautiously to start with, but latching on to anything loose, and there has been a little bit on offer.
There has been. That's not known for bowling too many looseners, but that was definitely one of them. He's in again to Elgar, this time leaving alone outside the off stump, quite extravagantly. Almost Manish Labuschagne-esque, and goes through to Ben Brown behind the stumps. Essex 37 for 1. We're in the 14th. 2 balls left of the 14th here at Utilita Bowl.
It's certainly a packed schedule next year, starting with a women's T20 series against the West Indies, with one of the games at Chelmsford, the 3rd match in that sequence at Chelmsford on the 26th of May. That's an afternoon game.
Abbas. And again, 3 slips are waiting. Elgar on the back foot this time, punches it to mid-off. A good length delivery from Abbas.
And then we've got women's and men's one-day series running alongside each other, basically at the end of May and then early June. But the centrepiece, there's a T20 game, a men's T20 game against the West Indies here on the 10th of June. An evening match, and then that 5-match test series, England against India's men, heading the Edgbaston Lords, Old Trafford and the Oval. Exciting stuff.
Abbas in again, and was challenging Elgar. Straighter delivery played into the onside. Essex at the end of the 14th, they're 37 for 1. Dean Elgar 20, Tom Wesley 12. Nick, I'll leave you with some thoughts, and then you'll be joined by Kevin James.
Yeah, it really is a packed schedule to put it mildly. As we go into July, while that men's test series is going on, the women have a series against India, limited over series, T20s and one-day internationals, including one of the ODIs at Southampton on the 16th of July. And then the men playing against South Africa in T20 and ODIs in September. And then finally, there's going to be a one-day series in Ireland in late September, as this is outside the off stump from Turner and left alone by Wesley, and on its way through to Brown. So it's about as packed as it can possibly be, short of having international cricket in April and early May, but certainly there's no lack of events going on next year. The question is it all a little bit too much in terms of managing player workload? We know, I think it's been pretty much confirmed that things are going to stay much as they are this season in terms of a domestic schedule next year. It's a question of when things will be, and that's bowled by Turner and run down off the open face for a single. It's nicely gathered by Wesley, just squaring to the offside. He goes to 13. Elgar has 20, 38 for 1. Yeah, so a lot going on next year, and I think the feeling is, obviously, any time there's a survey, it's always said, the players want less cricket, but it never actually happens, Kevin.
No, were you reading an article yesterday or something that suggested next year is going to be almost the same as this year?
Yes, that's right. And that's it's just a question of exactly when the sort of finals will be played, but I think it's pretty certain that the 100's going to just go a little bit later and go up to the end of August. Here's Turner bowls, and that's played by Elgar, getting into line and playing it up into the cover. So certainly this isn't a picture of the pace that would suit Turner. He's just trying to settle down, I think, and get his line and length after the first couple of overs. But I think these two appreciating that there isn't much pace in the pitch, which is perhaps just making things a little bit more comfortable for them, and not as much has happened as they might have feared when they lost the toss. Here's Turner again. Sun going in and out, and Elgar with an angle bat, placed nicely away, probably for 2. It's being chased back towards the cover boundary. Gubbins will get to it about 10 yards from the rope, and they come back for a comfortable second run. But 40 for 1, and without saying they're looking comfortable, this experienced pair have certainly seen off the initial threat, and certainly there was evident lack of pace in the pitch, which probably hasn't helped the Hampshire seamers.
Yeah, I don't think they've done a lot wrong, really. I think the Essex batters have literally played every ball on merit, and there's been some good balls out there, but maybe not as much as...
2 slips waiting, and that's a good one from Turner. The best ball he's bowled, it was an attempted Yorker, and it was very well executed, and Elgar had the experience to negotiate it and dig it out, but that was a pretty good delivery from Turner, who might just be settling down a bit in this over. It's been a better third over from him, and it's 40 for 1, and we're in the 15th over.
Playing just his 4th first-class match for Hampshire, John Turner.
Jamie Smith's got his 100.
Ooh.
As the next delivery, which is hit slightly uppishly, but safe, and goes down to backward point very quickly as well. But hit crisply off the back foot by Elgar, who's looking pretty comfortable out there. The rest certainly seems to have done him plenty of good. And to say, if the One Day Cup were a red ball competition, it would certainly, he certainly feels there actually be worth playing in a few of the games towards the back end of it, because you then get back into the groove for facing a red ball in the championship. But as it is, time away seems to have not done any harm at all. He's gone very impressively to 22. Wesley has 13, Dassat 5, and Essex are 40 for 1 after 15.
So both he and Simon Harmer have had the whole month off.
Yeah, we've seen other side. I mean, Harmer's had a residual back problem this year, which has caused him a problem. So I think it was not entirely unexpected. But I think with someone, a relatively older player in Dean Elgar, was always going to have some sort of a break. But it turned out to have been in the One Day Cup rather than the T20. And of course, if Jordan Cox is not available next year, it might be the same thing happens again, because I think if he were available, given how well Charlie Allison did, that Cox might open him a T20 and Allison bat at number 4.
Well, Basta started new over from the pavilion end, switching ends after his first spell. It's a length ball to Wesley. Pushes that up towards mid-on, and there is no run. So 33 runs these two have put on so far for the second wicket, and they've been almost batting an hour, just about 5 minutes short of an hour.
Yeah, England 305 for 6, so they've not lost a wicket this morning, and Jamie Smith 101 with a 6 and 7 fourths. And Gus Atkinson, who's a very useful batter himself, he's chipping away nicely, supporting his Surrey colleague on 20. So awkward partnership taking England away from Sri Lanka there.
The pass to Wesley. Wesley's forward, thick inside edge off the inside half of the bat, that's for sure, as it goes out square on the leg side. 41 for 1.
And it was looking at one point yesterday, so England's gamble in playing the extra seamer and just going in with the 6 batters might not be paying off at all, given that Matthew Potts, I think, bowled something like 9 overs for about 45 or something like that. But I think it was a wise move, because 3 back-to-back tests, Kevin, that's a challenge for the seamers, isn't it? So you don't want anybody being over bowled in the first test match. So you can see why they did it, but certainly Smith more than capable of batting at number 6 or even higher as he does for Surrey.
Good to watch, that's for sure, as Abbas comes round the wicket to the left-hander Elgar, gets one that just comes back at him a fraction, gets tucked up, but works that square on the leg side, fielded by Fletcher Middleton.
Yeah, so Surrey have now got a little bit of a partnership going, 134 for 2 after they lost those 2 early wickets, but surely the weather will intervene at the Oval as well at some stage. It can't remain. I think they had a bit of a delay at the end yesterday with bad light or rain, but they did remarkably well to be playing for most of the day there yesterday.
Yes, we were the only ground, weren't we, where there was nothing
at all. Yes,
it's quite sad. 41 for 1 as Abbas, but we've got sunshine at the moment. Comes in, bowls to Elgar, good leave. Isn't that far wide of off stump. Email here from Colin Sturmey, silentcricket at gmail.com. Now he says, Jeff Arnold is sat just in front of me on the terrace. That'll be at the pavilion, and presumably watching John Turner, he thinks, says Colin. Jeff Arnold, I think he's still doing a bit of scouting, isn't he, these days? I would say that's a fairly good assumption.
Yeah, Turner So not a pitch particularly to suit him, but hopefully he'll sort of impress a bit more from if he has got someone watching him today, even perhaps in the first 2 overs.
I would say actually a pitch that's not particularly suited to him. Oh, he's playing a miss in there, Elgar. He's having a little fish at that one outside off stump. Ball goes through to Ben Brown. I would say Jeff Arnold will probably learn more about John Turner.
Yes.
On this
probably
pitch
fair to say.
than a pitch that's darting around and seeming all over the
Barker
place.
might have quite enjoyed this, probably more so yesterday evening, but I think he would have just enjoyed that little bit of nibble.
Yeah. But, well, I think most seamers would do, really, wouldn't they? That, much better conditions today, that's for sure. A little bit breezy. Just looking at a few of the flags that are blowing away to our left, just behind the seats on the east side of the ground. Got a bat on this one as that's pushed out into the covers. 41 for 1 then, 1 run off that Abbas over. He's bowled 7 overs, 1 for 16. Elgar has 22 and Wesley 14.
Yeah, so we mentioned that obviously we've got, I think, virtually everybody in action with these 5 rounds of games. So much of a season still to come, and still a possibility of a few twists and turns along the way. And I think perhaps the area where we're most likely to see some drama is that second relegation spot in Division 1, because Kent 171 all out there, well adrift at the bottom of the table, but Worcestershire, who are on 91 points and have a lot of sides in their sight, 184 for 3, so they're already 13 ahead there, and they're going to fancy their chances of going to push on for victory, and that's going to put several sides, notably Warwickshire, Lancashire, Notts and Durham are also in their sights under pressure, but I certainly feel if those sides, Durham, are too strong to go down, but 1 or 2 of the other sides could be put under a bit of pressure if Worcestershire win that game. They've really done remarkably well this season, Worcestershire. Yeah. Often known as a bit of a yo-yo side. When they do go up, they often get stranded towards the bottom of the tables, but they've done very well.
And they've lost so many players over the last few years.
Yes, usually not too far to the east.
But a spin already.
Dawson is going to bowl from the hotel end, our end, as we look, and that's just played defensively. Head over the ball by Wesley, who settled in nicely here on 14. A slip and a short leg. There's a backward point. There's a short fine leg, quite square, mid on, mid off, a short cover, a deep cover, and a deep square leg. This is played on the bounce to short leg by Wesley. Liam Dawson, who I think he did play, didn't he, in that knockout game against Leicestershire? But
yeah, played the last couple.
It's a good thing, certainly, that players have been able to move between the 2 competitions. As Dawson bowls, and that's driven away up towards deep mid wicket, and there's going to be a single for Wesley, goes to 15. I suppose that's the one downside of making, as you were talking about, the possibility of maybe making the One Day Cup a red ball, because it then makes it a little bit more different, of course, from the 100. There really is quite a bit of a difference already. 100 balls and 50 overs, very, very different demands. But at least it has allowed the counties to use some of their players when they've not been required by the 100 franchises, and that wasn't the case, I think, in the first couple of years of the 100. So it's been a good change, that, and it has helped to make the One Day Cup a slightly stronger competition, I think, in the last couple of years. Short leg and a slip for Elgar at 42 for 1. Hampshire would have liked another wicket by now, but they haven't got it. But Elgar here plays off the back foot with a swish of the bat. Nice controlled shot out towards mid wicket. Doesn't get it past, and there's no run.
That's 100 balls completed. So if we see Charlotte Taylor disappearing from the camera gantry, I quite understand. She's normally finished by now. 100 balls, that's it.
Yes, as I say for you.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, it's quite a contrast, isn't it? But you just get a feeling there is no other solution at the moment with the way things are. The blast isn't going to become like a secondary competition under the 100 because there's too much revenue in it for the counties. So we are going to carry on with the One Day Cup. You feel at least until 2028. But I just feel that there is just a case for thinking about it becoming a red ball tournament and maybe making that the Kookaburra tournament. But anybody got any views on that? Do let us know. BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com or at Solent Sport. And Dawson making a few changes to his third man, who wants a little bit wider. fact, it's going to be fine leg because it's Elgar on strike. Just wants more towards long leg. Reasonable crowd in. Big ground, of course. Spectators dotted around. Good number, of course, in the pavilion area at the far side of the ground. And here's Dawson bowls, and it's played defensively by Elgar up towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. So BBC Essex and BBC Radio Solent, and online via the BBC Sport website and app, also via the live stream. We're here at what should be the second day, which is effectively the first day of a 3-day game now, here at the Utilita Bowl, and that's played. A bit of a pop there, bit of bounce there for Dawson, but played pretty well by Elgar out towards square leg. And yeah, I mean, Elgar certainly was missed in that one-day cup because Nick Brown particularly wasn't in the runs. They missed that one experienced player alongside Wesley to sort of guide the youngsters through. At the start of that competition, it looked like the problem was going to be more the bowling for Essex, but once Porter and Snater were back, it sort of became just not quite enough from the experienced batters, but that's why they never quite threatened in the group. Wesley 15, Elgar 22, and 42 for 1 Essex.
So you were in a separate group. Where did you finish in the end?
I think mid-table. It's one of those where you win your last couple of games, one of which was against Sussex, who had, I would imagine, zero interest in proceedings. They've got a home Blast quarter-final, and they're looking at promotion to Division 1.
Yeah, well. Here's Abbas, wide of the crease to Wesley, plays that late into the ground, fielded at deep gully by Toby Albert.
Essex duly won that game, but you can imagine that, you know, that they weren't exactly a lot of prioritisation from the Sussex point of view, because it's such a big end to the season for them. They've deservedly got that second place in the group, in the Blast, got that home quarter final, and then of course at the top of Division 1, but being put under pressure by Yorkshire, top of Division 2.
It's Abbas. Wesley on the back foot, pushes that out square on the offside, no run.
And on BBC Cricket at gmail.com, Paul Streamer says that it's painfully apparent that Essex will need to find a decent opener for next season to play with the majestic Dean Elgar. He's looked in very good touch today, Paul. So obviously Nick Brown, you're referring to Nick Brown's indifferent form in the one-day cup after a bright start in the opening game, and Feroz Kushi's form not been at its best after, again, relatively bright start. Robin Das, of course, did very well, as you mentioned, in the one-day cup.
Wesley's forward, up to mid-on.
But saying that he certainly isn't an opener in the red ball, as shown by his brief appearance this morning. The one thing I would say is not the easiest first outing against Abbas and Abbott, having been put in on a pitch that's been under covers for quite a long time. So I think we probably need to see a bit more evidence, but obviously a disappointment for him. And he did get a very good delivery, so perhaps we need to see a bit more evidence. So, but you're thinking therefore that Essex need to recruit a high quality opener to go with Elgar next year. So he hopes that Essex will prevail against a tough opponent.
There's Abbas again. Wesley again gets a good length ball, goes back to the bowl. So, I mean, Nick Brown averages 36 for Essex. I mean, that's not too shabby.
No,
he's been written off? No,
I mean, he's certainly the one thing. Obviously, Nick would have been hoping he'd be back in the Championship side to sort of make a case. He had a bit of a disappointing campaign. I saw him play one very good innings at Durham on a pitch which is rather flatter than the one I think that you got for your game there. But hasn't quite been at his best this season.
No. Abbas wide of the crease again to Wesley. So he averages 36 in his career for Essex, and he's played over 140 Championship matches. And this year, Brown averages 35, so he's not too far behind that. I mean, that as an opener, you know, that's not too shabby.
This decision was play bad Das in this game was based on a sort of a form hunch, because Brown had not been in form in the one-day cup, and Das.
Yeah.
But I say there is quite a big difference with the white ball, which obviously doesn't do as much. Obviously, you're probably going to be facing bowlers of lesser quality than Abbas and Abbott most of the time in the one-day cup.
Heading for a maiden here is Abbas. Last ball of this over. That's another good length ball, which Wesley does well to keep out, and that's the end of the over. 42 for 1 then. Wesley has 15, and his partner Dean Elgar is 22 not out.
But yeah, the figures don't look too bad, do they? 35 from from Nick Brown, 1 innings of 184, so that is quite a lot of his 675 runs, but hopefully he'll get another chance or two before the end of the campaign, and he has been pretty reliable. Whenever he gets doubted, Nick Brown, he tends to then produce a big innings and calms things down for a while, but did have a slightly disappointing run in that one-day cup, which I think sort of just underlined the fact that Elgar wasn't there. But here's Dawson bowling to Elgar, who just, that swish of the bat as he plays it away past mid-wicket, goes out towards deep mid-wicket, and there's just the one run that goes out to Turner there. But Essex will be pleased with 43 for 1. And yes, it's been very much Jamie Cox, at the top of the list there, averaging 69 in 12 innings, but he is in the squad for this game, having been released by England. I wonder what will happen actually, whether they change the balance of their side for the next 2 tests against Sri Lanka, in which case, of course, he may not play in the next match. We shall see. This one bringing Wesley forward. Talking about Walter, because no run there for Wesley, defensive shot. Yeah, Walter averaging 61 from 6 innings, so he's done pretty well. He's back in the ranks for this game after being in the 100. Here is Dawson again, left arm around the wicket, bowls, and Wesley just comes forward and plays it away out towards deep mid-wicket for a comfortable single. Essex progressing along quite nicely, these two, after the early loss of Robin Das. 44 for 1, and we're in the 19th over in what's effectively a 3-day game, but we do expect time to be lost, perhaps quite a lot of time tomorrow. So the game does need to continue to advance. Essex will be aware of that, but if they do get some sort of a platform, they'll probably want to start to push the scoring rate along, but they've got to get that platform first, of course, as Dawson bowls, and that's a bit short, and again allows Elgar plenty of time on this pitch just to get in line and just drill the ball away past mid-wicket for another single. Looking quite comfortable out there. He's on 24, and it's 45 for 1. Essex losing the toss, not surprisingly being sent in, but perhaps not as big a challenge as it would have been had we had play towards the end of yesterday. Slip and a short leg and a short cover, and Wesley again has time just to get onto the back foot and run that down towards short fine leg. They're getting plenty of singles here against Dawson, and again another pretty profitable over for Essex in terms of runs. They've scored 4 singles from the 5 deliveries so far. 46 for 1. Sun out at the moment, a little bit less cloud than there was, and it's actually a pretty good forecast today. Got a slip and a leg slip with Elgar on strike to Dawson, and again he's got room to just get onto the back foot. Doesn't find the gap this time, but again looking pretty comfortable. Not a lot in it for Dawson early on. 46 for 1. He's been tidy enough though, with 2 overs for 5, and Elgar 24, Wesley 17, and a few more words from Kevin, and then Charlotte Taylor coming back.
Yeah, I can't believe there's any real great belief that there's any turn in this pitch. I think if Hampshire thought that, then I think Felix Organ would have stayed in the side. As it is, he's one of 2 changes, him and Keith Barker, from the game here that Hampshire beat Kent. So 19 done, still 85 overs left in the day. Here comes Abbas. He's starting his 9th over, 1 for 16 bowls, and Wesley again gets a good length ball, which he just quietly pushes out square on the offside. Welcome back, Charlotte.
Thank you.
He didn't disappear after 100 balls.
No.
No.
He gave me an out. Didn't take it though. Still here.
How many 100 games did you commentate on in total?
7 group games and the Eliminator, so 8 in total.
Where was the Eliminator? Was that at the
That
Oval?
was the Oval,
Oh,
yeah. Yeah, got to see some different grounds from a different vantage point. It was good.
Yeah. That's into Wesley, who's leaving that one this time. Just nip back a fraction, but it's quite wide.
You obviously have to judge the food at every venue as well. So.
Where did you find the best food? Because where were the venues? You did the Oval here.
Yeah, I did the Oval, Utilita Bowl, Lords, Trent Bridge, Sophia Gardens. I think that was it.
And the best?
Probably Probably Cardiff, actually.
Really?
Yeah.
I wouldn't have thought you would have said that. Here's Abbas again. It's outside of stump and it's left alone. But I know, obviously, for different competitions, sometimes the food changes accordingly.
Yes. It was good here, provided by the hotel.
Well, it's a good job you said that.
It is good here.
Yeah, it is good. Trent Bridge. I'm surprised you haven't mentioned Trent Bridge in that.
Yeah, the lunch was really bad.
Was it really?
It was little like goat's cheese tart that I literally could have eaten 12 of because they were that small. And I don't really like goat's cheese.
That's really surprising because normally we eat in the restaurant for the championship and
yeah,
whatever.
and there was a sort of spaghetti bolognese on offer for dinner, but
Oh.
didn't really float my boat.
That's down the leg side. Good stop by Ben Brown. I don't know if it just flicked the pad as it went through. But, yeah, I'm very surprised on that one. Leicester, which we don't go to very often. It was nice to know that we were still sitting in the players' lounge. I'm not sure if it was supposed to. We used to get 2 courses and sit at a table. It's a bit like sitting down at a restaurant, really. And but I only had 1 course. I'm not sure if there was a dessert. Normally, you get given a menu card and you a bit like we do here.
Yeah.
But you actually get the dessert as well.
Oh, right.
But nobody seemed to mention the dessert this time, which was a shame, because I heard somebody say rhubarb and custard outside the off-stump left alone. I don't know if that was a
ears prick
a
up
euphemism or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I thought, oh yeah, you rhubarb and custard, I'll have some of that. But that wasn't really offered, so I'm not quite sure what happened there.
You should have requested it. Do you
Yeah.
know who I am? How
Well,
far
no.
I've travelled?
But the trouble is, you find by the time you sort of, you do what you need to do at the end of the session and then go down and eat, and you actually find yourself there's not a lot of time left. And
No.
also, to be honest, I can't remember what it was, but it was really nice. And then to have rhubarb and custard on top of that, to then start commentating and
Falling asleep.
sound enthusiastic. I thought probably I shouldn't bother anyway. Wesley gets a straighter ball this time, thinks about a single as it goes in the gap between mid-wicket and mid-on, decides against it. And that is the end of the over. So 20 overs completed on day 2, which is effectively day 1. Essex 46 for 1, and it's a maiden over for Mr. Abbas, who's bowled 3 out of his 9, 1 for 16. Miserly figures, as have all of the Hampshire bowlers really, with maybe not a lot in this track for them, maybe not as much as they thought, maybe not as much as I thought. I can't speak for Charlotte, she'll probably say the same. 9 overs, 1 for 16, then Abbas. Abbott 6 overs, none for 8. Turner 3 overs, none for 17. And Dawson's bowled 2 overs, none for 5.
Yes, hopefully we'll get to see a little bit more of John Turner. Hopefully he's learnt a little bit from that first spell.
Yeah, went for nearly 6 and over.
It's quite expensive in the grand scheme of things, but there we go. Liam Dawson then to continue from the hotel end. Round the wicket, bowls a good length delivery to Elgar. He flicks it off his legs nicely, but only finds James Vince. Why is James Vince fielding there then? That's a square leg.
He's got a bad finger or something from that.
Oh no, James Vince is there. That wasn't James Vince at all, that's why. I'm so far away up here. I have got my glasses on as well, but there we go. Dawson in again to Elgar. There's a leg slip in place, and he flicks that one through mid-wicket, vacant mid-wicket, to James Fuller. Does the fielding, 1 more to the total. 647 for 1. Elgar moves to 25 from 60 deliveries.
Plays that shot well, doesn't he, Elgar?
He just leans on it.
Yeah, waits and leans. You're right, yes, exactly right.
It's lovely. Most left-handers do it quite well, actually. Sort of a trademark. Dawson in again, slowly past the umpire, bowls a good length delivery, and Wesley's forward, long way forward in defence to James Fuller at extra cover. Picks up the ball and throws it back to Dawson.
I can still hear those workmen on the roof above
Yeah, it's
us.
quite irritating.
It's weird, isn't it?
Because you never used to. As soon as I turned up, I was like, who on earth is above us? We're the tallest, we're the most northern people ever. It's a good length delivery from Dawson again. A little bit shorter, but no real width on offer for Wesley to cut as he tried to do so, and finds extra cover once again. And I was like, there's nobody higher up than we are, surely not.
No. But there are.
But there are. Today.
Yeah.
Just to annoy me. They said, I knew Charlotte's coming, I'm just going to annoy her. Round the wicket, Dawson again, full delivery, just turned nicely into the leg side, beats the fielder Fletcher Middleton, who's standing at short leg with the helmet on. Gets a single out into the leg side. Essex 48 for 1.
it's the sort of sound that, you know, when you stay on these caravan parks in those static caravans and the seagulls are dancing up and down the roof. It's a bit like that sound.
Irritating. That's okay. Not easily irritated. Dawson in again. Driving. Flicks it off his legs nicely as Elgar into the leg side. Can't beat the fielder at square leg. James Fuller does the fielding once again. He's busy. He's going to have to bowl now as well, just to top things off. Essex at the end of that over. Still 48 for 1. 21 overs gone. Now we've got almost like a pneumatic drill going on as well, which is just...
different sound.
Apologies to all the listeners that can hear that.
Wow.
You're having to... If we're going through it, then so are you.
Yeah, that's right. Well, they were on the... either the Shane Warne stand, or I can't remember which one, the Colin Ingleby Mackenzie, in the last championship game, making a bit of a noise. So, and it was far enough away that whilst you could hear it, it wasn't. But this, now you get the vibration a bit.
I thought all of the like the whole roof was going to be covered by panels, but they've just done one strip of them at sort of the back of the stand.
Yeah, I agree with you. I thought more was because there is room for more, isn't there? Or maybe they're so heavy that the roof might cave in.
Yeah, possibly.
So maybe they can't put any more. Maybe the calculations suggested that. So here's James Fuller then. Right arm, quick medium. That's pulled away by Wesley, not timed. Goes out along the ground to deep square leg. And Wesley moves on to 19, 49 for 1 at Essex. Yes, I might ask about that because...
I just assumed that the whole roof would have been covered, but maybe you're right about the weight of it.
That must come into play because originally when those roofs were put on, that calculation wouldn't have been in the...
Probably not, no.
The design, would it? So yeah, maybe they said, no, you can't put any more than that on. But still a few. I mean, I'm looking at, they're quite big panels, aren't they? So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There's 11 on the Shane Warne stand roof. Elgar pushes that out to point, no run. So I presume there's the same number on the Colin Ingleby. And it looks, I think there's some on the nursery ground pavilion roof as well, isn't there? And the building behind it.
Yeah, the Wellbeing Centre at the back there.
So there's quite a few, I suppose.
And then plus some above us.
So if you add them all up,
it's quite
a few, isn't it?
Yeah, maybe they just... Well, we can't put them all on one roof, so we'll spread them out onto different roofs.
Yes. And they certainly can't put any on top of the Rob Brownsgrove Pavilion roof because that is the canvas, isn't it? Stretched canvas virtually. And it's a funny shape as that's pushed out into the covers once more. And there's no run. You certainly couldn't put any on there.
You'd have to get a carpet.
Yeah, they'd have to be flexible, wouldn't they? Yeah.
It's probably... do you know what? I wouldn't put it past the creators these days to come up with something like that.
Do you think are there any flexible solar panels?
No, I've never seen them, but I'm not saying they don't exist.
Yeah.
But it would make it multifunctional. You put them anywhere.
Yeah. Stephen Clark has emailed silentcricket@gmail.com, which I'll come to after this delivery from Fuller, who's round the wicket to Elgar. Elgar just pushes that back to Fuller. He says he's talking about seagulls dancing up and down roofs. He says you should come and join us. We frequently have seagulls marching up and down the roof of the Shane Warne stand. So they obviously make a noise up there, or over there.
And there is one there, loitering.
There is, isn't there?
I can see.
Yeah.
Just lurking.
I should know that because obviously when we used to commentate over the other side of the pavilion, I should probably know that because we were over there for a few seasons. Elgar again gets another straight one, which he prods to mid-wicket. Now that looks like Felix Organon.
It is.
So he's on for, I bet it's Mo Abbas. Is it Mo Abbas? Could well be.
Can't see Mo Abbas.
No, I think you're right. Isn't it funny? He's the go-to man. If you see a subs fielder on, you think, oh, it must be Mo, and then you look around, and sometimes it isn't, but on other occasions, most occasions, it is. Fuller, who we thought picked up a bit of an injury, didn't we, during the 100 competition, playing for Birmingham Phoenix. That's pushed up towards mid-on, just the one run off James Fuller's first over, and Essex are 49 for 1. He only played one match with Birmingham Phoenix in the 100.
Yeah, he came off midway through that game. I'm just going to have a little look to see whether there was a report on why he came off. think so.
I think the game against... I watched the game against the Brave up at Edgbaston was on BBC TV. I watched that. I think that was a Saturday afternoon, and I watched that. That was the game where Tamal Mills was mic'd up.
Yes.
And he said at the start of his mark what he was going to bowl each ball. It was
I love it when
brilliant.
the bowlers are mic'd up. It gives you a real insight.
Yeah.
Maybe that is the next step for County Championship cricket.
You think so?
Get some insight from them. Maybe they should all be mic'd up. We can come to them individually.
Yeah.
Dawson round the wicket to the right-handed Wesley, whips it nicely into the leg side for a single out to deep mid-wicket. And the score moves to 50. Essex's 50 comes up in the 23rd over.
Well, did you know the first year of the T20 competition, 2003, when it was a real novelty and it was treated as such, everybody was allowed reporters by the dugout, and you could speak to the players in between, and that was done the first year. It was actually quite good fun.
Yeah, I thought so. Gives you good insight. Round the wicket, Dawson. Back of a length delivery, Elgar plays it into the onside and there is no run. I really like the idea of being able to talk to the players and getting a real insight into how it feels out there. You know, you could be asking some of the players right now about how it's playing and whether they thought it was going to do the same thing. Rather than waiting to the end of the game, you can get all that and it's great.
Yeah.
You get that insight at the end of the day's play, but during it would be quite good if they're trying to set up a batter or something like that. Forward is Elgar, plays it up to mid-on and there is no run. Dawson into his 4th over, halfway through the 4th. It's a short leg waiting and a slip as Dawson's in, bowls a full delivery, a push onto the offside from Elgar, come back for a comfortable second as James Fuller runs round from point to do the fielding. 2 more to the total. Essex 52 for 1, closing in on that 50 partnership after the loss of Das in quite early on, and the score was just 7.
A wicked nip backer that kept low.
Did.
Which everybody gave out. It
They
was
did.
that obvious.
It was that out.
It was.
Dawson again bowls to Elgar, who's driving into the leg side. There is a fielder waiting at short mid-wicket. James Vince there does the fielding. There is no run. Batters to come, there's loads of them. Jordan Cox, Critchley, Tall Paul, Michael Pepper, the wicketkeeper. Even Simon Harmer can throw the bat as well for Essex. Back of a left delivery pushed into the onside again by Elgar. No run taken on that occasion. 23 overs gone here. Day 2, which is day 1. Essex versus Hampshire. Well, Hampshire versus Essex, I should say. Essex with the bat. Put into bat by Hampshire, 52 for 1.
Now, we were just debating, weren't we, about why there aren't more solar panels on the roof.
We were.
And Neil Prowse has come up with a very, very plausible answer to that.
Okay.
He clearly knows his stuff. Sunlandcricket@gmail.com. He says, hi, Kevin, Charlotte. He says, great, first of all, great to have Charlotte back. That's good.
You're welcome.
He says, surely the reason for not covering the whole of the roof is Fuller again, length ball to Wesley, and that's what's more up towards middle. He says, surely the reason for not covering the whole of the roof of the stands with solar panels is that it would cover the perspex panels, making it really dark in the stands.
Oh, that would make sense. It lets light through.
Yeah.
So you can't really tell from there that it's perspex, I suppose.
But that's now
That
he
makes
mentions
sense.
that, it's obvious.
Yeah.
Otherwise you'd be watching in the dark up there, wouldn't
Night
you?
vision goggles on to watch
Yeah,
cricket.
not ideal.
Definitely not.
Fuller again. Oh, and it's a good carry. It's a good leave as well. Probably the one bowler in the Hampshire side. Well, John Turner would as well, I think, to be fair to him, but that's carried nicely. We haven't seen too many carry like that.
No, not many have kicked and bounced, have they?
No. One from Abbas early on, wasn't there, to
Yeah.
Elgar? Kicked off a length. But I think on the whole, it's maybe a pitch which is slightly slower than we may have thought, but it's that one's gone through nicely. This workman is certainly making a noise above us. Here's Wesley again. Oh, he wasn't too sure about that. It was banged in a little bit, didn't really get out, and Wesley just looked as though he was a little uncertain initially playing that off the back foot.
Yeah, I thought he was going to look to shape up to pull that into the leg side, but Looked like he bailed out of it last minute.
Joe's also come up with the same idea as regards covering the whole of the roof with the solar panels. solarcricket@gmail.com. It says surely it would cut out the light for the seats below. They would then need to produce more electricity to power lights. Well, that's very true. So that what you gain, you give away. That's a length ball. He's played that late, and he has to just push the ball away from the stumps with his bat. So that ball was bouncing dangerously close to the woodwork behind him. Good delivery there from...
Yeah, it was almost like the backspin almost got Tom Wesley then. Had to save himself.
Yeah, so that's good thinking. There was no point in generating electricity if you've then only got to use it again to...
Yeah, that really becomes null and void then, doesn't it?
That's a bit silly. So there we go. So the obvious answers were out there.
We just weren't awake to them.
We weren't.
Which is totally fair for me, because I'm never...
No, we weren't up to it. Fuller again, that's wide of off stump, and that's left alone. Score remains on 52 for 1. We've got one ball left of this over, the 24th, and then Charlotte Taylor will stay on. And Nick Gledhill from BBC Essex will be back alongside her. We're never off for long.
We're not. We're back before you know it. If you miss us...
It's good, isn't it? It's good that we're not off for too long, isn't it?
Yeah.
You're right. It's good we're not on for too long, probably most people are saying. Here comes Fuller again, and Wesley leaves that alone. Good carry from Fuller in that over, and that's a maiden. Fuller's bowled 2 overs, none for 1. And at 27 to Dean Elgar, 20 to Tom Wesley, and it's 52 for 1. Nick Gledhill back. Charlotte Taylor staying on.
Thank you, Kevin. And Essex, I say, pretty pleased with how things have gone. Hampshire will be a touch disappointed they haven't got more than the 1 wicket, but these two have batted very well, have shown all their experience. When the occasional bad ball has come along, they put it away. They took advantage of that loose start by John Turner, which got the scoreboard moving, and they've forced Vince to say bowl Dawson, who wouldn't particularly have been an obvious choice actually when we started, but see him bowl, you know, a decent spell on the opening morning in the conditions that we thought were going to be quite loaded in favour of the seamers. But he's gone to Dawson, who's going to bowl his 5th over, and he's got Dean Elgar in his sights with a slip and a short leg and a short mid wicket. There's a fine leg, a mid on, a mid off, and a square cover. And Elgar goes onto the back foot to look to play a stroke he's played a few times, looking to just whip the ball away through mid wicket. But that time, it's just I think it's hit him slightly awkwardly, and the umpire is just keeping his arm out raised to delay play while Elgar gets himself back into his crease. Missed out on the stroke there, and just got, I think, hit on the body. But anyway, this time he does get the stroke as he would have wanted, just clipping it away past short mid wicket and looking for a second run as fielder comes in from the deep mid wicket boundary. But there's only going to be one there, and they'll settle for that. So Elgar moves along to 28, and Essex 53 for 1 in the 25th over. So it's not been particularly dramatic or exciting progress, but they certainly have settled for this, I think, Charlotte, when they lost the toss.
Yeah, absolutely. Just to have lost the 1 wicket so far, be best pleased.
We'll see. It's going to be an innings where they need to get a platform and then try and push on, given the time that's been lost. Although it is a longer day today, and the weather is set fair today, but not good for tomorrow. It's played defensively by Wesley up towards that short cover, and there's no run. England 348 for 9. Jamie Smith out for 111. And just looking to scramble some late runs with the bowlers. It's played defensively by Wesley, and there is no run, so the lead's 112. It's going to be a question of whether Sri Lanka can make a much better start second time round than they did on Wednesday morning. Just a slip in, the only close catcher, but there's also a short mid wicket and short cover. That's played defensively by Wesley. Again, getting head right over the ball, not taking any undue risks. Just making sure that Essex lay this platform. So they've got Jamie Cox back in the ranks, and he can certainly push it along if he gets in later on today. Here's Dawson again, bowled, and again another defensive shot from from Wesley, nicely played. Not much turn as you'd expect for Dawson, but I think he's just doing a bit of a holding operation at the moment for captain James Vince. He's bowled 5 overs for 11. James Fuller's been pretty tidy at the other end. I say it's they've put the constraints on the Essex scoring. They were looking to get away a little bit mid-morning, but it's been tougher going since then. But they were very pleased, say, to take the score up from 7 for 1 to 53 for 1. Das the only one out for 5.
Yeah, I think maybe Cook and Porter would be looking at this pitch saying, oh, we want to bowl on this, but maybe it was a good decision as Hampshire first thought.
I think there would have been probably a bit more in it for the bowlers yesterday evening.
Yeah, absolutely. Fuller then to continue a short delivery that's pulled nicely all the way along the floor to Fletcher Middleton out a deep square leg, and they'll pick up another single. 54 for 1 now. Wesley 20, and with that shot Elgar moves to 29.
And that's why, you know, that toss at the Oval yesterday, because conditions, apart from the fact that it was dry, that was the one difference, but other than that pretty much the same as here. But clearly a bowler's day, and Surrey took advantage of that, and it just feels a lot fresher today than it did yesterday. Yeah, maybe a little bit more comfortable for the batters.
Fuller in again, bowls back of a length delivery to Tom Wesley. He's back on his haunches and plays it into the offside, and there is no run.
And talking of Surrey, who got those 3 bowling points yesterday, bowling Lancashire out for 204. They're 156 for 3 at the moment. So they're obviously going to get, you would have thought, a first innings lead there.
Just hope it's not too many for both of these sides.
Well, yeah,
it's not too many.
I think the hope is that there's going to be rain there tomorrow as well, and
it'll affect everyone. Fuller in again, then bowls to Wesley, who's beaten on the inside edge. That time goes through to Brown, who's looking up to the heavens, as if to say, why wasn't there a little touch on that? But there wasn't. Goes through to him, and there is no run.
Yeah, so that if Lancashire could hold on for a draw in that game, that would, assuming they're not going to win it, which seems pretty unlikely, but if they could at least hold on for a draw, that would be very useful. But Surrey got what they wanted in that game, bowling first and third, hoping they don't need too much time to win the match.
Fuller in again, glides in from a wide angle past the umpire, bowls to Wesley, leaves alone outside the off stump through to Ben Brown. Fuller doing a great holding job here at the moment.
Yes, it's almost as if Hampshire have adjusted to seeing what the pitch is doing and just trying to sort of persuade one of these 2 batters to make a mistake, because there's not a lot in it. I mean, it looked quite green at the start, a bit less so now, but it hasn't done anything like as much as we thought it possibly would.
Just got to be patient, the bowlers here. Absolutely wait for one of these 2 to make a mistake. They're not at the moment. Fuller again bowls to Wesley. Solid defence into the offside once again from him.
I mean, this is looking a bit more like you know, the sort of typical pitch here, which you know, will go the 4 days, which is pretty good for the batters. Yeah, for example, I think the Kent Championship match, that was one that I think looked as though it did a bit at the start. I think Hampshire lost a couple of early wickets, and then it turned into a bit of a road. Certainly once Vince got in.
Happens so often, doesn't it? Vince makes it look very easy sometimes. Fuller in again, a slightly shorter delivery, but again forward in defence is Wesley, solidly into the offside. That's the end of the 26th over. Essex 54 for 1, Elgar 29 from 74. Tom Wesley supporting him nicely, 20 from 73 deliveries. Fuller 3 overs, one of them was a maiden, conceded 2 of his 3 so far, so playing a good supporting role. Just being patient here, the Hampshire contingent, waiting for that mistake to come from Essex, and they don't really look like making one at the minute. Very watchful, very careful in their approach to this first innings here on day 2 at Utilita Bowl.
Yeah, the sort of signs of the pitch, slow pitch, might not be easy to score quickly on it, but difficult for the bowlers to extract wickets. It might not be suited to a sort of 2.5 day game, which is effectively what we've probably got. As here Dawson bowls, and that's whipped away to mid wicket, but not past the fielder this time, and there is no run. Gubbins there making sure it didn't get past. because that's been a favourite scoring area for Elgar off the left arm spin of Dawson. There's a short leg and a slip in, and here again playing it in that direction, but this time a little bit more gently straight out to Gubbins, and there's no run. So I think lunch is 10 past 1 today, so we've got 20 minutes to go, and it's 104 over day, so it could be quite a late finish. So we're seeing a bit more spin than I think we were expecting with Dawson bowling this spell this morning. As here, that is short, and again it's pulled away, and disappointed I think there Elgar, but he's hit that not as cleanly as he would have liked, because it's gone out towards deep backward square leg. I think he would have been hopeful of a boundary with that, because Dawson just dropped a little bit short, but it wasn't to be. Just got the single, but he's gone on to 30, goes into the 30s. Has been a model of consistency for Essex in the championship this year, and it's fully justified his signing, as that's played defensively by Wesley off Dawson. Again, head right over the ball, up into the offside, and there's no. And the one thing arguably that's missing is one big 100 that you might expect him to make, but maybe he's saving that for the Surrey game at the end of the season. He's certainly more than capable of getting big 100s. Here's Dawson, bowls, and Wesley uses his feet and then checks his shot, and in the end just plays it out towards mid-on. Well, there's a misfield. They go through for the single, but for much of the time it looked like there wasn't going to be a run there at all, but Kyle Abbott couldn't gather it in cleanly, parried it, and they did set off for a run, and then as it was parried to Vince, he then threw at the keeper's end, but no problem for Elgar in terms of safely getting home there.
Yeah, all of a bit of a couple of seconds of panic, but all settled in the end, no real risk.
So it's going to be Dawson again bowling to Elgar, and Elgar with a lovely drive. That's a shot of the morning so far, a drive between the bowler and mid-off that goes for 4 runs. Just over pitching slightly there, and Elgar leaning into the shot and playing that away for 4. He goes to 34, and the score for 60 for 1. Elgar, well, as I say, just underlining sort of how well he's done, averaging just on 57, the top score of 120 not out, so that's one of his 200s, 5 other 50s, so he's been a model of consistency in his 16 innings, and I think he's on course to matching his average today. 60 for 1.
Yeah, and a 50 partnership up between these two as well. Brilliant partnership since the early wicket fell. Das fell for 5, and the score was just 7, so these two have put on a nice 50 partnership and just building slowly.
Yes, Essex would love to have a full 4 days, I think, given the way the pitch is playing. It could be that actually batting first is quite useful.
It may well turn out to be that way. Fuller in again, shorter again, but Wesley tries to pull, and with no real timing into the leg side, can't get it away at all. Tried a couple of times to pull that shorter delivery that Fuller's offered up once or twice so far and can't get it away.
Yeah, Wesley averaging has gone up to 29 now, and it's been a disappointing season in the sense that he hasn't got 100 yet. Others were chipping in with big scores in April, but he's got a couple of 50s, just that top score of 81, but he'll want to try and improve on maybe a couple of times before the end of the season.
Fuller's into him. It's a shorter delivery. It's just played nicely down to 3rd. There'll just be a single for Tom Wesley. 22. He moves to Essex score in the first innings here, 61 for 1.
Yes, he mentioned that the Worcestershire are putting the pressure on the sides above them at the bottom of Division 1, and Warwickshire have responded by taking 3 early Somerset wickets. Warwickshire 337 and Somerset were second in the table, 41 for 3, of which Tom Lammonby has got 29, so he's adjusted well to going back into the longer format.
Round the wicket to the left-handed Elgar is Fuller. It's wide, short outside the off stump. Played nicely down to Toby Albert at a deep point. And they'll collect one more. Elgar moves to 35, Essex 62 for 1.
They were 0 for 2 there, in fact, at Edgbaston, Somerset, so that's a bit of a recovery. But
Yeah, very much so.
They'll, yes, Warwickshire need to get a win somewhere, because you feel that Worcestershire are certainly favourites at the moment to beat Kent. They're 57 ahead with 6 wickets left in their first innings in that game.
Fuller in again, beats the outside edge of Tom Wesley's bat, goes through to Ben Brown. That didn't miss by much. A good length delivery, and it narrowly missed the outside edge of Tom Wesley's bat. He's gone down to prod the pitch just to inspect where that ball might have landed. It was a very good delivery from Fuller, squared him up completely.
And so Worcester 228 for 4 at Worcester, 57 ahead of Kent. And the one other game in Division 1, Durham made a big 531 for 7, 531 for 7 declared at Chester Street.
Fuller in again, bowls. Good length delivery again to Wesley. He's trying to force it through the onside. We saw him play one of those shots earlier where he just uses a big bit of bottom hand to guide it through mid-wicket and can't find the gap. And no run is scored. I like the way he shapes up to play that shot though. Just really leans into it and uses his bottom hand to try and force it into the gap, but wasn't successful on that occasion.
3 centuries for Durham in that innings. Alex Lees, formerly of England, 145. Local 19-year-old product Ben McKinney, exhilarating 121, and Australian Ashton Turner, 114.
Fuller in again, bowls a shorter delivery on the hip of Tom Wesley. Plays it out to Hobie Albert at deep square leg. They'll collect one more to Essex. And Tom Wesley moves to 23. And we're through 28 overs here. Essex 63 for 1. He's a good product, that McKinley, up in
yes, that sounds like a very exciting innings.
In Durham, yeah.
And nothing too much wrong with Durham's batting. It's I think everyone's pretty confident they're going to survive comfortably in Division 1. Yeah, Ashton Turner, 31-year-old Australian, 114 not out, and they've got an early Notts wicket in reply, 15 for 1. So Notts could be under a bit of pressure if they lost that one. So 63 for 1. I say it's been a pretty good morning in the circumstances for Essex, having lost the early wicket of Robin Das when they were put into bat. Das out for 5 when the score was 7. Since then these two have added 56. It's not been exhilarating, but he wouldn't expect it to be. 28 overs, 63 for 1, and Dawson bowls from this hotel end, and that's played past mid-wicket, goes out for a single out towards Gubbins running around at deep mid-wicket, and there's just going to be that 1 to the total. But they'll be very pleased at this progress. Essex, it's going to be, I think, a question of once they've got the platform, trying to push on and make up for the lost time in the game. Try and engineer a position where they can control things, but a long way to go in the partnership yet. And in the innings, 64 for 1, 29th over. Dawson with a slip and a short leg bowls to Elgar, and Elgar just props forward. It takes him on the pad and bobs down to the slip fielder, just moving across.
It's a big front pad offered by Dean Elgar. Wasn't interested in trying to play that.
Not too much in it for the 5 Hampshire bowlers after a little bit of movement early on for Abbas and Abbott, as that's driven away up towards mid-on by Elgar, and there's a single. There's Vince, who seemed to have a bit of discomfort early on when he was close to taking a catch at second slip, and the ball might have just hit the turf and bobbed up and struck him on the hand, but he seems to be fine now. But he'll be looking for this second wicket, which hasn't come yet. Dawson, as you expect, keeping things pretty tight, but nothing much in it in terms of turn for him at this stage. Halfway through his 7th over, none for 19. He'll bowl to Wesley at 65 for 1, and Wesley will go on to the back foot. He's got plenty of time to hit that up to Abbott at mid-on, but it's close enough to Abbott to prevent any chance of a run.
Yeah, Liam Dawson probably the only real spin option they've got. They also have Tom Prest, I suppose, that can bowl a little part-time off spin.
England 358 all out, 122 ahead on first innings at Old Trafford, and that's just whipped away by Wesley down to short fine leg, but no chance of a run there. So I'm going to head off to do a report after this ball, Charlotte, and Kevin will be coming back. Just one more ball from Dawson in this over. 65 for 1. They were 7 for 1. Essex after being put into bat. Dawson goes round the wicket, bowls, and Wesley just plays a defensive shot up into the offside. 65 for 1 with Elgar 36 and Wesley on 24.
So another 12 minutes till lunch. Not a lot in it for the bowlers here. Dawson, interesting, Dawson has decided to come over the wicket to Elgar. Maybe there's a little bit of rough there now to work with. He's decided. Otherwise, not a lot there. Not even sure Charlotte Taylor would turn one out there.
I wouldn't turn one anyway, I don't think, if we're being completely honest.
I set you up there a little bit. He doesn't bowl as good an arm ball as you.
That's true. That's the one thing I could beat Liam Dawson. I don't think I beat him on anything else.
But your drift is second to none.
I'll teach him after the game.
Second to none.
James Fuller.
Yeah,
Sorry.
he's been impressive, isn't he?
Yeah, he has. To continue then, from the pavilion end, he's round the wicket to Elgar with 2 slips waiting. Bowls a slightly shorter delivery. It's whipped off the hip of Elgar and will find the boundary quite easily, actually. Got a little bit too straight on him. And that's 4 to Dean Elgar's total. He's found his way to 40. He's batted nicely, actually. No real chances given. Essex 69 for 1.
It's a normal game for him, isn't it? Risk-free cricket.
Yeah.
I've never seen him do anything else.
Plays it very nicely. Does Dean Elgar. Good signing for Essex. Round the wicket again, Fuller to him. Again, he's on his hip. Slightly shorter delivery that Elgar rides the bounce and plays it square of the wicket on the leg side this time. And collects 1 more to his total, 70 for 1. He's got, in this competition, Dean Elgar has 803 runs, best of 120 not out, averaging 57.35 this season, 2024. Over the wicket again as Fuller, left alone outside the off stump by Westley this time. 24 not out he is as well. Not quite having his most desired season, Tom Westley. Fuller being used as the aggressor in so many occasions for Hampshire. Finds himself playing a slightly different role today. A holding bowler, just trying to hit a good line in length and challenge the batters on this occasion, waiting for them to make a mistake. There's nothing really in it at the moment in this pitch for James Fuller. He's trying to extract the most out of it though, as he's more of an effort ball on that occasion, wide outside the off stump. Left alone by Westley, goes through to Ben Brown. He's... let's have a look. Trying to see how many. 10 wickets for James Fuller this season. For him, and his campaign. I'd like to have a few more. Dan Worrell sits top of the tree, 37 wickets. Jamie Porter playing in this game, of course. 34 wickets for him. Another effort ball by Fuller. Again left alone by Westley. Well judged outside the off stump. It goes through at chest height through to Ben Brown behind the stumps. Boundary off the first ball, where he was a little bit straight. And since then, much more suited to the right-handed Westley. Looks to have challenged him a little bit more. 2 slips are waiting. Tom Preston, Liam Dawson rubbing their hands together, waiting for an opportunity. They will be waiting though. It's not looking like it's being forced at all by this pitch. Is not aiding them at the moment. There's another short delivery at the head of Westley. Got on top of the bounce nicely and plays it down to... who's that down there? That would be John Turner down at a wide fine leg. Picks up another single, Tom Westley. 25 to his score. 71 for 1 Essex's total. We're through 30 overs here. And looks like Liam Dawson will continue. Dean Elgar, 41 not out. He's playing nicely and well supported by Tom Westley as well. He's going to come round the wicket to Westley. And he has been coming over the wicket to Elgar, trying to bowl into possibly some, talking about a little bit of rough that might be created. 64-run partnership currently. Liam Dawson then with a hop and a skip round the wicket, gets onto the pads of Tom Westley, plays it square on the leg side, picks up another single. It's definitely risk-free cricket from Essex, 72 for 1 their score now.
I'll tell you what, already I'm thinking, where are we going to get a result here in 3 days, the way this wicket's playing?
It might be a long way away.
Yeah. I think the only way is Essex would think to get a very big first innings total.
It's worked up to mid-wicket by Elgar on that occasion from Dawson. Still pursuing with this over the wicket angle to the left-handed Dean Elgar. He's in again, and that one's, well, he wasn't quite sure whether to go forward or back on that occasion, and he squirts it behind square on the leg side, but I think the short leg fielder, Fletcher Middleton, was maybe thinking he was in there for a minute. Good delivery from Dawson. Has the ball in his hands once again. He's in much more forward on that occasion, considerably more forward from Dean Elgar. Gets him on the pad out way outside the off stump though, so no real appeal. There was half and a one, I don't really know what it was for, but there we go. Just brush past it. 1 and 3 singles from Dawson off this over so far. Oh, and he's not sure whether to go back forward or back to that delivery either, is Dean Elgar. Went forward, decided to go back, tried to play it on the leg side and wasn't able to get off strike. Looks a little bit rattled in the last couple of deliveries or so, Dean Elgar.
He's just trying to find that one little bit of roughed up area.
And he's back in defence, whips it through square leg. Will get a single as it goes over the head of Fletcher Middleton. It's a good delivery again from Dawson. Troubled Elgar in that over. A single off the first, single off the last means that Elgar keeps the strike. He moves to 42. Essex 73 for 1. So we're closing in on lunch, 5 minutes or so away.
Less. Yeah. Might get one more over. Well, I don't think we'll get any more than one over in, you wouldn't have thought. 4 minutes for the over.
4 minutes for Fuller.
Just under. It's a good spinner, isn't it, that can look as though he's causing 1 or 2 problems on a wicket that's giving him absolutely nothing. Reminds me of watching you in your heyday.
In my... Where does heyday come from? I like that. We do this quite a lot, don't we? Discuss about...
Yeah, meaning
origins
of words.
Yeah.
Round the wicket, Fuller to a left-hander Elgar, who's just pushed up wide of mid-on, and he'll pick up a single. Moves on to field 43 now. 74 for 1. Yeah, heyday.
Yeah, if anyone knows,
that
please
come
get
from?
in touch. Or you can search on the interweb, Kevin James. Or would you prefer somebody to let us know?
Yeah, email,
Yeah,
suncricket@gmail.com.
I thought you were going to have a little searchy search.
Well, I might do, actually. Yeah, maybe I could do that, actually, couldn't I?
It's completely up to you. You can always wait for a handy listener to tell us the answer. I'm sure there's one out there.
Yeah, well, let's give it a couple of minutes, and then just before lunch we'll look for it. There's pull shot there from Wesley. There is a man out deep on the leg side. It's not brilliantly timed by Wesley, but he does keep it down. That's the main thing. He moves on to 27, 75 for 1 Essex. Well, overall, I think Hampshire have bowled pretty well today, but there is seemed to have been an awful lot of help from this pitch, really. Stephen Clark has emailed again. Clearly got nothing else to do up in the Shane Warne stand. silentcricket@gmail.com. He says, please congratulate Charlotte. As Elgar pushes that to mid-wicket. Please congratulate Charlotte on her consummate professionalism.
Another few words that I do not know what they mean. Well, I know what professionalism means. What was the word before?
Consummate.
What on earth does that mean?
That means consummate professionalism.
Thank you, by the way.
Which
really
means
appreciate the comments.
Without looking it up, it sort of means proper professionalism. You know,
okay.
it was the highest form of professionalism.
Well, thank you very much.
Because obviously we were both away, myself and Nick, for a while. The way you carried it all through, fullish delivery, which Elgar pushes out on the onside. Yeah, I'm not sure we're going to get time, are we, for this? So the meaning of the word heyday.
Yes, please. Sorry, I put you under the pump here.
Hay meaning H-E-Y?
Well, I should.
No, it's H-A-Y.
Hay is in horse's hay.
Yeah, meaning of the heyday. Here we are. Oh, it's coming up with H-E-Y.
Fuller in again, bowls to Elgar. Struck on the pads this time, but balloons out square on the leg side. They go, get your words out, Charlotte. Do go through to 4-8. Oh my god, still can't do it. Throw a leg by to the Essex score. Choking on my words. That is something that's not professionalism. It's just me being... Can't get my words out. Dean Elgar, 43. Tom Wesley, 27. Kevin James is Googling that, so I will...
Oh!
There's a drop catch at second slip. Tom Wesley plays it, or tries to play it down and carries through to Liam Dawson at second slip. He drops the catch off James Fuller, who's done brilliantly to cause an opportunity. It's put down in the slips. A life for Tom Wesley. It's a fairly simple chance for Liam Dawson. We've seen him take far better catches and far tougher chances. He's been given a life on 27. Tom Wesley gets through for a single in the end as well.
It's almost too easy.
Yeah.
Wasn't it? It's one of those. I mean, you normally back Dawson every day of the week to take those. Back most people every day of the week. Never mind. Not to worry. 77 for 1. We'll move on. As you always try and do. Dawson bowling the final over. They are going to squeeze one in just as the clock on the scoreboard is showing 10 past 1 now. So now Colin Sturmey has very quickly nipped in solarcricket@gmail.com. He says, I'm guessing it's a fine weather day during the harvesting season. That's very good. It's driven on the bounce out to short extra cover. I'm also looking here, where did the term heyday come from? It says the earliest known use of the interjection heyday is in the early 1500s. But it then goes on about something that doesn't really say why it came in. So Collins probably is the most informative reason it's driven up to mid-off. Stephen Clark, oh hang on. Oh yeah, he's looking at the same bit as I have. He's just copied and pasted it from a well-known search engine. Off the back foot there, Wesley's found the gap through extra cover and that's going away. He's timed that brilliantly. Moves on to 32 with that boundary. 81 for 1. So the earliest known use of the noun heydays in the late 1500s, with the earliest evidence from around 1590 in the work of Sir Thomas More. The origin of the word is uncertain. Heyday can be used to denote good spirits or passion, and could also be used as an exclamation of surprise, cheerfulness or wonder. For example, the spectatorship for different types of theatrical offerings was expanding during the heyday of the operatic burlesque.
Well, there we go.
Not sure I'm any the wiser really. That's pushed up towards mid-wicket. Not sure what much that means, but anyway, there we go.
It's good to always get some knowledge.
Yeah. One ball left of this session then. Dawson round the wicket to Wesley and he prods forward, and that will be the end of 2 hours and 10 minutes on day 2, which is effectively day 1, with Essex 81 for 1. Dean Elgar is 43 not out. Tom Wesley is 32 not out. These two have so far put on 75 for the second wicket after Robin Das was LBW to Moa Bass, a wicked nip backer that kept low. He was out for 5. That was 7 for 1. Right, we'll take a quick break, shall we? Well, it won't be a quick break. It'll be about 40 minutes, but we're off for lunch. Myself, Kevin James, Charlotte Taylor and Nick Gledhill will be back with you for the start of the afternoon session. Well, so how many points now between the Vipers and Fitch? To the Utilita Bowl, where we are minutes away from getting underway the afternoon session on day 2, which is effectively day 1 of this County Championship Division 1 fixture between Hampshire and Essex. Yesterday, if you don't already know, was washed out, so this does make it effectively day 1. Now, the state of play after this morning, where Hampshire won the toss and elected to bowl first, well, Essex have done quite well. They're 81 for 1 in 2 hours and 10 minutes worth of play, with Dean Elgar not out on 43 and Tom Westley not out on 32. They have so far put on 74 unbroken. Partnership for the second wicket. The one wicket taker was Mohammed Abbas. Early on, got one to nip back on Robin Das, and he was LBW for 5. Your commentary team this afternoon, Southern Vipers off-spinner Charlotte Taylor is still here. She'll be on shortly, but it's myself, Kevin James, and from BBC Essex, it is Nick Glidhill. Nick, good afternoon.
Yeah, afternoon, Kevin. Pleasantly warm. It's not going to be a particularly hot day, but still fairly fresh. Still that bit of a breeze there, not to the extent that certainly we had yesterday, and it remains partly cloudy. But from what you're saying, if the sun does come out this afternoon, we'll know about it, because it will shine into our gantry here.
Yes, you've got that to look forward to.
Well, it's a bit like Chelmsford, actually, in the latter part of the season, where we have the same thing.
It is very similar. Now, it's going to be Carl Abbott to get the afternoon session underway. He was a little unlucky in the morning session. 6 overs, none for 8. He was round the wicket to Elgar. He was pushing forward, and that goes out into the offside, and there is no run.
So Hampshire missing an opportunity just before the delayed lunch interval, and they'll know that they've got to take their chances as and when they come around today, because you do get the feeling that it's not going to be particularly easy for the bowlers. It's almost sort of turned on its head from what we originally were anticipating, but I think there was always a prospect that batting wouldn't be as challenging today as it would have been late yesterday under the slate grey skies.
There's Abbott. 2 slips and a gully. Elgar drives down the ground. That should be 4. Might be a bit of a teaser. No, the ball's won that comfortably. Elgar was running, but in a way that he expected that ball to go over the rope. So Elgar moves on to 47, and it's 85 for 1. Yes, a little bit less in this pitch perhaps than maybe both sides thought.
Yeah, I mean, it's been quite slow, hasn't it? And Abbott over pitching there, and so the pace of the pitch not so much of an issue on that one. That was just over pitched and beautifully driven away by Elgar. It's the second shot of that type he's played.
47 from 94 deliveries as Abbott comes in again and bowls to Elgar, who's forward, goes out to backward a point, where Toby... No, it's not, it's James Fuller fielding.
As I say, the one thing that Essex did get completely right, without any shadow of a doubt, this season, and most things they have got right, but certainly the signings of Elgar and Cox wanting to leave Kent to... I think I saw an interview with him where he said he was being fed up with being in the field for 4.5 sessions and always having 600 on the board by the opposition when he went into bat. So I had some sympathy for him, but anyway, it's given him England recognition, but we'll see him today.
Abbott again to Elgar, leaves that one alone. Through to Ben Brown, the ball goes.
There's of course Kent were not best pleased when he left them, but you can understand that you don't want to be in a situation where you're perennially, if you're batting second in a match, you've got your backs to the wall, right. And it feels that Essex have given him better prospects, and he's certainly capitalised on that so far. I say done well enough to get that England recognition, and he still might yet play in one of the 2 remaining tests.
Abbott again into Elgar. Elgar again gets a length ball, just bends his knees as if to suggest that ball kept a little low on him.
It's a difficult judgment call, I guess, but I'm sure that even though England so far, it's not as though they particularly have needed the extra seam bowler, just having that, with 3 matches back to back has got to be useful, and they have to back their top 6 with Smith as the number 6 getting a century, getting 111. to be able to get enough runs without worrying too much about what the rest do. But you know, the other bowlers, particularly Wokes, are quite useful with the bat themselves.
Abbott's in again to Elgar, push driving up to mid-off, wants a single, takes 3 or 4 paces down the pitch, but James Vince fielding there prevents them from completing a single. 85 for 1, first over after lunch done. Now I can confirm that tea is fixed at 4 o'clock. I think one or two people would have known. And tomorrow I think is the same apparently. So you can set your watches. We will not be going over time like we normally do in afternoon sessions, and we go way past the scheduled tea. It is fixed at 4 o'clock.
So it's a bit more like the average Test match day, where you get to tea time and there's still 40 overs left, which is just bizarre how long they're going to continue with this, and you know, not bowling the overs in Midday when they could just be potentially starting a bit earlier and just extending the sessions a little bit, or even think about having run penalties. But yeah, it's not seeming to matter too much, of course, this summer, where the Test matches are tending to be quite short, and it looks like another fairly short one at Manchester this time as well. So Mohammad Abbas, we're back where we started with Abbott and Abbas, 2 slips, and that's a long way outside the off stump, and no great pace, and Wesley's happy just to leave it alone. Then we've got a mid-arm, and then a couple of mid-wickets, one just in front of square, quite wide, quite short as well, and then a genuine short mid-wicket in Toby Albert, and then we've got a backward point, a cover, a mid-off, and a fine leg on the boundary. So the positioning of those fielders suggests that they thinking is there from Vince that one potential route to a wicket is the ball stopping maybe and going in the air into that sort of cordon in the area just in front of square on the onside. Here's Abbas bowling, again straight as anything. There's been not much movement, left alone by Wesley. The one that got Das might have just moved a little bit late. It certainly was playing down the wrong line when he was LBW, but there hasn't been a great deal of movement on offer on this surface. And yeah, Robin Das is interesting because when I was first thinking of him playing in this game, I thought he'd be batting at 4 with Cox not available, which probably, although he has opened in second team cricket, would have been perhaps a more natural fit, you know, coming into a championship side. But of course, with Cox returning, it meant that he was either going to open or not play at all. That's outside the off stump, and again, no interest from Wesley in playing at that. And it's 85 for 1. We're in the 35th over, but we may end up using the word attritional to describe today, because it's got that sort of sign about it. Slow pitch, not easy to force the pace. Maybe a pitch more suited to a 4-day game and maybe the 2.5-day game at best that we're going to get. But who knows? There is still time for the game to move on. As Abbas up to the wicket, bowls quite a long way outside the off stump, and Wesley's got no interest in that. So let's say this over isn't going to help with moving the game on necessarily. It's stuck in a little bit of a ridge at the moment, with 4 fairly similar deliveries from Mohammad Abbas, and treated in much the same way by Tom Wesley, with not too much interest in playing them. But whether it's a spate of quick scoring or a clatter of wickets somewhere along the line is probably what's going to be needed in this particular contest, given the time lost. That's a much better delivery. That's probably what he's been searching for, one that's actually much closer to off stump, and it pitched and maybe just moved away from Wesley a little bit at the end. But that one certainly had Wesley in more than the one mind that he'd been in earlier. He had to think about whether to play at that and made a late decision not to. But that was the delivery that is going to cause Wesley more problems and potentially give Mohammad Abbas some success. Very nicely bowled. So 85 for 1. Still mainly cloudy, just little areas of blue sky, maybe not as much as there was earlier. And forward comes Wesley and head over the ball, plays it up to Albert at the straighter of the 2 short mid wickets. And there's no run. Well, applause from the crowd, but actually it's really for the 5th ball of the over, I guess, because that was the one that created the pressure, though it goes down as his 4th maiden, 10 overs, 1 for 16. And Essex 85 for 1, will certainly be happier than that, just early on in this afternoon session on day 2.
And looking fairly comfortable, it has to be said. 69 overs to do in the day. With Dawson bowling a few overs so far, it might help things along a little bit. 9 overs, none for 25. He bowled before lunch. There was nothing really in the pitch for him, as there hasn't really been that much in the pitch for the seamers. Mo Abbas goes down to fine leg.
Holding roll, I think it was, wasn't it?
Yeah. Here's Abbott round the wicket to Elgar. Punches that up to mid-on, and that's half stopped by John Turner. Does well, but they'll come through for a single. Does get a good bat on those shots, does Dean Elgar. He just prods at those and the ball comes out of the middle of the bat at a bit of a pace.
A model of consistency, just 3 away from his what would be his 6th half century of the season, to add to 200s. So the only thing that's been missing is the really big 100, which, well, there's less time to get it in this game, but it's possible. But he might be saving it up for one of the later games. But wouldn't be bet against him getting a big 100 before the end of the season.
Abbott's over the wicket to the right-hander Wesley. It's forward. Abbott tries to kick the ball off to Colour. Just about. Gets enough of a deflection to get it to Gubbins.
And Wesley had a pretty good time of it in the one-day cup, albeit this is a red ball, but he's sort of given the indication of someone who's in decent form, perhaps better for playing in the one-day cup. And he's looked fairly assured out there from the start.
Playing his 214th first-class game for Essex today. That's a lot of cricket. Here's Abbott, bowls. Wide. Wesley leaves that one alone.
And it means that he's, if you look at the Essex top 4, you've got, 3 internationals, in the sense that Tom Wesley did have a brief career with England. Dean Elgar's had a very significant one with South Africa, and Jamie Cox has been picked in the England squad, although, of course, he's yet to play, but he's been picked in an international squad, and I'm sure it's only a matter of time.
Move from Kent. Been a good move for him. Here comes Abbott, bowls to Wesley. Wesley on the back foot, doesn't really time that as it goes up to mid-off.
As I mentioned, that game at Manchester might be another short one, because Sri Lanka were looking to improve on that 6 for 3 they were in the first innings, and they were 1 for 2 this time. So whether you count 1 for 2 as an improvement on 6 for 3 is a moot point, but they're now 16 for 2, still 106 behind, and it needs them to dig in and at least take this game into tomorrow. And of course, if they take it into tomorrow, if the weather's bad, they might well take it into the final day, which would be quite rare to have a 5th day being used.
But Wesley drives straight up to mid-off.
I just think the test match is starting on Wednesday, Kevin, are sort of asking for trouble in that respect, because you want to try and maximise the weekends. Perhaps in August it's not so much of an issue, but it would be a great shame. I think the Lord's Test against the West Indies was over before the weekend, and there's a chance this one might be as well.
Yeah. Mind you, they did have the positivity of the fact that they played up there and we didn't play here.
Yes, and of course the one place they had a lot of play apart from the Oval was Chester Street, which tends to have its own climate on occasions like this.
Yeah, better off up north. Wesley works that away to mid-wicket, hasn't really timed that. Bit of extra bounce from Abbott, ends that over. 86 for 1, Essex.
Yeah, it's so far from everywhere else that it can have a very different sort of weather patterns up there. But yes, they made full use of their day's play. Durham certainly on top in that game against Notts. And here, as I say, it's sedate progress, 86 off 36 overs, but Essex looking to lay a platform, and the fact that they've got Cox in the side, and although he's not been in the best form, Critchley and Walter, there's potential to certainly push things along if they want to try and score quickly. Obviously they can't really bank on what the weather's going to be tomorrow, but it may be that they've got an idea of how long they'll want to bat to try and get a chance of winning. Bass bowls, that's a beautiful delivery, that's the best he's bowled for a long time. It's pitched round about off stump, bounced, and somehow Elgar's managed to avoid getting an ace to that. That's a superb piece of bowling going around the wicket.
Just held its line, the ball there. Just drawing Elgar into the shot on the angle, and the ball's just straightened off the pitch.
Yeah, it's a lovely piece of bowling, that. And just every now and again, he did it with Robin Dass's dismissal. And the fifth ball of his last over was very good. Fairly innocuous over apart from that, but that's a good start to this over from Abbas, who's going around the wicket again. Both a full length delivery, but well executed, and Elgar spots what he needs to do, which is to get forward to it, and plays it out to Vince at mid-off, and there's no run. 86 for 1 after Essex were sent into bat, and Shane Snater, I think quite reasonably, was preferred to Ethan Bosch, simply on the basis of the fact that Snater's had a pretty good season, along with the other seamers. He's up amongst them. Porter 34 wickets, Snater 30, Cook 29 from just 6 games. Of course, well supported by the spinners, with Critchley and Harmer with almost around about 55 wickets up between them, I think, as that's played defensively out towards mid-wicket. There's Toby Albert there, no run to Elgar on this occasion. The only man to go was Robin Das. He was saying the potential, if Cox had not been available, he might have batted at 4 and one of Brown or Kushi might have opened, but he was in the most difficult spot today, which was opening up, and hit one nice boundary, but then got a very good delivery from Abbas, which beat his defensive shot, and he was LBW for 5. Abbas goes round the wicket, bowled. That cuts into the left-handed Elgar, who makes a judgment he doesn't need to play at that, and it just, I think, bounces again before going through to Brown, an indication of the slowness of the pitch. And so its first thought on this is going to be hard, unless it's a decision that between the captains, look, one of us really needs to win this game, let's see if we can work something out. But we're a long way from that, and I think a lot depends on what the weather does tomorrow. That could be one of the features, of course, of this last batch of championship games. It's played defensively back down the pitch, and there's no run, because 8 points for a draw, you're never going to get any sort of contrivance, because the draw is such a valuable commodity. But when draws aren't of any great use anymore, and we might see 1 or 2 games being set up towards the end of the season, probably not just yet, but it's something that might happen. Certainly has happened before.
Anything to try and stop Surrey winning the title again?
Yes, which after a difficult start today, they've gone into Surrey-like mode. Lost a couple of very early wickets, but Rory Burns 94 not out, 191 for 3, but just 13 behind Lancashire at the Oval as Abbas bowls. Good delivery, which is close enough to the off stump of Elgar to make him think, but he lifts the bat out of harm's way, and applause. That's a much better over, to be honest, from Abbas than the one that got a similar amount of applause before. That was a really good over, and 11 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 16. He certainly kept it very, very tight indeed. 86 for 1 with Elgar 48 and Wesley 32.
Interesting, he did a little whirlwind action on his run up there, Mo Abbas. I don't think I've ever seen that before. That's something to look out for if he does that again. So 37 overs gone in the day. Still 67 to do. We're playing extra overs, of course, to make up for yesterday, and we'll be doing that again tomorrow. Here's Abbott from the pavilion end to Wesley, who's forward. Wesley has already been dropped on 27 just before lunch. Not a difficult chance to Dawson, it has to be said, behind in that slip cordon off the luckless James Fuller. But he survived. I would back Dawson to take that 49 times out of 50. In fact, I'd back most players to do that. Yeah.
What if he sat at lunch just thinking about it? I would be.
Would you? If you dropped a cat? Well, I'm sure you've hardly ever dropped a cat.
No, I have.
Have you? Have you really? Wesley is forward. Play out very late. It goes behind square on the leg side of forward defensive. Called through by Dean Elgar, who was always looking for any opportunity for a single. 87 for 1. Really, I can't believe you've got safe hands, you?
I do, but I have small hands.
Oh, right.
So that's what I blame it on.
So
I saw
when you
Karen Pollard drop at least 2.
Oh.
And I was like, he's got no excuse. He's got the biggest hands in world cricket, surely.
Bucket hands.
Absolutely. But there we go.
So, was it one of those that when you drop, you literally for days afterwards?
Not days.
No.
But if this was to go on and there was no more wickets taken, you're sort of getting into the end of the day and there's still only 1 or 2 down, you're thinking, oh no. That's
always the worst, isn't it? Abbott's in, and that's left alone by Elgar.
If it's quickly rectified, you don't think about it for as long, but if it's not and it drags on,
yes,
and Wesley goes on to get 100, you're then starting to think, opportunity missed.
Well, we haven't got any workmen above our roof at the moment, but we've got the gulls. So,
The gulls.
it's noisy whatever it is over this side. The gulls are back. We haven't suddenly moved this ground a little closer to the sea, as it might have just been sounding then. I say we, it wouldn't be us. Here comes Abbott. Another length ball to Dean Elgar. You know, I was looking up the just before the start of this game. I was looking up at one or two things that may or may not have happened. And of course, Dean Elgar and Kyle Abbott were playing in the same South African side together for a while. And in fact, the game where Kyle Abbott was forced to come out and say, you know, I'm not playing for South Africa anymore because he was told that the story was coming out. He wanted to try and keep it quiet until the end of the series that they were playing against Sri Lanka. But he was told in the middle of the series that the story was coming out, so he had to tell, that's left alone outside the off stump, had to tell his teammates, and Elgar was playing in that test.
Lots of history.
Yep, that was back in 2017, start of 2017, that January 2017 that was. Second test of that series. And Elgar was in that part of that. In fact, I was looking up the actual article, or several articles on that time, that he actually told Hashim Amla first.
All right.
Because they were on the team bus. And he apparently turned, well, according to this particular account, he turned round to Amla and said, look, I just want you to know, oh, that's come back, that's a good leave, but lovely shape on that delivery. Ben Brown diving well to his right to take that. Lovely shape, but unfortunately the shape on the ball was past the was past the batter. 87 for 1. Yeah, and he said to Amla, look, I've got something to tell you. And Amla apparently, before he even said it, Amla says, I know, don't worry, I know. So I think it's one of those where
Gets out
anyway. Yeah. There we go. So Elgar was around in the South African team at the same time.
Makes sense. I quickly forget like how, you know, international teams move on and new players and you get excited about them. You think, of course he played for them for years, as in Elgar.
Yeah.
He's only just retired, of course, but there we go. You just forget. Well, I do anyway, maybe it's just my memory. Abbas then from the hotel end over the wicket to Wesley. It's a nice drive. Won't beat mid-off though. Good fielding by James Vince, looking very sprightly, running around and diving with a roll to his right. No single will be taken.
Yeah, Abbott has got fed up of not playing regularly. There was such a good side downstairs.
Yeah.
Walker, Philander, to us. But I think actually around the time that he'd already made the decision and had already signed a contract with Hampshire, so he'd already made the decision. But then I think one of them got injured and he was going to be playing a lot more, so it made it
oh no,
made it worse.
We actually need you. Carl, come back. He's here now. He's ours. Over the wicket, Abbas to Wesley. It's another good drive. Not with any real timing though up to Kyle Abbott at mid-on. No run will be taken. That's two expansive drives from Wesley to two full deliveries. He's looking positive out there. Essex 87 for 1. Abbas into his 12th. It's about 5 maidens. His economy rate over the years is just ridiculous. And sometimes non-comparable to other people over such a long period of time for club and country. Schrader this time worked nicely into the leg side. They'll pick up 1, looking for 2. It will be 2. An easy 2 in the end as Fletcher Middleton comes around to his left to do the fielding at deep mid-wicket. Wesley moves on to 35, Essex 89 for 1. Little breeze just drifting across the ground. It's actually quite pleasant. I mean, I've got a jumper on, but I'm like quite a nice temperature.
It's all right actually. If it stays like this for the next 3 days, yeah, it's fine.
We'll be happy.
Yeah, we will. Good watching weather.
Not tomorrow though. I feel like the heavens will open, unfortunately. Abbas, that's beaten the outside edge. Has it? It's beaten the outside edge. Doesn't take the edge of Wesley's bat. It's a good length delivery again from Abbas. The one before was a bit straighter. That one in and around off stump. Didn't miss by a lot. If you're watching on the live pitch feed, hopefully you'll get a little replay to have another look at that.
Again, just one that just holds its line. Fraction, doesn't need to be much. It's right on the money. good line, good length.
Brilliant delivery from Bass. Consistent. Testing Tom Wesley here. He's over the wicket again. Bowls to Wesley. A good length delivery. Good drive again from Wesley up to mid-on. Kyle Abbott gets low to his left and does the fielding. Driving on the up was Tom Wesley there.
Great pick up by Abbott. It's almost like he was looking around, waiting for somebody to say, "Well done, Kyle."
Yeah, where's my pat on the back?
But nobody. Vince wasn't even looking at him at mid-off.
I would shout from here, but one, he won't hear me. Two, he probably won't
We could
care.
have shouted and said, "Well done, Kyle."
I saw it. I appreciate a good bit of fielding from a tall man.
I just got the feeling he was so pleased that he picked it up in one movement.
Maybe you should mention it if you talk to him at the end of the day's play. Abbas over the wicket, driving nicely on the up is Wesley. Brilliant shot through extra cover. He'll pick up 4. Really good piece of timing. Not easy when they're on the up like that. And he's just looks like he's in a different gear now. He's just taken a look at had a few drives and thought, no, I'm going to take this one on. 39 he moves to. Essex 93 for 1.
Stephen Clark has emailed. He's up in the Shane Warne stand. He's already emailed a couple of times. He normally does email quite a bit, but I don't always read them out. It just depends on what mood I'm in and what rubbish he's writing, really. But anyway, this one is just about worth the airtime.
Okay. Congratulations, Stephen. You made the cut.
solidcricket@gmail.com. Talking about the extra hours we're making up because of yesterday, which is the norm, of course, when it happens. He says, with regard to starting earlier, how difficult would that be logistically? Stewards, players, staff would all, of course, have to come in early. Maybe all sorts of problems behind the scenes, he says. Particularly if you want the public in earlier. Well, they come in at 10 o'clock anyway, outside the off stump, and that's left alone. Obviously, not everybody comes in at 10 o'clock, but there's always a few. Well, I mean, if you started at 10:30, I suppose it wouldn't matter too much. He says the simple answer to all this is to start at 10 o'clock every day. But would that be possible? Does anybody know why 11 o'clock was chosen as the traditional start time? I have absolutely no idea. Nick would know, wouldn't he? And he does know. Nick knows. Is it because in the old days maybe teams just travelled on the morning of a game? Oh, it was 11:30 in those days, wasn't it? Of course it was. So 11 o'clock has actually
We've got an improvement as it is.
Yeah, it's already been brought forward. What more do you want? That's just pushed out into the cupboard. So I guess 11:30 was chosen because a lot of teams would have travelled on the day, my guess. So in those days, you know, yeah, the hotels would have been slightly different, wouldn't there? There wouldn't be so many of them around.
Yeah, you might have to travel into the game. I assume most of the players stay in this hotel.
Yeah, it's all different now. There's a lot of standard hotels around that weren't around in those days. So yeah, of course, yeah, 11:30 starts in those days. 1:30 lunch.
What time to be alive?
Well, it was about spin all day. Always finished at the scheduled time. A lot of the seamers were there just to get the shine off. He's punched that off the back foot up towards wideish mid-off. Vince Fields, but again, Elgar is a great judge of a single up in that area, and he moves on to 49, and it's 94 for 1. Yeah, I wonder when it changed from 11:30 to 11. That's the other question. Now, if Dave Allen was here, he would know that straight off.
Dave, are you listening?
Yeah. No, he's at the Victorious Festival down in Portsmouth.
Oh, is he?
Yeah, he's got some tickets for that. He's well into his music, Dave.
Oh, wow.
Has his skiffle band, whatever skiffle is. I think he has told me, but I can't remember. That's pushed up to mid-off by Wesley. So yeah, he's got tickets for that. So why he's not around, as he would normally be days 3 and 4. Says I'm having a weekend off.
Don't blame him. Speaking of weekends, Hampshire women.
Oh yes.
A little shout out.
Yes. Off you
are
go.
in the county finals up in Neston, at Neston Cricket Club in Liverpool. They will play, I can tell you actually, in more detail after this delivery.
But from the pavilion end, over the wicket to Wesley. Wesley again forward, immaculate forward defensive. Now that's a long way to go in anybody's book.
It is.
Finals day.
But they will play, I can't remember which opposition, which order, but there is on Sunday They will play match 1, which either be, the 4 teams are Hertfordshire, Hampshire, Warwickshire, Derbyshire, up at Neston Cricket Club. So they'll play 1 game on the Sunday, 2 on the Monday, Bank Holiday Monday, of course, this weekend.
And that's
winner
4
that
out,
tops the group.
and that's 4 out of all the counties. It's left alone outside the off-stump end of the over, 94 for 1.
I don't know the answer to that, because there was more groups, I think. There was a lot in our group. Hampshire's group, there were, I want to say 10 teams. It was an awful lot. But obviously it includes minor counties as well, Hertfordshire and the likes. So it was a good competition. And the finals are, I assume it's across all of the groups. The winners of each group. Maybe there are only 4 groups worth of 10, I'm not sure.
So there could be finals days elsewhere, you mean?
Well, then you wouldn't really get an overall winner. That's kind of my problem with it. So I'm not really sure. But anyway, we're playing in a final. We're taking
That's
it.
all that matters.
Up at Neston Cricket Club.
Wow, that is a trek.
Yeah. I don't actually have to go, which is quite ideal. I'm with you. On Bank Holiday Monday. Right arm round the wicket, Mo Abbas to Dean Elgar. Strays on the line of leg stump, turned to mid-wicket, and there is no run.
I was going to say, you've been coaching them though.
I have.
So didn't you want to go?
I wanted to, but I didn't want to just go for the 1 day and then come back and then do the...
Well, if you wanted to, I can
I
find
love how we're
somebody
just having this
else.
debate live on air, but I really enjoy commentating with you, Kevin. It's,
Okay.
I stick to my commitments. That's just my
Well,
thing.
Listen, we'll maybe have this conversation off air at tea time. But no, seriously. I mean, you've been looking after that team throughout the competition.
I have. Right arm round the wicket to the left-handed Elgar. Beats the outside edge of Elgar. Maybe even on the inside edge, actually. It was a quicker delivery, actually, from Abbas. Went through with good carry. If you're watching on the live picture feed, we're going to see it once more now. Now, it was the outside edge as he just prods at it. No real foot movement, no real commitment to the shot. And just offered a little jab at it, did Dean Elgar. He's done that a couple of times, actually. Just before lunch against Liam Dawson. Wasn't sure to whether to go forward or back to him. And then just there against Abbas, not sure. In the nervous 49ers. He's probably experienced thousands of times before. But here we are. Abbas in again, bowls to Elgar. Good delivery, driving as Elgar to a wide mid-off. James Vince does the fielding, no run. Still on 49. The suspense. If this was me batting, I just want to get it over with.
Would you have a
49
swipe?
as the 99. Well, I wouldn't have a swipe, but I'd probably think about having a swipe and then decide against it for the good of the team. But no, I don't know. I've never played longer format cricket, so I literally have no idea how I would play.
Have you not got a half century in not even club cricket?
Oh, I've got a half century.
So you know what it's
I've got
like.
179 not out, Kev.
Oh, sorry.
For Southampton Solent University back in the day. Right arm round the wicket again. Clipped off the legs as Elgar gets a single. No, he doesn't. Great fielding in mid-wicket. Dean Elgar has to backtrack. He got halfway down looking for a single. It was a brilliant bit of fielding in there by Toby Albert. Prevents the single. I sort of had a year, I think it was like 2015, 2016, just before I snapped my ACL actually, where I think I scored 300s in 1 year.
Wow.
And I'd never really scored one before.
So
I mean, the standard of cricket when I was playing for Southampton Solent University against Aberystwyth women wasn't the best.
Still got to get
But you still got to get them. Yeah. It was a fairly slow pitch at Hursley Park Cricket Club. It was okay. I was quite proud of it. Abbas in again. Forward defence by Elgar. Plays it out into the offside. Gubbins does the fielding at a short cover. And there is no run.
It's a loud one.
It's a low one.
Yeah.
Still can't see it though. We assume it's directly above our heads. Can't see because of all the solar panels now, obviously.
Yeah, this is not the same type of roof over the other side we were talking about before lunch. Well, there wasn't more solar panels, and we were. Well, we had some good emails about. Well, you wouldn't want more, otherwise it gets dark over there under the roof. And of course, we've already got that over here anyway. We've got a
It's not overly dark.
proper roof rather than the perspex roof over the far side. Is it me?
It's me, but that's okay. Abbas pulls to Elgar, an awkward length that Elgar just about digs out onto the leg side. He looked a bit uncomfortable in that over actually, and it's maiden from Abbas. This is sixth even, sixth maiden Well, 13 overs, 6 of them are maidens. 1 for 22 for him so far. A good return. 94 for 1, the Essex score.
What was that?
I'm unsure. There was a announcement in the ground that we didn't quite hear from up here.
No, it's a bit.
I was chatting, which is just standard, so
Yeah.
I couldn't hear over my own voice.
It's a bit muffled anyway over here, isn't it? We never quite hear what's going on properly. So apologies if we can't convey that. Let's just hope it wasn't anything major. 94 for 1 then. Abbott about to start his 11th over. None for 15. He's been accurate.
It's probably Moabass's 105th maiden of the season.
Yes. Would you be celebrating the 105th?
Oh, maybe
maiden?
not. Maybe 100th maiden.
Or they could. Maybe there was a footnote. As Wesley drives, thick outside edge. Oh, it goes through the hands of Fletcher Middleton. A backward a point, although he was diving a bit to his right, to be fair to him. 3 runs to Wesley as the throw goes in at the bowler's end. And Wesley moves on to 42. 97 for 1. These two have now put a 92 unbroken for the second wicket. Email here from Neil Halsworth from Explorer Coffees. Other coffee companies available. I'll be glad in about 5 weeks. I won't need to say that for 6 months. Yeah. Will I be glad? Is that the right word? But anyway, I won't need to say it. He says, afternoon team. Tuning in from Creek HQ and enjoying the chat as usual makes up for yesterday's deafening radio silence. Oh, now the ball is being tossed to the umpires. Ian Blackwell first of all, and who's tossed it further on to umpire Martin Saggers, who was a seam bowler for Kent, and he's had a quick look at it and said, nah, that's fine. Be interesting to see how this game unfolds, says Neil, given the new time constraint. Not sure I'd like to see a return to 3-day championship matches, though some on social media are calling for such in order to address the utter free-for-all that is the schedule, given yesterday's announcements about next year's programme. Was there an official announcement about next year's programme? Oh, was there? I missed that.
Nick,
I think
Nick spoke briefly about it earlier on.
Yeah, was that an official announcement though? I think it was just an article suggesting that the format next year is going to be the same, which I wouldn't suggest otherwise, but Elgar's punching that into the covers. He's 2 or 3 paces down the wicket, eager to get that single, but he'll have to wait a little longer. Is there not an argument that we should stop trying to pigeonhole things in windows and play a mix of formats throughout the season and stop caring about other franchises around the world? My sentiments exactly. He says, are we due a ball change yet? Well, very nearly, during your email. Neil, but not yet.
They sort of released a home summer of 2025 schedule.
What, international?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I know the Utilita here confirmed that 3 internationals next year. And he's pushing forward there. He hasn't timed that. It goes back to the bowler. Now, Neil Abbott, who is Kyle's dad, I think he's back in South Africa now, so he's watching and listening. You're 2 hours ahead, I think that's right. So afternoon, Neil. I saw him up at Warwickshire actually. He was over for a little while in the summer. Briefly said hello to him. Cricket@gmail.com. He says, greetings Kevin and Charlotte. Just a follow on with your facts about Dean and Kyle. We mentioned earlier that they were in the same South African team for a little while. Here's Abbott round the wicket to Elgar. Elgar drives. He's still not got that single. It's gone straight to cover. He says Dean was the catcher at third slip that gave Kyle his first test wicket on his debut against Pakistan back in 2013, and they've been great friends ever since.
What a lovely story.
Fantastic, thank you, Neil. I mentioned that they were also teammates in Kyle's last test when he announced that he would be no longer playing for his country. Stephen Clark, who's up in the Shane-Warne stand, has emailed again. He's got an excuse to email again because he's telling us about the applause. As he pulls that away, it's just over the outstretched hands. Although he's got some fingertips on it at square leg. I think that's Fletcher Middleton, is it? He's gone for 4. That is his half century, which has come off 122 balls with 6 fours. And Elgar just acknowledging the crowd applause there. Because he didn't quite get hold of it. And even Fletcher Middleton, even now, is still clutching his fingertips. And that is the 74th time that Dean Elgar has passed 50 in first-class cricket. So Stephen Clark emailed sunandcricket@gmail.com. He says, the announcement and applause was for Graham and Sue's 44th wedding anniversary. Now, I'm wondering if that's the Graham and Sue that I know, who are very big Hampshire supporters. Well, they must be, otherwise they wouldn't get their names mentioned over the tannoy. Who followed Hampshire to the Caribbean and beyond once or twice. Not beyond maybe, but certainly to the Caribbean. That's outside the off stump, and that's left alone. 101 for 1. Right, I'm off for a little while, probably just as well. And Charlotte Taylor will continue, and then from BBC Essex, it will be Nick Gledhill. With Elgar 53 not out, and Tom Wesley 42 not out. Sorry, the towels are coming over. I forgot that, of course, Charlotte still has the towels. Are you coming over to this one?
I am, yeah.
Right, okay. So I'll let you do that. Let you pass the headphones to Nick, and it looks like we're going to have a little bit of Liam Dawson for the first time this afternoon.
Yeah, and the fact that he bowled so much this morning, I think, tells the tale of his pitch. It's been tough going for the Hampshire bowlers. The one who's really stood out, Mohammed Abbas, who has created genuine difficulties on occasions. Kyle Abbott kept it very tight, but the slowness of the pitch has worked against both, and indeed the other bowlers. Hence, we're going to see probably more of Liam Dawson bowling today, and I think we're probably expecting at the start of the day. Dean Elgar, 6 championship 50s this season. He's gone past 800 runs. He's a banker to get to 1,000 runs, you would have thought, during the campaign, but still 4 more games to go after this one. He is the leading Essex run scorer, not by a big margin, because Jamie Cox, going into this match, about 50 runs behind. Might yet catch him if he remains available for Essex during the rest of the season, but we shall see as to what the view of the ECB is on that. Anyway, here's Dawson to come in to bowl to Wesley, who goes off the back foot and plays that away comfortably for a single out towards deep cover, and moves along to 43. Scoreboard very quick here. 102 for 1, 95 run partnership for the second wicket. And by and large, with just the odd moment and the chance missed just before lunch, it's been fairly sedate progress. But they're laying a platform, and clearly with the likes of Cox and Critchley to come, particularly if Critchley can restore some of his best form, a chance to push on later in the day. As here, this is driven on the bounce up to cover by Elgar, who stays on 53, but they've looked pretty comfortable, Charlotte.
Yeah, they have. Good partnership between these two. Just the one chance, as you say. Dropped in the slips, Tom Wesley.
Slip a short leg and a short mid-wicket, and Elgar plays it to the last mentioned of those three. A stroke he's played quite often of Dawson, and when he gets it past that fielder, there's a run or two there, but Gubbins has quite often been in the way, as he was on that occasion. 102 for 1. Dawson over the wicket, bowls to Elgar. Elgar looking for a gap on the offside, gets it sufficiently wide of Abbott at mid-off to allow a comfortable single. Goes to 54, 103 for 1, closing in on that century partnership after the early loss of Robin Das. LBW to Mohammed Abbas for 5 when the score was on 7. At that point we thought there might be a bit of a flurry of early Essex wickets, but it didn't materialise, as the slowness of the pitch countered any sort of dampness that might have been around. As here, just to emphasise that, Wesley sort of backed away and almost spent an age waiting for the ball to get to him before he clubbed it out to cover, and there was no run. 103 for 1. Quite cloudy actually, not a lot of blue sky around. As Dawson bowls. Oh, that's flicked the pad. There's quite a good shout there, but might have been sort of leg side-ish as it went down towards short fine leg, but that's the first bit of moment of uncertainty that Dawson has created. What do you think of that?
Yeah, it looks like it's missing leg stump, doesn't it?
Look, leg stump might be the issue there. 103 for 1, Elgar 54, Wesley 43, but I don't think there's a lot expected from Dawson in terms of taking wickets at this stage. It's just the fact there's not a lot in it for the seamers, so he's an ideal man to play the holding role, which he's doing pretty admirably in his 10 overs so far. Here's someone who tends not to play the holding role.
I was going to say
it's in Turner.
Yeah, he does quite the opposite, doesn't he? A bit more of an enforcer. Bowled 3 overs earlier on this morning for 17, so it's quite expensive. A few looseners in there. and a couple of freebies that the Essex batters could pounce on. So he's hoping for a little bit more consistency this time around in his second spell. He's just having a conversation with James Vince, getting his fielders in the right place. Young bowler being guided by his captain.
Yes, he's just struggled for a line and length, trying to adjust to the slowness of the pitch, which negated his bowling style really early on. But see what he can do here. Say, notable that Abbas is the one who's caused most of the problems. Every now and again he's produced a genuine potential wicket-taking delivery. He's been particularly impressive,
as he so often is. Just keeps churning out the overs for Hampshire. Does Mo Abbas. You've got youth at the other end of the spectrum in John Turner as well.
This is where discussing off air with Kevin about whether Hampshire's best chance of getting that elusive first title since '73 might have gone. The fact that we're probably coming towards the end of this Abbas, Abbott, Barker era.
Round the wicket is Turner, then to the left-handed Elgar, as it gets a shorter one first up. He gets on top of the bounce and plays it nicely into the leg side and picks up a single.
One thing is for sure, Charlotte, whenever Keith Barker plays at Warwickshire, they're always left regretting the fact that he ever left them.
Yeah, he's quite a useful left-arm over bowler for Warwickshire and for Hampshire over the last few years. Keith Barker, not used today. They've gone with John Turner. 103 for one Essex, comes over the wicket to Tom Wesley, who waits now. Bowls a good length delivery this time, and in behind it is Wesley.
Bit of hope for those with tickets for the test match tomorrow, although it might be a bit wet tomorrow if the rain goes to the north as well, and even Sunday, because Sri Lanka have dug in 47 for 2, 75 behind. Angela Matthews, who evergreen Angela Matthews, got a century in 2014, I think, in a test match between the two sides. He's there on 19, and Karen Ratner is on 25, so at least a bit of a bridgehead.
Turner in again, another shorter delivery on top of the bounce again is Wesley. This time plays it to a mid-wicket fielder in the ring, Liam Dawson, and doesn't pick up a single there either.
It's interesting actually in the women's game. It's become more of an issue in the men's game. It has probably been an issue in the women's game. Uncompetitive games at various levels, with some sides being more dominant, obviously England and Australia being perhaps prime examples, and trying to bring other sides a bit closer to create more competitive cricket.
Yeah, absolutely. We see that with Surrey sometimes in the County Championship, pulling away from other teams. There's a lovely drive on the up by Wesley through extra cover. We'll go all the way for 4. He played one similarly off Abbas a couple of overs ago, and it's a lovely looking shot. There's a 100 partnership between these two. 248 deliveries. Really good partnership since Das fell so early this morning when the score was just 7.
It's certainly why you can argue the case for series against Australia and India, but against lower ranked nations, I remain a believer in 4-day tests with earlier starts and make the sides bowl the overs, because it brings the draw back into the equation, which always gives you that extra possible result that the lower side can fight for.
Absolutely. That's a really short delivery over the head of Wesley. Tried to hook it off with his shoulder. Umpire signalling one for the over if it goes through to Ben Brown. It's a well-directed bouncer.
The one occasion we thought we might get a 5-day test this year at Trent Bridge, West Indies promptly collapsed in their second innings. But I'm just a believer in Thursday to Sunday. It's just a natural cycle, like other big events like the Open Golf and all that sort of thing, and getting a natural conclusion on a Sunday.
In time for your roast dinner. Over the wicket, a Yorker this time from Turner. He's really mixing up his lengths and lines here. It's brilliant bowling actually. He's quite an aggressive bowler, and he's taking that role again now. 5 conceded, so he's bowled 4 overs for 22, but it's a much better over in terms of consistency, and even though he was changing it up, it's well-directed bouncer and a brilliant Yorker there that was well dug out by Wesley. So he's making them think a little bit more. Rather than just trying to pop it on a line and length, he's going for something a little bit different here. John Turner, 108 for one Essex.
Better over from him, wasn't it? Yes, I mean, one of the things that appears to be happening with direction of travel is to move test matches. We have got a test match series in the late summer this year, but certainly we won't next year, and the direction of travel seems to be to move test matches into June and July. Well, that will mean that if we got test matches not ending at the weekend, that kids won't be able to see it because they'll be at school. And I think that's an important thing. You know, it's nothing more exciting than a great finish to a test match. You know, Ben Stokes' famous win with Jack Leach, that was on a Sunday, I think, and as many people as possible being able to see it live. But yeah, we shall see what happens. But 108 for 1. Dawson bowls. Century stand is up, and that's driven beautifully by Elgar for 4 through extra cover. Lovely stroke that. Got to the pitch of it, and that's another classy shot from Dean Elgar, who's I think enjoying the conditions there. Just got to the pitch of that from Liam Dawson and put it away for his 7th boundary. He's played a couple of very nice strokes down the ground. That one through extra cover, and yeah, it's been a high class knock from Elgar. That's 7th boundary, takes him along to a 59, keeps him on strike with a short leg and a slip. Shortish mid wicket and 4 overs saving 1. As Dawson floats that one up, and it's hit on the bounce this time towards short mid wicket, where, as I say, a lot of the strokes from Elgar have been played. I think Hampshire is just waiting for the one that goes straight in the air to the fielder. Well, that one wasn't too far away, it was a bit uppish, but in the end perfectly safe. But Elgar looking very comfortable out there at the moment as he goes for a stroke away through the covers, and it goes a bit squarer than I think I was expecting. Albert's scamping around the boundary. He's the sweeper position, just square on the offside, and keeps them down to a couple of runs. Elgar to 61. I think Essex will be starting to think now. They've got a platform, just try and push it along a little bit, because you know, we've got this limited playing time available in the game. And obviously there are Cox and Critchley to come, and that will certainly help. Walter can certainly play in an aggressive manner, and Pepper's natural style is that's hit uppishly back to Dawson, but fielded in his follow through by the left arm spinner. Elgar remains on 61. Dawson in his 11th over. On the BBC Sport website and app via the smart speaker, and on the live stream, BBC Essex, BBC Radio Solent. That's played on the bounce down to short leg from Elgar, and the sun not making the sort of appearances that we're expecting, but it's a lot lighter day than yesterday.
Yeah.
I don't think I've been to an uglier day here weather-wise than it was yesterday, and it might be shades of that tomorrow morning as well, unfortunately. 114 for 1, and Elgar waits for 1. It keeps a bit low from Dawson, and in the end plays a slightly awkward stroke out to Vince at mid-on, but continues to look pretty comfortable with things out there. Yeah, 61 Elgar, Wesley 47, and as I say, the thinking perhaps for Essex as they go through the afternoon to try and push things along. There's slightly less risk, isn't there, in what's a maximum 3-day game, in that if things do start to go wrong, you know, there's not so much time for the other side to bat past you. So I think they could take a little bit of a risk a bit earlier than they would do if it was a 4-day match at this point. 114 for 1.
Which is kind of where Wesley's maybe thinking there that that's his role. He's definitely played a few more expansive shots. They're not reckless by any means, but just in the last few overs or so. Turner then to continue from the pavilion end over the wicket to Wesley. Bowls, and he's on top of the bounces. Wesley whips it into the leg side, thinks about a second initially, but then settles quite comfortably for a single as the fielder from deep square leg comes round to his left to do the fielding.
Surrey have a lot of players, of course, in the England side, and they have a couple of forgotten England players in their side. Rory Burns, 113 not out, batting with Ben Folkes, 35 not out, 230 for 3. They're 26 ahead of Lancashire, and I think it's fingers crossed from everybody else that there's going to be any result other than a Surrey win in that match. Certainly going to need a lot of rain tomorrow.
Turn around the wicket to Elgar this time. He's looking for a quick single up to mid-on, gets it comfortably in the end. Wesley is home. That's good running actually, puts the pressure on Abbott, who's running in from mid-on to do the fielding. 116 for 1.
And Jamie Smith, I was going to think Jamie Smith makes mistakes behind the stumps. He's such a good batter. He's such a good batter that it's almost going to be forgiven. And he missed that stump, a difficult stumping chance in the Test match. But I suppose he doesn't want to do that against Australia. That's the thing people will be thinking about. But,
yeah.
You
can't give those types of
India
lives
next year. But he's got a lot in the bank credit-wise. I can perfectly see why he's been picked, Jamie Smith, because he's such a good batter.
Turner to Wesley. It's a good delivery, good length delivery. In behind it solidly as Wesley plays it up to mid-on.
So things very much going Surrey's way. They had that gap on the chasing pack at the start. As I say, they've got these two on this slow pitch with a day lost already, and they've got, they can see Somerset 111 for 5, 226 behind Warwickshire, who really need a win, and a lot of work for Somerset to do. But James Rue has been in form this season after a poor start, 35 not out.
Another good length delivery from Turner. He's really bustling in here. Wesley again on his toes, defends it into the offside. No run is taken once again. 2 singles and 2 dot balls, first 4 balls of this over.
But the likely result that's really going to stir things up in the Division 1 table is the Kent-Worcester game. Kent 171, Worcestershire 334 for 5 at Worcester, so already 163 ahead, and Brett D'Oliveira's 84 not out. It really has been a courageous campaign from Worcestershire.
Similar delivery from John Turner. Again, in behind it is Wesley. Defends it back down to him. Does a couple of football moves to get the ball back up into his hands.
If they can win that, as they should, it's going to put a lot of pressure on well, any of Lancashire, Warwickshire or Notts who lose. I don't think Warwickshire are going to lose the way things are going, but the other two certainly are up against it and could have a few problems at the end of this round of games.
Turner over the wicket, short and wide this time, and not cashed in on by Wesley. Hits it straight to Fletcher Middleton at cover, and it's a real poor delivery from Turner to finish the over, but Tom Wesley couldn't cash in. 116 for 1, Wesley 48 not out, Dean Elgar 62 not out.
Yep, and you can tell, as you were mentioning there, Charlotte, that Wesley's looking to try and be a little bit more aggressive. He does look like someone who's been, albeit against the white ball, he's been in a good run of form in the One Day Cup. He's looked very settled out there. And as we said early on, he's not been in the best of form in terms of his output this season. But his average is climbing all the time in this innings, and heading for his first half century. He'd like to get a century, of course, but third half century of the campaign. So it's going pretty well for this pair at the moment as Dawson bowls, and Elgar squeezes it away just back of the square on the offside, and there is no run. Yeah, good chance for Tom Wesley to lay down a marker for a better end to the season than the first 9 games, and as I say, he looks like he's got a bit of form, so coming into this game, and so a good chance to really improve that average into the high 30s, as this is cut away by Elgar for at least 2, being chased around the boundary by Albert. Again, he had plenty of time to play that, not much turn for Dawson, and plenty of time to play the shot for Elgar. And he moves comfortably along to 64. I wonder how this would have panned out if we had played yesterday in marginal light, slate grey skies, pitch sweating and having been under covers. But it's certainly not done anything like as much as James Vince would have hoped when he won the toss and put Essex in, as this is played defensively by Elgar, just pushing forward and running it away just back of the square on the offside. So certainly I think Elgar, not going to back against him getting to 1,000 runs and possibly well beyond in his first season for Essex. As Dawson once again moves in, bowls. That's played just defensively by Elgar, who just assists Brown to complete the fielding from behind the stumps. 118 for 1, and fair to say a wicket would be, certainly in the absence of Mohamed Abbas, a wicket would seem to be against the run of play should it happen. But having said that, Dawson might produce something here, but in fact Elgar gets to the pitch of that and strokes it away out towards deep cover for his 65th run, and 119 for 1, 47th over, and James Smith must be wondering, have I read this pitch wrong? Or,
well, I know.
Because it's not done a lot, has it?
It hasn't. I mean, normally I'll have a quick chat before the game down there, but I didn't get a chance this morning. But it'll be interesting to think, yeah, at the end of the day, what they say. That interview will be on the Hampshire Cricket website afterwards, and also a portion of that on the @SonatSport Twitter feed. So, yeah, I will definitely ask that question. Did the pitch behave the way you thought?
I'd say it might have offered a bit more had we played yesterday. I think the fresher conditions certainly helped. That doesn't appear to be a lot of dampness around. I think the fact that the break from the rain has helped as well, as Dawson just floats one, which might just have turned gently past the off stump of Wesley, who offers no shot. Dawson, number 36 in 12. Wesley 48, Elgar 65. They pull on 112 so far. It's 119 for 1 after 47 overs.
Yeah, and just one chance during that partnership. Wesley dropped by Dawson off Fuller on 27. That second slip wasn't particularly difficult. Right, I've got an email here from Simon, solentcricket@gmail.com, and he's also sent me a picture to accompany this. He says, good afternoon. He says, enjoying watching the cricket from a very sunny and warm, now I hope I'm going to get this, although I'm probably going to get it totally wrong. This region's in central France, ish, he says. Peyre-la-Nonière. Probably got nowhere near that. Anyway, he says, I'm with a few friends here, Phila, Rach, Lisa and Dominic, whose 52nd birthday it was yesterday, as it comes in. It's in the air, but it's safe. In fact, it bounces at least a couple of times down there at deep backward square where Fletcher Middleton fields on the boundary. Elgar picks up a single, moves on to 66, 120 for 1. Right, it was Dominic's 52nd birthday yesterday. For the record, Dominic claims to be the first ever T20 night watchman. Was playing for the Wellington at the Royal Victoria Country Park. That's down towards Hamble, for those of you that don't know this particular area very well. As his orders from the other batter, Rich, was don't get out. And we actually did win the game, says Simon, as Turner comes in. It's a length ball and it's pushed by Wesley up to mid-off. Keep up the great commentary and quicker wickets, please, Hampshire, says Simon. And there he is, picture of him by the swimming pool. Looks beautiful.
Well, the one thing in terms of the game that helps Hampshire, the fact that with the situation as it is, it's only a 3-day maximum game, and we might not even have, that. We're going to have a slightly longer day today, but I think it's going to be a shorter day tomorrow, unless the forecast is terribly wrong. And then we get the 96 overs on Sunday. So, come back to that after this ball.
Turner from the pavilion end comes into Wesley, works that to mid-wicket.
There is a potential scenario in this game, the way it's going, that James Vince might have an option of declaring behind in the Hampshire first innings to try and set something up, depending on how much time is lost. But there's not a lot of point, I think, of both sides grinding out towards 400 when we get to that by tea time on Sunday, with Surrey looking likely to win their game, which is probably already at the stage where it would be nice if they can set something up, it's possible.
Turner in to Wesley. He flicks that a little harder this time. Goes out towards forward square leg, deepish. Single to Wesley, takes him on to 49 now, 121 for 1.
And that would be the last thought on the Essex mind at the moment. The Essex thought at the moment will be to try and get as many runs as possible, accelerate during the afternoon. Obviously we expect Cox to come in next, and he is in very good form, we know, from the 100. He was in great championship form before that, so accelerate and try and only bat once and bowl Hampshire out twice. That'll be their thinking at this particular stage.
Round the wicket is Turner, flicked away through mid-wicket. A vacant area there for Dean Elgar. He'll pick out 2 as Fletcher Middleton comes round from deep square leg, and Elgar moves on to 68, 123 for 1.
I suppose the thought in the back of the Essex mind, remember the game last year at Chelmsford where Essex were on top, weren't they, for much of the game. Hampshire avoided the follow-on, which changed the whole picture in a rain-reduced game. I think we said on air at the time, didn't we, this changes everything. It completely changes the dynamic. And Tom Wesley had to, in the end, offer a gettable target, so once bitten, twice shy.
Down the leg side, flicked away. This could be, it's going to be 6 actually. I thought it was going somewhere near Mo Abbas. It was right on the boundary rope. In the end, it was a little high and a little to his left. Helped over the rope there by Dean Elgar, who moves on to 74. 129 for 1. Victor Lawrence has emailed solentcricket@gmail.com. He says, I'm sitting in the Shane Warne stand, frustratingly seeing the current run rate hover between 2.3 and 2.4 and over. This is along what you've been saying, Nick. With a match unlikely to last not much more than 2 days, do you agree with me that the 2 captains should try to make a positive attempt to move the game on, if only to give the spectators an excuse not to fall asleep, says Victor.
Yeah, I say there are shades of that game at Chelmsford last year in terms of what might happen, but I think Essex at the moment will be thinking realistically to win this game. We don't want to bat a second time the way things are going. We want to try and get as many the first time round as possible, and if Hampshire were to then avoid the follow-on, see what the ball's in their court and see what they want to do, and if we'll then see where we are. That might be the thinking. But anyway, Dawson is going to bowl to Wesley, and this is played away out towards deep mid wicket for a single very, very comfortably. Tom Wesley's third half century of the season. I'd say he's not been in the best of touch in the early part of the season. One or two good knocks, but did seem in touch in the One Day Cup, and he's brought that form into this competition and dealt capably with the early loss of Das, where it's important to use his experience to steady things and make sure that Hampshire didn't make significant inroads. That's exactly what he did. So he's taken things along. Both batters past the 50 mark. Elgar's accelerated a little bit. 74. The one thing, as I say, he's missed out on, Elgar, so far is a really big 100, and there's a potential now, 74. It might be that today's the day. Short leg and a slip as Dawson bowls, and again he plays that whip shot off Dawson away through mid-wicket, squarer this time, so that takes Gubbins out of the game, and it goes out towards deep square leg, and they got through for a single. He's got a lot of runs in that area.
He's very confident with that shot, isn't he?
Yeah, plays it very well. Sri Lanka 68 for 3. 54 behind, so they've just lost a third wicket, that of Karunaratne. So that's floated up by Dawson and played half forward by Wesley, just back of the square on the offside. Mark Wood chipping in with that wicket. As Dawson goes around the wicket again, driven firmly. Oh, it's a nice shot. It's between the short cover and mid-off. Perfectly placed by Wesley, and signs of Essex looking to accelerate here. 54 to Wesley, and it's 135 for 1. And the stand now worth 128. So very good indeed from these two. Not locked in a lot of problem. There was a drop catch just before lunch. One or two occasions where Mohammed Abbas in particular was posing some questions, but the slowness of the pitch has worked against the Hampshire attack. But Essex sensing with time lost in the game that they need to push the accelerator a bit earlier than they would have done had we played yesterday. Dawson bowls, worked away nicely out towards sort of wide mid-wicket, and there's no run. So 135 for 1, just on 3 o'clock. We're expecting tea in about an hour's time, a fixed tea break today. Still got 55 overs minimum left in the day, but Dawson bowling more than we thought he might at the start, and that's driven with some fluency by Wesley for a single out into the deep cover position, and it'll allow him to keep the strikes. So 7 off the over, one of the more expensive ones for Dawson. Wesley 55, Elgar 75, and Essex put into about 136 for 1 after 49 overs.
John Turner looks like it's going to continue from the pavilion end. It's probably the least effective of the Hampshire seamers in this game. A little quicker than most, but hasn't quite, I don't know, hasn't quite got in the game yet, really. Let's go for just under 6 and over, as he did in his first spell.
So we left out obviously the second spin option of Organ. He's done pretty well with the ball, hasn't he, Felix Organ?
Yeah, he has, yeah. And in fact, his inclusion in the side, and when Barker came back, corresponded with Hampshire picking up in the championship. I mean, they've won their last 3 out of 4, and it could have very easily been 4 out of 4. Length ball to Wesley, who pushes that up to mid-wicket, fielded by Liam Dawson. In fact, they were 1 wicket away from beating Warwickshire in the middle of that. So
did Keith Barker play in all 4 of those games?
I think he did, yeah.
I mean, for me, Hampshire this season in the championship, as soon as Keith Barker got involved, things changed almost immediately, didn't they? I don't think he played early on.
No, he's had 1 or 2 injuries. Yeah, he played in the 4 games, and that that corresponded with Hampshire picking up 3 out of 4. As I say, so close to beating Warwickshire. Sam Hain standing between them and a victory there, so that's pushed up towards mid-on, but yeah, Barker not featuring in the squad, let alone the match day 11.
Yeah, seems to have that magic quality, whatever it is. It's like sprinkling gold dust in terms of lifting everyone around him. Such an experienced campaigner, of course. Probably would have got at least as much out of this as Turner's able to.
Over the wicket again, bowls Wesley in behind that comfortably enough.
And the issue for Turner obviously is the fact it's a slow pitch, so it negates his main strength, which is speed.
That's a bit. Brad Wheel left out of the final 11, out of the squad of players announced. 6 in one, half a dozen in the other, really. I suppose they've just gone with John Turner's extra pace, but it's really paying off at the moment. 136 for 1. The crowd is slightly smaller than what there's been for the recent 50 over competition. Wesley drives on the up. Good stop in the covers by Fletcher Middleton. And which poses a question, well, more 50 over cricket at this time of year then? Forget the championship. Let's have some more 50 over cricket.
Well, it's nice to hear that. I think it has been pretty well supported. Were all day games, were they here, or did
yes,
they go?
No,
yes,
day-night anywhere.
They had
for
one.
us.
I think they had a day-nighter at Chelmsford.
Was it?
I'm not certain if day-night 50 over cricket at county level particularly works, but just brings in an extra audience, I guess.
Wasn't too many of them. That's a pull shot from Wesley. Again, he keeps it down, hits it strong out to deep square leg. He'll pick up a single for his trouble. Moves on to 56, 137 for 1 Essex, and these two have now put on 132. Unbroken for the second wicket.
One of the reasons I was suggesting playing it in whites with the red ball is that it very much brings in that crowd. Remember when that was the norm, of course, before white ball one-day cricket, and of course we're not playing day-night games. It makes it easier to do that.
I don't think there was more than about a handful all round, was there?
No, very few. But no, I think it was an interesting competition. A bit cramped in the knockout stages, I thought.
Tell me about it. Oh, short ball, and Elgar this time ducks underneath it with 3 men out on the leg side, ready for any mistake. 137 for 1. We've had exactly 50 overs bowled today.
It's a tough qualification, just 3 from 9, and as Hampshire found, you needed results to go your way on the last day of the qualification to get through, but Essex never really in with a shout. Just won a couple of games towards the end, didn't win a game at Chelmsford, which didn't help, but so Dean Elgar rested for the whole competition, and I just wonder if there's a way next year that he might be able to be more involved as a way of helping the younger batters, and might just make the difference, because as I say, the original concerns with Essex in the One Day Cup was the bowling, but once Porter and Snater became involved, and with Richards in the wickets, that sort of started to sort itself out, and in the end it was just perhaps lack of runs from the more experienced batters, Wesley aside, that cost Essex being more fully involved in the shake-up. They also played the tougher teams first, which didn't help. They had Warwickshire, Leicestershire, Glamorgan all fairly early on. Here's Dawson. Sun just trying to peek through. Bit of a breeze. And that's played defensively from the crease by Wesley. He's still on 56. These two have added an even 130 now for the second wicket after Essex was sent in. James Vince might have been hoping that made significant inroads by now, even thinking about Hampshire batting, but it's not to be. Could turn out to be a good toss to lose. That's played off the back foot and towards deep cover. Might be able to find out early on. There's a single there to Wesley. What Essex would have done, but I'm fairly certain they would have bowled first. It would have sort of defied cricketing logic not to. The only reason they might have chosen to bat was the fact that obviously there's been a bit of time since the rain and the pitch being under covers yesterday. So interesting to see what they would have done. But 138 for 1. This stand continues. And so we're looking just to try and accelerate a little bit now as Dawson bowls, and played by Elgar into the gap on the onside for another single out towards deep mid-wicket. And they continue to make very good progress. But of course it's all about having a game plan, I guess. Effectively a 3-day maximum game. Where do Essex want to be by the end of the day? Presumably they'll just want to try and bat once in the game if they can, as it's played defensively from the crease up into the offside. They do have 4 seam bowling options, including Walter plus 2 spinners, Harmer and Critchley plus Wesley if needed, so it's not as though there's a lack of bowlers if they were to spend a long time in the field, which is a possible thing they may need to do if they were to go on to win the game. batting once as Dawson bowls, and that's hit slightly uppishly, popped a little bit. That hit up to towards Gubbins at short extra.
Seemed to hold in the turf.
Yeah,
that one a fraction.
It's an interesting sign for what might happen later. It could be there's a bit of help for the spinners, and the fact that Essex have got two might help later on. As this one, Dawson sees Wesley use the time available to him to go onto the back foot and just play it wide of Mohammed Abbas at mid wicket, and they go through for a single. So 140 for 1. A long time since Robin Das was out for 5 when the score was on 7. And to be honest, quite a long time since a Surrey wicket has fallen at the Oval. 246 for 3, 42 ahead of Lancashire, but Burns 123 and Folkes 41. 2 England discards doing their bit. Folkes has not had a particularly good season with the bat, which I think is one of the things that's counted against him, and advanced the cause of Jamie Smith. 140 for 1.
So we've got about 50 minutes, just over 50 minutes until tea. Turner will continue from the pavilion end. 7 overs, no maidens, none for 35. The 23-year-old comes in. His forward is Wesley, and we think Jeff Arnold is here. Maybe watching Turner, maybe one or two others, but perhaps Jeff Arnold, with his background, is probably here watching Turner out just to.
I suppose they've seen enough of Cox to make a decision, but obviously they was in the squad. But I'm sure they'll be interested to see how Cox goes, having been released by the ECB. Interesting to see what happens again in the next test. They make a late decision on the balance of a side.
Turner into Wesley again. Oh, he doesn't let the ball go. Kept hold of it. Runs through the crease. Gosh, that was a last-minute decision. He was just about to let the ball go.
Fortunately, such as Surrey's depth of resources and just a little bit of recruitment. Sai Sudarsan brought in, for example. Yeah, I mean, they've got the means of patching up the gaps, and there are quite a few gaps in their first choice side.
Turner into Wesley. Wesley flicks that away out towards deepish mid wicket. They'll come back for 2. Throw goes into Dean Elgar's end, the bowler's end. 142 for 1 now. Essex looking pretty comfortable out there. I can't see how any side's going to take 20 wickets on this. I know probably the Essex bowling attack is, well, it's more than good.
Talking of England discards, Johnny Bairstow's 39 not out, and come on to that Yorkshire score in a minute.
Turner into Wesley. Just pushing that into the gap through extra cover. There'll be at least 2. Fletcher Middleton's running after that one, trying desperately to keep it down to 2. Wesley thought about it, was sent back by Elgar. 144 for 1.
Yeah, Yorkshire, who seem to be closing quite fast in Division 2. They're playing the leaders, Sussex, and look like gaining quite a lot of points on them, because Yorkshire 170 for 3, just 19 behind. Bairstow 39 and William Luxton is on 45. So rather hope from Sussex's point of view, but a long gap. They had such momentum, Sussex, before the long gap, that it doesn't work against them, because they really ought to be promoted. They've won at least 2 more games than anybody else.
Turner into Wesley, pulls that away, goes down towards fine leg where Fuller fields. 145 for 1.
But they've got obviously Middlesex and Leicestershire also potentially involved there, and what they don't want to do is lose games, because even with the points advantage they've got, draws and the occasional win might be enough, but it looks like they've got a lot of work to do against Yorkshire at Scarborough in that one.
We're changing for Elgar. There's 3 men out in the deep on the leg side in case Elgar has another little dart and gets it slightly wrong. Just pushes that away behind square on the offside again. There'll be a couple. Fuller comes round. Now it's very quiet on the roof now. I think the workmen have obviously, or the could be work people I should say, it could be a half day for them today. We haven't heard anything since lunch. Obviously with the bank holiday looming, they don't have to work all the way through till 4 or half 4. There looks like a lunchtime early break for them, and early start to the bank holiday week for them as well. Welcome back, Charlotte Taylor.
Thank you.
As Turner comes in short, and Elgar again ducks underneath that one. doesn't risk mistiming a possible hook shot. He's on 78. 63 to Tom Wesley, and it's 147 for 1.
It is.
Thank you. Thanks for the clarification and the endorsement.
Perfectly welcome. John Turner threw 8 overs, 0 for 42. By far the most expensive, but it's always exciting to watch. I always feel like he's always got something to offer, John Turner. Not the, nowhere near the same sort of bowler that like a Bass or Abbott is, put the same ball in the same spot. He's never going to do that, I don't think. He's used as the enforcer.
He's having to work hard to generate any pace though, isn't he?
He is. Dawson then to continue from this, the hotel end. He's got 2 catches on the offside. One at short extra cover and one at a slightly deeper, but definitely a close-in catcher at cover as well. As Wesley's forward in defence. Plays back to the bowler. $147 for 1 Essex. The catcher in at mid-wicket as well, quite a straight mid-wicket. Dawson around the wicket, good angle into the right-handed Wesley. Gets a round of applause from Tom Prest at first slip for his efforts. Another dot ball. Scoreboard operators have currently gone to sleep. Oh no, we're back. Round the wicket, Dawson, slightly shorter delivery. It wasn't that short though, as Wesley tried to cut the ball past point. Kept a little bit low, but it by far was short and wide. It was a little bit straighter than I think he thought initially. Tom Wesley. Dawson, and again, bowls to Wesley. A good length delivery that Wesley just plays back to him in his follow through. Bit more of a controlled approach on that delivery. 147 for 1. 4 dot balls in Dawson's 15th over. Not bowled a maiden yet. Could this be the first? Another forward defensive by Tom Wesley back to Dawson in his follow through. Big moment now. Is it going to be his first maiden of the day? He's bowled 15 overs almost. Conceded 46 runs. The tension's building. He's past the umpire. Bowls to Wesley. Is it outside edge? No, it's not. It's a brilliant delivery. Turn past the outside edge of Wesley's bat. And he's immediately walking towards the dressing room for some sort of drink and assistance. But it is the first maiden of the day for Liam Dawson. A brilliant delivery to finish. 15 overs, 1 maiden. 147 for 1 at the Essex score.
Is that the first one we've really seen grip?
I think so. Just a little bit of grip and turn outside the off stump for Liam Dawson.
Just a smidge.
I like the word smidge.
Do you?
It's quite funny. It's quite an amusing word.
Do you think it sort of says what it means?
Yeah.
Yeah. A smidge. Not a lot.
No.
But traces. Traces of turn.
Not enough for Liam Dawson to get excited about,
No.
I wouldn't think at the moment.
No, when you've only had one of those do that in
15 overs.
what's that, 90 balls?
Yeah. Not getting particularly heart races.
No.
But that's okay.
Looks like James Fuller's back in. He bowled a good spell this morning from that pavilion end. Got the one mistake that these two batters have made so far when he caught the edge of Wesley's bat. Unfortunately, Dawson couldn't cling on to what for him was a fairly simple catch at second slip. But Fuller did find that edge. And in between that, or around that, he actually bowled quite well.
Yeah, he did 6 overs, 1 maiden, none for 14.
But that's, again, for him, there's just not a lot of kick off the surface. But Ben Brown is still standing a reasonable distance behind the stumps. Here's Fuller then, he's round the wicket to Elgar. Elgar works that into the gap through mid-wicket. Chase for Kyle Abbott. He'll beat Fletcher Middleton, although he had a 3 or 4 yard start on him. He does flick it back to Middleton, realised he was behind him. Didn't look, he didn't need to look, he just flicked it back, knowing that he was there.
Hunting packs of at least 2.
Yeah. That's good, isn't it? You don't even look, and yet you just flick it back, and knowing
He'd look a little bit silly if he wasn't stood
well,
there.
it would have done. That would have looked completely. I wonder if he heard his footsteps behind him.
Yeah, possibly. Or maybe a little, I'm behind you.
Yeah, behind you.
Not in a creepy way. That did sound a little bit creepy when I said it.
Yes, it did actually. Elgar picks up 3, moves on to 81, 150 for 1. Wesley's back on strike. Press the sole slip. Fuller's in, bowls, and Wesley flicks it away down to fine leg, where John Turner finds himself fielding. Fuller was fielding there for Turner, and now Turner's fielding down there for Fuller. 151 for 1. I really can't see how 20 wickets are going to be taken by any single team here. And as I say, I mentioned earlier that I know Essex have got a very good bowling attack. Jamie Porter's got the second most wickets in Division 1, 34. Always a good bowler. Good record against Hampshire. Sam Cook's having a good season as well with the ball, but I think even they're going to find it hard work. Simon Harmer, well, we all know what a bowler he is, but there's nothing really out there for him as that's pushed out towards point. I mean, you just never know, but you can't see them taking 20 wickets and what time's left, surely.
No, you can't see it happening. They're going to have to work awfully hard to get them. But they could be out there. Depends how much the batters are willing to stay patient, isn't it? Are they still in a bit of white ball mode, maybe, some of them? These two probably not.
No. The only thing is, of course, if Essex don't lose too many wickets, the longer today goes on, then they are in a very, very strong position. Here's Fuller. Push drive there by Elgar out to extra cover. Dawson fields.
You always feel that the first game back, when a switch in format happens, that there might be a couple of loose drives that you just can't resist. And finds the outside edge with a moving ball, even though there's not an awful lot of movement, but there is a little bit out there. But they're able to resist that temptation.
So, Full at the top of his mark. Staying around the wicket to the left-handed Elgar. In again. Bowls. Elgar drives. Doesn't time that at all. And his head is bowed in disgust that he hasn't timed that better, even though it has gone straight to bins.
He's probably just more disappointed that he didn't get that flowing feeling off the bat, does it? When you hit it crisply and that sound crunches off the bat, it's a good feeling, and didn't quite get that on that occasion. Dean Elgar.
37 years of age now, Dean Elgar. He's been around a while. Here comes Fuller, bowls, and Elgar works it up to mid-on. It's more out the middle of the bat, but it's getting straight to the fielder. This time it's Kyle Abbott, and that is the end of James Fuller's first over of his second spell. None for 18. 7 overs he's bowled. 151 for 1 Essex.
Do you think Hampshire will use Tom Prest at all? If there's a little bit of grip? I know we've only seen one ball and I'm getting maybe a little bit ahead of myself,
yes,
but I'm quite willing to be put in my place if you think no, they won't.
Well, on the contrary, it's a good discussion point. And Prest does bowl a bit, doesn't he, with his off spin? In fact, I don't think his figures this year are too shabby. I know he doesn't bowl too much, but his figures this year in the Championship, oh, just the 1 wicket, cost of 12 runs. So yeah, he hasn't done too much. But he's top of the averages.
They've got him as an option nonetheless.
Yeah.
Dawson then to continue from the hotel end. Bowls round the wicket to Wesley, who's on the front foot and defending back to him in his follow through. Dean Elgar's waving to the balcony for something. You never see too many players sat on the balcony really, he's just sort of waving to nobody. But there we go. Dawson round the wicket again, using his feet, back to him, great catch. Wesley got bored, I think, on that occasion. Uses his feet and hits the ball at a comfortable catch. It went quickly to Dawson, so it's a good catch on his return. He's made up for his mistake earlier. He dropped Wesley earlier on in the slips, but makes no mistake off his own bowling. Second wicket falls for Essex. They're now 151 for 2.
That's a mistake, isn't it? That is a mistake. I got the feeling that he was confident he was going to punt that down the ground. and in the end he got too close to the bounce of the ball. Couldn't get the elevation, couldn't get underneath it, and that's a really good catch. Admittedly it was straight at Dawson, but it was hit with power. But that's a huge mistake. And that, in the end, cost 37 runs. I think I'm right in saying, yeah, 37 from when Dawson dropped him on 27. So you settle for that. I think you'd take that. So you were saying earlier that when you drop a catch and the player and it eats at you,
it's eaten at him for 37 runs.
Yeah, so not too bad.
No, it could have been a lot worse.
Yeah.
Here we go then. The exciting Jordan Cox has moved from Kent to Essex. A call up into the test squad, not required on this occasion. And he finds himself at the Utilita Bowl today, coming in at number 4.
763 runs at 69 this year.
He's good. Number 77 on his back. Just taking a minute to discuss. I actually think Dean Elgar's just taken on some fluids and taking a minute. Jordan Cox appears from behind him to take his guard. Facing his first delivery from Liam Dawson, who's now 15.2 overs, 1 for 46. He's got the breakthrough after making a mistake by dropping Tom Wesley earlier on. Makes up for it now.
144 partnership, I think I'll make it if my maths is right.
I'll believe you. No, it is correct.
Is that right?
Mm-hmm. So then, Dean Elgar picks his bat and gloves up off the floor. Cox waits then, forward in defence on the line of off stump. And defended into the offside. Dawson bowls to Cox. He's back on the back foot this time and again defends into the offside, being very watchful. It's slow. He's bowling it slower. Liam Dawson really making Cox wait for the ball. And there's catches at extra cover, at mid-wicket. And Tom Press with his arms folded at slip isn't going to catch much like that. He's got them apart now. Back on the back foot is Cox. That's more of an aggressive stroke. Short and wide. He's cutting backward of square on the offside. He'll come back for 2, so he's off the mark. 2 off his third delivery. 153 for 2.
Did you ever find yourself bowling slightly slower to a new batter to see if it had turned a fraction?
Yeah, a little bit, and just to make them wait even longer.
Yeah?
Yeah, I tend to bowl quicker if I get more frustrated. If I'm just taking a wicket, I'm quite happy to bowl slower. Giving him more airtime again. Dawson a full delivery that Cox plays out onto the offside. So a good over for Hampshire. The breakthrough comes in over number 55 bowled by Liam Dawson. Essex 153 for 2.
That's interesting. I've never really thought of that before.
What, bowling it slower?
A spinner bowls slower to the new batter.
Just if they're, I think my theory behind it would be that if I was the batter, I was thinking, what would I not want? And I just don't want anything. I want pace on the ball to just sort of get one away quickly. Oh yeah, lovely. Sort of just, you just feel like it comes off the bat quicker, doesn't it? You have to force as much. And if you bowl slower, the batter's got to do all of the work. And if you mistime it slightly and you are a bit too early and the catches are inside the ring on the offside and the leg side, it just provides more of a risk.
Fuller to Elgar. Elgar dabs that away behind square on the offside. Just about breaks into a jog. As he moves up to the far end, he moves on to 82, 154 for 2. That was wicket number 31 for the season in the championship for Liam Dawson. Hampshire's top wicket taker in this competition.
As he so often is.
Yeah. Can't remember exactly how many he got last year without looking it up, but he got a fair few last year.
Shall I have a look?
Yeah, go on. I just really couldn't be bothered.
It's okay. Now we've posed the question, we've got to answer it.
Yeah, so definitely. You can't leave everybody hanging, including yourself. Fuller's over the wicket too. Cox. Who's got a length ball, plays that back to Fuller. That's a good ball first up to a new batter.
How many do you reckon he got?
40.
$49.
Oh, there you go. That's a few more than I thought. Obviously, that's because I said 40.
He
But
had a good year last year
batting as well.
with bat and ball.
Well, he was PCA Player of the Year, wasn't he?
He was. I watched him collect his award.
Were you there?
I was.
Oh.
I watched George Adams also collect the same award on the women's side of the game.
Here's Fuller. Bowls and Cox drives a full delivery. Well stopped at point by Fletcher Middleton. That was a good diving stop. Well, it's one of those dives where you get your body in behind, not full length with the fingertips, hands outstretched, but just a good solid dive.
Yeah,
Of
last
course, yeah,
year the players above him that are here today, Mohamed Abbas with 53 last year, Jamie Porter with 57 and Simon Harmer with 61. Playing in this game today, they were all above Liam Dawson. Sam Cook just below with 48.
Who?
Sam Cook.
Oh, right, yeah.
Who?
Here goes Fuller. Cut away but not timed by Cox. Goes out to Middleton. Again at point. Yeah, there's a fair few proven wicket takers out there in this game, isn't there? On both sides.
Definitely a few to watch.
Which maybe we shouldn't be surprised the wicket is playing like this, although of course last year the wicket was a little bit more spicy.
And Tom Wesley with the runs last year, 1,130. Not having quite the same year this year.
No. Fuller in again. Gets one down the leg side. Cox tries to flick it away. Misses. Taken by Brown. 54 for 2. The score remains. Got a very... I suppose, I don't know, maybe... I mean, obviously the 50 over competition doesn't have quite the same hype and the atmosphere, but now we're back in the championship. It just feels all more relaxed.
Just feel more chilled out.
Yeah.
It's definitely more of a leisurely day out.
It is.
Bless you,
Oh,
person
no.
in the crowd.
It's not a leisurely day out for us, but...
I feel quite leisurely.
Do you feel? Even though you're working, it still feels leisurely?
It's a leisurely working environment.
Yeah. Now he flicks it away down to fine leg, Jordan Cox. He moves on to 3. That is 155 for 2. Charlotte Taylor is going to stay on.
I am.
And Nick Ledhill from BBC Essex is back in alongside up for this next period of play. We are half an hour away from the tea break. At lunch, Essex were 81 for 1. They've moved on to 155 for 2 with Elgar on 82. He was 43 not out at lunch. And Jordan Cox is 3 not out. And Liam Dawson will be bowling the next over. He has bowled 16 overs, 1 for 48.
Well, a much needed breakthrough for Hampshire, no doubt about that. And it's going to be Dawson to bowl, and that's clipped away past the square leg umpire. Easy to like for at least 2 for Cox. Just got the second run now. They'll consider a third on the throw, but Albert's there quickly enough to make sure that doesn't happen. And 2 more go to the total, which moves along to 157 for 2, and Cox goes to 5.
How much have you been impressed by Jordan Cox, Nick?
Well, he's obviously he's done very well for Essex this season, well enough to get the England recognition, and he just plays defensively back down the pitch. And you know, the replacement for Dan Lawrence, and the cards has just fallen perfectly for Essex, with the one exception. How much more will they see of him once he gets?
Yeah.
That's the big problem, of course. Just played out one defensively. Dawson bowls and Cox playing defensively, but I mean, you look at his record, averaging just on 70, 250s and 300s, 765 runs going into this. No wonder he's attracted England's attention. Unlucky not to play, but I think probably England doing the right thing, playing the extra seamer with 3 back-to-back tests. Dawson bowls, and off the back foot this is carved away out towards deep cover for a single. 158 for 2. You could say that if Ollie Pope wasn't captain, his place might be under a little bit of pressure, because he hasn't done a lot since that big 100 against India. But it probably is going to take an injury to one of those other 6 players to get him out, because there's no question, of course, that Jamie Smith is capable of batting at number 6 or higher, and Chris Wokes is capable of batting at number 7. So it's going to be hard to force a way in. It's Dawson bowls, and this is played by Elgar along the ground out towards deep cover for a single. 159 for 2. So that stand, very much one that Hampshire had to break, took the score up from 7. to was it 151, I think it was, wasn't it, when the wicket fell? So 144 for the second wicket. And, Cox just playing himself in here, just plays that defensively back down the pitch, and there's no run. 159 for 2. Tom Westley annoyed to get out, bit of a soft dismissal, but played very well and looked in as good a form in the championship as perhaps we've seen during the season, and I think it bodes well for a strong end to the campaign for him. Elgar, who's been the epitome of consistency throughout, 17 away from his third 100. He's on 83 from 154 balls. Cox has 6, and it's 159 for 2, and we've got to say about 25 minutes to go before tea.
We're going to have James Fuller continue from the pavilion end as well. He's bowled a good spell so far this morning and continuing it now. This is third in this spell. Comes round the wicket to Elgar. Bowls a good length delivery. That's a cracking drive. One of the shots of the day from Dean Elgar. Gets fully forward on the front foot and drives through extra cover. Beautiful shot. Picks up 4. Like marginally overpitched from Fuller, but it's a brilliant shot from Dean Elgar. Takes him to 87. He's
so strong there, down the ground and through extra cover. He's played some delightful strokes. A lot of strokes off the spinner, whips away through mid wicket, but against the seamers he's been very, very strong. And in that area down the ground and through extra cover. That was where when Nick Brown was in form, he played strongly in that area as well.
Fuller with a reply. Goes Fuller. And Dean Elgar just works it square on the offside this time, but can't get a single to Nick Gubbins, who picks up the ball at point.
It's funny, you start, whenever you look up potential records, of course the record in question no longer becomes relevant, because I was just starting to take an interest in the Essex second wicket record against Hampshire, and funnily enough it involved Tom Westley and, if you like, Elgar's predecessor, Alistair Cook, in a stand of 243 in a strange match in 2017 at Chelmsford.
Fuller again, another good length delivery, and Dean Elgar is driving again, but can't beat James Vince at mid-off.
And it was a strange game because you don't often get stands of 243 in a match in which barely any other batters contribute in the entire match, which is what happened. Because Essex were bowled out for 360, which included that stand of 243. With Kyle Abbott playing in that game, taking 5 for 58. Wesley made 111, was out to Abbott. In fact, Abbott also got Alistair Cook for 124, but there wasn't much else from Essex. 10 discard to 37.
Fuller delivery this time, and Dean Elgar just tries to work it leg side this time, and Toby Albert does the fielding at mid-wicket. Dean Elgar's looking at his bat because he can't seem to time too many that he wants to. The 4 at the start of the over was pretty well timed though.
And then Hampshire went in and were 18 for no wicket, and then slight snag, and probably Kevin remembers it because he would have been there. They found themselves 18 for 5 a few overs later, and that was Jamie Porter being instrumental in his first big season for Essex, where he had a great season in 2017.
Fuller again, bowls to Elgar. Good length delivery that's defended into the offside once again.
He took 5 for 24. Hampshire bowled out for 115, followed on 148 all out with 2 more for Porter, and Simon Harmer just starting to make an impression, 3 for 23, and that turned out, of course, to be a very successful season for Essex, back in the top flight and winning the championship. And a strange match, that one partnership in isolation. Other than that, total bowler dominance.
Changed the game. Fuller bowls to Elgar, who drops it into the offside to point. There is no run though. 163 for 2, just the boundary off the first ball for James Fuller. He's bowled 9 overs, none for 24.
Came at a time where Essex generally found it very difficult to get much success at Chelmsford. It's changed a bit in both the T20 and the Championship in recent years, but it used to be a real bogey ground. In fact, much the same was true most of the time when, in reverse, when Essex came here. Tended to find it quite hard to get wins. Certainly suffered 1 or 2 very big defeats down the years here. But going okay today, 163 for 2 as Dawson bowls, and it's played defensively from the crease by Cox, who started quite sedately, just playing that up into the offside, and there's no run. There's a slip, a short extra, and then we've got shortish mid-wicket. Other than that, there are 5 saving 1. And a deep backward point, as Cox, who's just playing very defensively so far, plays that back down the pitch, and there is no run. 163 for 2. Still mainly cloudy. What blue sky we did have and sunshine was mostly this morning. It's not quite been the fine afternoon we were anticipating, but here Cox just waits for that and just glides it away into the offside. It's a sharp single, that, and Elgar had to scamper, but got in okay as the throw came in, and it wasn't able to be gathered cleanly, but it was a sharp single, and Cox goes to 7 with that. Elgar 87, 164 for 2. So a wicket at the start, Robin Das for 5, and then after a long wait from the Hampshire point of view, a wicket with the score on 151, 144 runs later, with Wesley going, and that's driven by Elgar up towards mid-on. There's Vince, and there's no run. So a long gap between the 2 successes before Wesley was caught and bowled by Dawson. Dawson going over the wicket bowls, and that's a clubbing drive down the ground by the South African. Great shot from Dean Elgar, just having to wait for it a little bit, and sort of almost a pull drive really. He sort of hit it fairly straight, but with great authority, and past mid-on and away for 4. And this could be the big 100 that's been eluding Dean Elgar so far. Got a couple of centuries, but top score of 120 so far, and certainly he's someone with the credentials to get a lot more than that. Certainly looks to be fairly untroubled at the moment as he goes into the 90s. 91 to him, 168 for 2. Slipping a short leg as he comes forward and plays out defensively. Back down the pitch, and there's no run. And yeah, Dawson with the wicket, but not able to get through Dean Elgar, and much the same can be said, of course, of all the other Hampshire bowlers so far. Cox has a strike on 7 now, with Elgar 91 from 163, and it's 168 for 2. He's actually got an even 50 in terms of first-class centuries in his career, including 14 in Test matches, so he'll go into 51 perhaps. Might just get there before tea, with 9 runs to get. 168 for 2.
James Fuller to continue then from the pavilion end. Comes from a wide angle, as he so often does, and bowls to Jordan Cox, who's forward in defence. Plays the ball onto the offside to Nick Gubbins at extra cover. No run is taken.
Yeah, I mean, Hampshire have kept it fairly tight, haven't they? Looking at the economy rates, Mo Abbas particularly impressive. 1 for 22 in 13 overs, but Kyle Abbott just going at 2s, Liam Dawson at 3, and James Fuller, a quite impressive holding role, just going at 2.6 an over. There's the one bowler who was expensive early on in particular was John Turner. He's going at just over 5s at the moment.
Fuller in again to Cox, who waits, and it's a full delivery on the legs of Cox, and it's easy pickings for him. Helps it on its way down to fine leg for 4 runs. It was a poor delivery. I think it was a full toss in the end. If you're watching on the live picture feed, you can see it once more.
Yeah.
Just bounced just in front of him, but it was an outside leg stump, and was just helped on its way fine. So Jordan Cox gets his campaign today up and running. 11 he's on to now, of just 19 deliveries. He's a player that can just go through the gears quite quickly.
Yes, if he's batting in the final session, I think he'll score fairly briskly.
Fuller again, a good length delivery, straighter this time, and just work back to the bowler by Jordan Cox.
Elgar will probably continue it in much the same vein as he has been, and obviously with an impressive looking scoreboard from the Essex point of view. They'll be looking to try and push on and get as many as they can in the long evening session, with of course 104 over day, so we've got 44 overs left after this. So it looks like it's probably going to be maybe just a shade under 40 overs in the final session, light permitting.
Fuller in again. Good length delivery again, turned up to mid-on by Jordan Cox. Pushing forward on the front foot, no run. Essex 172 for 2 here on day 2. Hampshire versus Essex at the Utilita Bowl.
I have to say the Hampshire over rate looks okay, but in a way, one of the reasons for that is that Dawson's bowled rather more overs than we thought he would do at the start of the day. He's bowled 18 overs, and I don't think that was probably the first thought in James Vince's mind when he won the toss and chose to bowl this morning.
No, definitely not. Plans have changed. Fuller in again to Cox. A shorter delivery, cut through the offside by Jordan Cox. He'll get at least 2. Gubbins is after it. I think it's running away from him towards the hover cover. He'll pick up 4. It's a good shot by Jordan Cox. Got well on top of the bounce. He moves to 15. 176 for 2. The score here for Essex. And since Jordan Cox has come in, he's made it look a little bit easy to bat on out there.
Yeah, I mean it's interesting. The fact that Cox has drawn the interest of England, it might even. I mean, would have been deemed unfair on Dan Lance, who's been sort of carrying the drinks for so long, not to have got an opportunity. And he batted okay in that 30 odd, but he got in the first innings.
Fuller bowls to Cox. Again, short outside the off stump, and it's cut straight to Fletcher Middleton. One bounce into his hands. I think it's hurt him actually. He's hit it with some power. Jordan Cox, he was quite close in at point, Fletcher Middleton, but he's saved 4 nonetheless. Either side of him it would have been 4 because it was hit that sweetly. That's the end of the over. 10 overs for Fuller. He's bowled 10 overs for 32 with 1 maiden in there. Essex 176 for 2. 60 overs have been bowled today.
But probably a good chance, good for Dan Lance he's got him when he has now, because with England batting Smith at 6, there could have come a point where it would have been very ruthless with Dan Lawrence and say, well, actually we're going to go with Cox. Cox actually has more experience of opening, but England do like trying to decide who they want to play and just fit them into the side, even if they're not batting in their natural position. Dawson bowls. That's a great drive from Elgar. It's going a couple of bounces and then it rolls over the boundary at long off for 4, going down the pitch and lofting that away, and certainly playing a little bit more expansively now, Dean Elgar, as he moves towards what will be his 3rd century of the season. He's on 95, and so we fancy him to get it before tea. Might even get it in this over if he plays another shot like that.
Yeah,
good use of the feet.
Yeah, it was a brilliant shot by Dean Elgar. Got to the pitch of the ball, lofted it nicely, almost like what Tom Wesley tried to do.
Yeah.
But couldn't get the elevation and hit it straight into the hands of Liam Dawson.
And notably, we had Elgar hitting it wide of Dawson, through sort of mid-off and straight of mid-off as well. Here's Elgar playing that one away for his 96th run along the ground out towards deep mid-wicket. He just jogs through, and this really has been a bit of a masterclass from him. So adapt to a slow pitch, see off the new ball threat, and then flourish, which is what he's done. His scoring rate is gradually increasing in the innings as well. In terms of runs per 100 balls, as this is played just defensively into the onside, and there's no run. Early on in the partnership, things weren't going at much more than 2 and over. But now Elgar's own contribution is 58 runs per 100 balls. As Dawson bowls again, and that's just played off the back foot and into the offside, and there's no run as it goes out to Middleton. But Hampshire probably quite relieved. It's a 3-day game, so there's only a finite amount of time they're going to spend in the field here, and Essex will have to try and make the running now they're on top, to try and engineer a chance of a result. That's driven away. It's a good shot and away for 4. It's beaten mid-off. Oh, Vince moving a bit awkwardly there as he chased after that at mid-off. Didn't get to it, and goes over the rope. But initially thought he might cut that off, and he almost sort of pulled up in mid-chase there. Looked very uncomfortable, James Vince. Hands on hips at the moment. 185 for 2, and Cox goes to 19.
Yeah, he doesn't look happy down here, does he? Luckily the physio's hovering down here in front of us at behind the bowler, but he's walking quite gingerly, isn't he? As he set off to try and stop that and gave up chase. Normally he'd put in a dive at that moment, but it wasn't to be.
Yeah, initial thought was he'd probably get to that in the normal circumstance and cut it off, but it went past him. It was pretty well timed from Cox. And Cox just plays defensively into the offside, so Cox staying on 19, and Elgar will have a chance to get to his third 100 of the season. He's still got a fair amount of time before tea. It's probably going to be with Dawson bowling. Could be as many as 4 more overs before tea. Certainly I would have thought 3. Expecting tea to be at 4 o'clock. Wouldn't totally surprise me if it moves again, but expecting it to be at 4 o'clock. Such are the changes of regulations when we have long days. Let's try and guard against over-long sessions. Make the first and second sessions a bit longer, which is very sensible, really. And yeah, very close to this landmark now. 185 for 2.
Change of bowling from the pavilion end. Kyle Abbott to return. His third spell of the day. Pulled all his overs from the pavilion end. He's going to be bowling to Dean Elgar, who is 1 hit away from 100 here today. There's a slip waiting for him. A deep backward point, or wide third. Regulation point, extra cover. There'll be a fielder at mid-off as James Vince is going to leave the field temporarily to sort out whatever niggle that has been. Didn't look particularly comfortable at the end of that last over. Kyle Abbott with the ball in hand. A mid-on, mid-wicket. Square leg, forward square leg, and Abbott's in round the wicket to Elgar, who's pushing up to mid-on and does not find a single.
Now we got sort of a ring field trying to stop him here. Elgar, we got backward point cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, square leg, a slip in, but if he can get it through that field, might just find the boundary that'll take him to the 100. So it'll be his third of the season to join Cox on 3. That one's hit, uppishly, but just wide of mid-wicket. If it had been a short mid-on, it would have been a straightforward catch. It's one of the few full shots he's played, actually. It runs out to mid-on and he gets a single, so he goes to 97, and Cox is on the strike on 186 for 2.
There was an air of inevitability about his century.
Yeah, and saying in a way, Hampshire were grateful that it's a 3-day game, and because he could be out there for an awful lot longer if it was a 4-day match. Sort of well into the maybe even the 4th session or the 5th session of the game. But he doesn't particularly look like getting out, does he? But at least the one thing Hampshire do know here is that. The game has to be forced one way or the other, because the draw isn't much use to either side. It's even less use for Hampshire than it is for Essex because of the points gap. 186 for 2. And Abbott bowls to Cox, and that's just played with no pace out into the offside, and Abbott gets to it, but not quickly enough to prevent the single. That'll give the strike back to Elgar on 97.
It's like Cox is trying to help him out there.
Yeah, and yeah, Jordan Cox. So I reckon Dan Lawrence has probably got back into the England side at just the nick of time, because it could have been that Jordan Cox would have been very much challenging him for that last place if they're only going to play the 6 batsmen, including Jamie Smith. Slip in and 6 saving 1 as Abbott bowls, and Elgar gets a good delivery here as he just plays a defensive shot, just pushing down on the ball, playing it up into the onside, and there's no run. So far, a 6 and 10 fours. I say, been a pretty immaculate innings, with a lot of defence early on, as he looked to see what the pitch was, what sort of a challenge the pitch was going to provide, and then probably found there were more challenges for the bowlers than himself as time went on. As Abbott bowls, and that's a drive without timing to mid-off, and there's no run. There was a thought of a run there, but it wasn't really there, and stopped at mid-off. So from Hampshire's point of view, I'll certainly be hoping that James Vince, who may not appear again until tea time, but hoping he does appear after tea, because Yeah, that was an odd one, wasn't it, Kevin? He suddenly pulled up on a stop you'd normally expect him to make, and he sort of almost had to let it go.
Yeah, he jarred his leg a bit.
So here's Abbott from the pavilion end. You've got Bransgrove Pavilion behind him, and he bowls, and that's hit down the ground for 4, and that'll be the 3rd 100 of the season for Dean Elgar. It's been an immaculate display, this concentration and high class, and he raises his bat, takes his helmet off, salutes the dressing room with his upraised bat, and salutes the generous applause actually around the ground, which is good to acknowledge on the away ground in particular, and a hug with Jordan Cox. And Dean Elgar, the period away from the first team, not playing in the one-day cup, but that's done him no harm at all. He's straight back on the horse in terms of championship cricket. He's played, of course, some T20 in between, but it's been a high-class innings that has made the difference so far on this opening day. 101 from 170 balls, and a lovely 4 down the ground to get to the century.
Played and missed 2 or 3 times at most, if that. Yeah, a very good innings on what looks to be a very good pitch. Tom Prest is coming into the attack. The young off-spinner's going to get a little go, yes, and Charlotte Taylor has perked up at the sight of a fellow off-spinner out there. Tom Prest doesn't get much of a go, he does practice it hard.
Because he gets more of a go when Organ's not playing, but
yes,
gives him more of a chance.
Definitely, Tom Prest. Just that 1 wicket I mentioned in the championship so far this season. He's round the wicket to Cox, who pulls that away, doesn't time it, goes out towards deep mid-wicket. That would be a single. 192 for 2.
This is set up here for Jordan Cox after tea with Elgar. Will probably, he's accelerated a bit, but he'll carry on playing in much the same way, and it's very much set up for Cox, who could score pretty quickly as Essex get increasing freedom with their batting.
Pest bowls to Elgar. He's just forward, prodding that away. He's only had 2 short spells in the championship this year, Tom Prest. 1 against Lancashire here, earlier on, 2nd game of the season. 1 against Warwickshire in the 3rd game of the season, where he picked up his 1 wicket. He's turned away square on the leg side into the gap. Elgar moves on to 102, 193 for 2.
Yep, tidy enough so far. He might be lined up a bit if he's bowling after tea. if Hampshire don't, because coming towards the tea interval now, I think there'd be a sense of not wanting to lose a wicket at this point.
Yeah, it's going to be about a 39 over session at the end, isn't it? As slapped away to mid-off, fielded by Dawson.
Well, it could have been more. I mean, with Dawson bowling the amount he has, I thought we might be going beyond 7 o'clock tonight, but it could just be sort of 6:45, 6:50, something like that.
Yeah. Prest bowls outside the off stump, cut away, but straight to extra cover, where Brad Wheel, the substitute fielder, is on for Captain James Vince.
The light should be okay. The cloud is just breaking up a little bit, actually.
Yeah, it's just the early hours where the rain is coming in, and that's cut away. He's found the gap this time. He's gone through extra cover, and that'll be 4. There is a man out deep, but he's way, way away from that, John Turner. And Cox moves on to 25, giving a bit of impetus to the innings. 25 from 32, 197 for 2, and this should be the last over before tea.
And Dan on BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com saying, wondering what the opinions are on the Essex keeping scenario. Yes, Essex have had an awful lot of keepers this season, haven't they? You thought Simon Fernandez was a decent stand in the one-day cup, but with a down year for the Rossington and Peppers emergence, could we see Ross go and be replaced? Obviously, worth saying, of course, he's such a valuable player in the short form of T20. I'd also like to congratulate Hampshire member and my good friend Andy Stringer for graduating. So that's a nice little mention. Thank you very much, Dan. Yeah, it's been a strange season keeping scenario. Injuries all over the place for Essex. Emergency stand-ins being called up from Yorkshire. All sorts of things. And Kyle Abbott comes in to bowl, and that's a delivery which is holding its line and is left alone by Elgar. Yes, and it gives Pepper another chance. It gives Pepper another chance, you see, because he's got the quality, Pepper. He's been destructive in T20. He might actually have a platform where he can actually express himself with a score of 197 for 2 when he does come in, because we know what he can do in the short form. So it is sort of set up for him down the line, maybe later this evening or tomorrow morning, to just about perhaps sort of a bit more of his T20 freedom. Here's Abbott up to the wicket, bowls, and Elgar just covers up, plays that defensively back down the pitch. I'll just do one more ball, Kevin, and I've got a 4 o'clock update to do. But yeah, the cloud is just breaking up a little bit, and it's sort of quite light blue sky, haze, sort of high cotton wool cloud, pleasant temperatures, and very much a day that's belonged to Essex so far. And I say the one consolation for Hampshire, this is not day 1, it's day 2, and that does make quite a difference in terms of how the game might progress, assuming the pitch stays the same as Abbott bowls. And this is possibly a case here of playing fatigue, because actually Elgar plays that into his top of his pad, and it's retrieved by the batter and just thrown to the nearest fielder. So it looks like a quiet end of a session, but Elgar on 102 and Cox 25, 197 for 2.
So far this session's realised 116 runs as the sunshine comes out a little brighter, as we have 3 more balls until the 20-minute break. Here comes Abbott round the wicket. He's into his 13th over here. Elgar gets a length ball, plays it back to his former international teammate, international colleague. It's been a tough couple of sessions in the field for Hampshire, who won the toss and put Essex in. Just that 1 wicket this morning, Robin Das after 10 minutes play. Tom Wesley between lunch and tea, and who knows, maybe a wicket in the last couple of deliveries, but otherwise not quite been the return that you would have expected from a side that's put the opposition in. There may be another reason. We'll try and find that out later on in the after the day's play, as Elgar works that slowly up towards straightish mid-on. Abbott walks back past the umpire. Ian Blackwell at the far end. Martin Saggers at this near end, at the square leg, in the square leg position. And this might end up being a maiden for Kyle Abbott, if he can keep this delivery quiet. 197 for 2 then Essex. A good solid platform here on day 2, which is effectively day 1. That's pushed out square on the offside. Job done from Essex point of view. And the players will walk off away from us back to the pavilion and will take tea. Maiden over for Kyle Abbott then, 13 overs, 3 maidens, none for 28. And Essex, after 2 sessions of 3, are 197 for 2, with Dean Elgar 102 not out from 178 deliveries, 11 fours and 1 6. And Jordan Cox 25 not out from 32 with 4 fours. Tom Wesley caught and bowled by Liam Dawson, trying to lift one over the top, didn't get underneath it enough, got too close to the pace, to the bounce of the ball, and drove it straight back at Dawson, who actually made it look simpler than it was, even though it was straight at him. 64 off 165 balls with 7 fours. Myself, Kevin James, Nick Gledhill and Charlotte Taylor will be back with you for the start of the evening session, and that will be in just under 20 minutes time.
day 2, which is day 1, as we keep saying, after the washout yesterday. Essex were put into bat by Hampshire this morning, and they find themselves in a rather nice position, 197 for 2. Dean Elgar made 100 just before the tea break. He finds himself 102 not out. With him is Jordan Cox, who's on 25, the 2 wickets to fall. Robin Das went when the score was just on 7 for 5, and LBW one they kept a little bit low from Mo Abbas, and then Tom Wesley possibly gave his wicket away, Nick, just at the last minute.
Yes, I mean, he'd sort of done his bit there in that partnership of 140-40. Obviously, he'd like to have gone on and got a few more himself, but obviously it's effectively a 3-day game. Essex have got the middle order, which can help to accelerate. So I don't think it's done Essex a lot of harm, the fact that they lost that 1 wicket, because obviously Cox has looked in good form, and they've got Critchley and Walter and Pepper to come if Pepper can find some red ball form. So it was a very, very good session for Essex. I mean, I say, the wicket of Wesley, yeah, unfortunate for him, but he'd done his bit in a critical part he's played in that stand of 144 to establish a good position for Essex. But still an awful lot to do on this pitch to win the game.
Yeah, absolutely. Mohamed Abbas with 1 wicket, Liam Dawson with the other, and there will be a resumption of play here in just a couple of moments' time. Mo Abbas with ball in hand at the moment.
Yes, and as I say, are we still too far out from the end of the season to try and find some sort of contrivance? We'll wait and see. Mohamed Abbas is going to come up to the wicket from the hotel end and bowl to the right-handed Cox, and it's played defensively up towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. So, yeah, I mean, say the news from the Surrey game is all one-way traffic now, with that partnership between Rory Burns and Ben Foakes still going. Burns 164, Foakes 70, 317 for 3, so they're 113 ahead. So the only real hope there is there's a lot of rain there tomorrow, and that Lancashire are able to bat for however long they need to. It'll be at least 2.5 sessions, one would have thought. Here's Abbas bowling. He's been a pick of the Hampshire bowlers. That's just played away into the offside for a single by Cox, who won't have seen too much of Abbas recently, I would have thought, so he'll be a bit watchful early on against him, I think. Goes to 26, and Elgar on 102 from 178 balls. Really, really accomplished innings, just what you'd expect, and it's as if he hasn't been away. Say, if he had played the one-day cup in this sort of form, you felt he might even have made a difference to Essex getting into a chance of qualifying for the latter stages. A slip and then a gap to a third slip, so there is a bit of a gap there. There's a cover, a mid-off, a mid-on, a mid-wicket, a deep square leg, a fine leg, and a deep backward point, as Elgar just playing himself in after tea, just runs that ball away, just backward a square on the offside, and there's a single as it's picked up by that third slip or fine gully just moving round. So that Surrey score, not particularly good news for the chasing pack, and one would have thought that Surrey might be, by the end of today, with a big enough lead to think about declaring, so it'll leave Lancashire with a long time to bat, and it's certainly going to need a fair amount of rain in that area tomorrow, which they didn't have, of course, yesterday. Lucky them. A slip, I'm going to say, and a third slip, and 6 saving 1, and this is a drive without timing by Cox up to cover, and there's no run. So this will be a pretty daunting situation for Hampshire in a 4-day scenario. In a 3-day scenario, particularly with the forecast tomorrow, at least from Hampshire's point of view, they know that Essex, if they want to try and force a victory from this position, there's an awful lot for them to do. Because, as I say, you don't get the feeling that wickets are going to fall in a great hurry on this surface, the way it's playing. As Abbas bowls, it's played defensively by Cox into the offside, and there's no run. So obviously tea or just after tea elsewhere. Somerset have avoided the follow-on against Warwickshire. That could prove to be quite important in terms of where the Warwickshire can get this first win that they really need. Somerset 196 for 6, 141 behind, and Casey Aldridge is 52. James Rew made 49. They do bat long way down. Somerset, strong middle order, just edging themselves back into that contest at Edgbaston. Here's Abbas bowling again, and Cox with an angle bat sends it for 4, wide of that third slip, and away down to the boundary. Toby Albert, that went past him pretty quickly. It was a controlled shot, and that's the Essex 200 up in the end of the 65th over, and the scoring rate has accelerated with that second 100. I say these two, I think, with a session close on 40 overs, would hope to have the Essex score, assuming they don't lose too many wickets, somewhere I would have thought close to 350 by the close if they could.
Yeah, it would be a good position if they can get themselves there. 350 at the end of the day would be more than a comfortable position for Essex. A few more wickets for Hampshire would be required to keep them in this contest a little bit longer. Looks like John Turner is going to be given first crack after tea. He's going to be bowling from the pavilion end. Felix Organ's still on the field as well. I think James Vince is having an extended time off the field. He pulled
yes,
up,
I was looking for him.
Yeah, he pulled up just before tea, about 5 or 6 overs before tea. Just running round to his right, trying to cut a ball off at mid-off, and didn't go to ground. Gingerly carried on running, but wasn't happy. He was maybe looking at knees, or hopefully nothing too serious, but he's still off the field at the moment, so Gubbins should be in charge out there, I would think. Round the wicket is Turner. An angle bat from Elgar plays it in front of the fielder at deep third, and they'll pick up a single.
In many ways, one of the most interesting games is this Kent-Worcestershire game. Kent looked to be hopelessly stranded at the bottom of the table and doesn't look like changing, because Worcestershire's innings has just finished, but it's finished on a very impressive 447, a lead of 276 over Kent at Worcester. And Brett D'Oliveira got runs there, 97. They batted good contributions all the way down, actually. If they win that, it's going to put a lot of pressure on the sides above them. Notably, Notts and Warwickshire if they don't win, and Lancashire.
Good length delivery from Turner, played down into the offside square of the wicket by Jordan Cox to James Fuller at point.
And if the championship, if Surrey do stretch away at the top, which would be disappointing for the neutrals, I guess, and certainly supporters of Hampshire, Essex and Somerset, then a good classic relegation battle would, I think, keep interest around the country. And I think the top of Division 2 is going to be interesting as well.
Turner in again, past the umpire, bowls a bouncer to Jordan Cox, which he sways out the way of, and it goes through to Ben Brown, a well-directed bouncer.
At least you're not having to watch a lot of Kent this season. Charlotte, I was commiserating with their commentators. We've seen every now and again. I think they were saying they used the word miserable.
Yeah.
Culminating in them being bowled out by an Indian leg spinner on debut for Northants, 5 for 14, bowled out for 82 in their last one-day cup match. So it's not getting any better for them.
No, they're in a bit of a pit at the
No,
moment.
it's been a bad time for them.
John Turner with another bouncer, pulled in front of square nicely by Jordan Cox. He'll only get a single because there is a fielder out there, Fletcher Middleton it is, that will run round to his left and do the fielding. Essex moved 205 for 2. Jordan Cox to 31 from just 40 deliveries.
And you can sort of understand the way things have gone at Kent in the last couple of years, why Jordan Cox was looking to move to another county. So his complaint was he's spending an awful long time in the field thinking about his innings without getting a chance to play it.
Round the wicket this time from John Turner, goes for a bouncer above Dean Elgar's head. He ducks underneath it but didn't really need to, it was well above his head. Goes through to Ben Brown.
Of course, it's not so long ago that I think Kent almost single-handedly destroyed Hampshire's season, as Kevin will remember. I think bowling Hampshire out for about 50 in a championship match, and I think they had a big one-day win as well, so they have caused Hampshire a few problems.
Turner in again, round the wicket past the umpire, bowls another bouncer to Dean Elgar that he sways out the way of, and it goes through to the wicketkeeper Ben Brown. That's the end of a bustling over from John Turner. He's gone more short ones than he did full ones. conceded 2 singles. He's bowled 9 overs, none for 44. Essex 205 for 2. Jordan Cox 31. Dean Elgar 104 not out.
Yeah, and the reason we mentioned that Notts might be looking over their shoulder a little bit is because they are very much second best in that game at Chester Street, which avoided the weather yesterday. Durham 531 for 7, Notts 141 for 6 in reply. And so it looks like they may well be asked to follow on in that one. And they're going to be put under pressure by Worcestershire if Worcestershire can win that game at home against Kent. So it could be that it really does open up that tussle to avoid the second relegation spot, with Kent looking rather doomed. Here's Abbas bowls, and that's just glided down by Cox. Nice easy on the eye shot, just down towards third man for a single. So it's Jordan Cox here. Interesting for him. What he can do is take this opportunity to score runs and hope that England decide to alter the balance of their team maybe for the second test. I think the pitch at Manchester, partly because of the weather, Charlotte, probably offered a bit more to the Sri Lankan bowlers than was expected. And England, you know, a lot of their batters got starts, but there weren't the major innings apart from Jamie Smith. But whether England do feel that they want to have Smith at 7, it might seem a bit unnecessary. That's driven away. It's a crunching drive from Elgar. Classic shot, just with not much foot movement there, just leant into it, playing it off length and away through the covers for 4. And Elgar continues, and he's very close to his best score of the season now, 108 out of 210 for 2.
Yeah, brilliant shot. Really easy on the eye, Dean Elgar. He's played some crunching cover drives today, mainly through extra cover. That one a bit squarer, but it was absolutely fantastic. Flew off the bat, didn't it?
Yeah, and the problem, although I thought Sri Lanka in part bowled quite impressively in that England innings, I suppose there's always the thought from Cox is that the England batters are going to stay in decent form in this series, as here this is played defensively by Elgar up into the offside. Better ball from Mohammed Abbas. So he'll think that certainly maybe Pope and Lawrence, who's just returned to the side, they're bound to get scores at some point, and it's going to be difficult to force his way in. There's always Ben Stokes coming back and everything like that, so he's just going to have to be patient, but at least he knows that his talent has been recognised, and he's had a pretty good season, not just in the red ball but the white ball as well. 210 for 2. Elgar on 108, Cox on 32. Another partnership developing here, as that one is a delivery which is sailing over the left shoulder of Elgar, and he has nothing to do with it. So it stays at 210. The score was 151 when that second wicket went down. So these two have pushed it along by 59. I'm going to say the scoring rate increasing all the time. But Essex, knowing there's another poor forecast on the cards for tomorrow, and ideally love to have a full 4 days to work with in this situation, because the plan would certainly be to bat well into day 2. And is there going to be enough time for either side to force victory? That's to glide away. It's gone down to the fine leg boundary. It won't be cut off. I'll wait for the umpire's signal there. It is leg byes. There was no bat on that. He shaped on the leg glance, but it's 4 leg byes to the total, 214 for 2. So Elgar stays on 108, and 4 extras go to the score, 214 for 2.
Yeah, just drifted too far down the leg side that time. Did Mo Abbas. Not very often that happens. Gets a little bit too straight. Normally he's right on the money. So a rarity from him. It's into his 15th over here.
So Abbas turns, a pile of sawdust behind him, coming in from the hotel end, running away from us, goes round the wicket and bowls, and Elgar gets one that pops a little bit. We've seen that from time to time. That'll give the Essex bowlers some encouragement. Every so often the ball hits a spot and just pops a little bit. But Elgar, such as the slowness of the pitch, had time to adjust and negotiated that pretty comfortably. Stayed on 108, Cox 32 from 41, and Essex 214 for 2. 37 overs left in the day, and the skies are clearing, so indication at this stage we'll probably get to see most of those overs, and probably be playing till about now till about 7 o'clock. I would have thought, depending on how much Dawson bowls.
Yeah, he's the big changer in that, isn't he? Maybe a bit of Prest as well. Saw a little bit of Prest before the tea break. He bowled 1 over, just conceded 6. Turner then to continue from the pavilion end. Bowls to Jordan Cox, tries to make room for himself and hack it through the offside. It's a brilliant bit of work by Ben Brown to stop that going for 4 byes. It really cut back off the surface there, and he had to stop it low to his left, and he just parried it in front of him. Didn't take it cleanly, but it was a brilliant bit of work. If you're watching on the live picture feed, I think you're about to see it once more. Maybe you're not. Turner in again, bowls to Jordan Cox, again cuts him in half and gets a thick inside edge as he tries to make room for himself to the leg side. He's going to pick up 4. He looks uncomfortable against the pace of Turner. He just looked like that he got that one through a little bit quicker as well. It's a streaky boundary for Jordan Cox. Moves to 36. Essex 218 for 2, but he doesn't look comfortable, Nick.
No, it's interesting because obviously the pitch not particularly suiting Turner. The last thing that Cox wants to do is get a reputation for not looking comfortable against pace with an Ashes away from home in the not too distant future. But early impression, does Turner, even on this slow pitch, just hurrying him up a little bit.
He did again, past the umpire now. And that's short and wide outside the off stump, and he gets a single onto the offside, does he? He would have been long gone if he was run out. And there's a sub-fielder on at point. He does the fielding, picks up and shies at the stumps, and actually concedes 4 overthrows as a result of it. But I think Jordan Cox had almost given up the go as he was running, and he was going to be long gone. It's
almost as if Cox is just thinking about the game and thinking about how he's negotiating the over from Turner, and that just caused the sort of lack of communication there, because it would have been clearly out with a direct hit there. But he's got through for 1, and he's managed to get an extra helping of 4 to his total as well, which is always useful. So it's looking as though he's had a better over against the Turner. If you just look at the bare stats, .45, then is actually the case.
Yeah, he's managed to add 5 to his total as well. 41 onto his score now. Elgar on strike to Turner. This time he comes round the wicket, bowls a short ball down the leg side. Ben Brown moves across smartly to his right and takes the ball at head height. 223 for 2 as the Seagulls are circling here at the Utilita Bowl, waiting for any leftover lunch or tea.
Yes, working up good pace, and perhaps this is a bit more of a threatening spell than certainly the first one this morning.
Yeah, there's a fielder that's going to come in at forward square on the leg side, just about 3 strips away. It's going to be a little bit closer now, so he's on the edge of the second strip away from the plate. Turner's in, round the wicket to Elgar, who's pulling the ball into the leg side, goes behind square, doesn't get any real timing on that one. Will pick up a single though, as James Fuller comes round to do the fielding. 224 for 2, Essex. Elgar 109. The field changes for the right-handed Cox, of course, to face this final delivery. The score sheet for this over looks a little bit rogue. 4-5, and the single. Other runs to be scored off of it.
The whole story of the over.
It's not. Get a rough idea though with the 4 overthrows being conceded. Last delivery from Turner then, another short one. It's pulled into the leg side by Cox, beats the fielder at mid-wicket. Gilliam Dawson comes up. You don't see him often out there on the boundary, but he's going to come round and collect the ball and collect 2 more. 226 for 2. Jordan Cox moves to 43.
Thank you.
I'm being joined by Kevin James.
Hello. Well, it still looks an easy pace pitch. Not a bad one if you're a batter today.
No, that last over just looked like it was maybe just troubling Jordan Cox a little bit for pace. He was sort of backing away from the ball a little bit. Didn't look particularly comfortable.
No, I think you're right. So there's a difference between giving yourself a little bit of room. Maybe he was trying to do that as well, but you're right, yeah, didn't. A couple of ugly shots, wasn't there? I've never seen anybody move towels around as much as you do.
Yeah, sorry about that.
No, it's great.
Abbas round the wicket then to Elgar, who's driving on the up into the offside, up to Kyle Abbott at mid-off and doesn't get a single.
The way you've manoeuvred them around and sort of hugged them and what have you, it's like your own
Yeah,
set
they
of
are.
towels.
The problem is now I've sat on them so much they're not providing the same sort of height as they once were. So I've got to fluff them up a little bit. I did a bit of commentary in the 100 with Michael Carberry, and we were downstairs in the hotel, middle of the sort of viewing gallery down there, and the aircon was just on permanently.
Yeah.
And Michael Carberry in his shorts and t-shirt, didn't poor outfit choice, obviously. As Abbas comes round the wicket to Elgar, forward in defence he is, and plays it into the offside, no run taken. And then I just had a sort of a brainwave of a moment. I would go and find some, some dressing gowns. We were in we do it from a hotel suite, and it's like the most luxurious suite and whatever. Went into the cupboard, 2 hotel dressing gowns. There you go, Carbs, put that one on round you. And he was then happy as Larry, commentating, looking like he was on a spa vacation. And it was just great.
I didn't see any pictures of that on social media.
I will show you.
Yeah, I look forward to that.
Round the wicket again, Abbas to Dean Elgar. Plays it gingerly back to the bowler, Abbas, who doesn't actually collect the ball in his follow-through. Gets with the bat in about a centimetre of it and then allows Nick Gubbins to go and collect it. But there we go. No run taken. Yeah, so...
that was a very, a light bulb moment.
Well, he was just sat there literally shivering. And, Michael Carberry, not a small man. Just very, very cold. And I thought, I know, let's look after him and go and get him and another co-commentator, Charlie Taylor, go and get them, who decided to wear shorts and t-shirts. A hotel dressing gown to commentate in. I think they were warm by the end of that. Abbas in again, past the umpire to Elgar, and that one's angled into him. A good length delivery that he fends off his body and into the leg side. Picked up by Nick Gubbins at short mid-wicket.
There's a hint of a bit of movement off the seam there, wasn't there? But it's too slow, isn't it, really? I mean, mind you, this ball is, 69th over, so you'd expect that. But even when it's a bit harder, it's still...
It looks more threatening now than it maybe did just before tea. But there we go.
Abbas hasn't conceded too many, but again, hasn't looked particularly threatening.
Not overly. Let's see what you can do with this delivery here. The 5th of his 16th. He's round the wicket to Elgar, and Elgar's forward in defence, solidly behind that one, and plays the ball back up to Kyle Abbott at mid-off.
Trouble is, he's such a good judge of length, Elgar, isn't he? That you get the ball in the right areas, you think, oh yeah. And he's so solid, isn't he? Defensive. Get past that.
He's got a real
very difficult.
Yeah, real good balance of knowing when to attack and when to defend.
Yes.
Classical opener style. Probably got 2 or 3 shots that he plays, and then the rest of them he just sort of defends or leaves alone. First slip, waiting. A third slip, also waiting. A gap at second slip. And that one's beaten. Oh, it's gone and hit the pads of Elgar, has it? Or has it hit the stumps? There's a big appeal. It was angled in from Mo Abbas and cut Dean Elgar in half. That it has moved off the wicket. If you're watching the live picture feed, we're going to see it once more. And it's jagged in a long way. Not carried through to the keeper. So it was an LBW appeal, but I think it might have been just going over. A maiden over from Abbas. He did get the ball talking in that one though. 16 overs he's bowled, 1 for 33, but by far the most exciting that he's bowled today.
Yes.
Is that rude? Sorry.
No, you're right. No, it's probably one of the more exciting overs we've had in the game. Let's be honest. I suppose it's been a bit pedestrian in time, but also a bit predictable. And I suppose in a way that's a sign of good batters, really, in a way, isn't it? I mean, Hampshire have bowled okay. Just maybe not as much in the wicket as they thought or we thought. I think we were lulled into a false sense of security when Das was LBW with that wicket nip back at 10 minutes into play. We thought, oh, here we go. Here's Turner, bowls. Cox again looking to give himself a little bit of room. Steers that out to wide mid-off. There is no run, but really there hasn't been a lot. And they're right, that over actually was probably about as much in one over movement as we've seen.
I was quite excited.
And yet it was over number 69 with an oldish ball. That's quite weird, really. How do you explain that?
Well, you don't really. Just let it play out. And for Hampshire's sake, you hope it comes to fruition in terms of a wicket.
You do.
Either Elgar or Cox at this stage. They won't be fussy which one it is.
Turner Bowl short, pulled away, hammered away. But Dawson is out there at deep mid-wicket. Turner hasn't really got anything to move, has he, off the straight? Banging it in, not a lot of pace there for him.
He's gone with the hostile, sort of shorter approach at times, which has been exciting to watch because he's getting the ball through above or around head height. But like you say, it's not quick enough and it's not doing enough off the surface to really challenge either of these two. They can just get out the way of it if it's short, or even take it on at times.
Yeah. Turner's around the wicket. He's got a short leg in, those fairly deep. That's pulled away by Elgar. It's safe. It's one bounce for 4 back on a square leg. Now, there was a fielder out there, and I think that's Joe Eklund out there as a sub-fielder.
It was number 9.
Yeah, Joe Eklund. Yeah, he's been playing 2 or 3 of the 50-over games.
So Vince is definitely one that's off the field. I don't know who the other one is then.
Is Abbas off? I always say Abbas as a standard phrase,
he
but
was
he's not.
bowling.
Yeah,
so
no, of course he won't be because he's off now. He's down at fine legs.
So is it Abbott? Is he stood at mid-on there?
He's at mid-on.
Dawson pressed.
That's interesting. We'll come to that in a moment. There's Turner bowls. Cut away by Elgar, and that should be 4. It is. Toby Albert down at third man. Had absolutely no chance with that. Again, he's gone for the short delivery, and it's just standing up a little bit. It's not really hurrying the batters. They're having time to just hit the ball into an area where the fielders aren't. Dawson's having a quick chat with Turner now. I'm not quite sure what he's saying. He's saying, we'll just try another one, or really that's probably not working. Turner's going for 6 and over, as he has done there or thereabouts throughout his 10.4 overs. 235 for 2. So Vince is definitely off. Fuller off? Or was Fuller out there at deep square leg? Might be him out at deep square leg, actually. That's pulled away, kept down nicely by Elgar. To Eklund. There's no pace off this pitch.
I think Felix Orgon was on. I think he's now back off. So whoever he was replacing is now back on the field. So it's just Eklund on for Vince.
Right. Who looked in a bit of discomfort just before tea, didn't he? Not being able to field a ball at mid-on. Just looked a bit awkward the way.
Yeah, he just pulled up slightly, but he
Yeah.
wasn't gripping hamstring or quad or anything. I don't know whether he's just jarred something, maybe a knee or a hip. It was definitely a little bit uncomfortable for him, though.
Hopefully he's all right. Here's Turner into Cox, who gives himself some room and cuts that through the covers. And that will end the over, which has cost 14. And John Turner doesn't really seem to have an answer to this surface. He's bowled 11 overs, none for 70. Well, if that was a plan, then I'm afraid that hasn't quite worked. There was a bit of width in those short deliveries as well, and not only are they not really coming up at any decent pace off the pitch, they're not really bouncing off the pitch, but there's a little bit of width there too.
Yeah. There's definitely not a lot in it for John Turner. A little bit more in it for Mo Abbas. He's bowled 16 overs, the last of which got it to move off the surface a little bit. I'm going to stop talking because I think I need to sneeze.
All right, that's no problem. But I was going to say that having bowled one of his better overs, Mo Abbas, he's off. But whether that's because he's going to switch ends, Charlotte Taylor does indeed sneeze.
I'm actually relieved it's just the one. Usually they come in 4s.
Do they? Right. That's very
That's
specific.
Actually, yeah, well, I get quite annoyed after the 3rd, and then I think, oh, there's one more coming. So for there to be only one, I'm actually quite relieved.
Yeah, so you got let off lightly there.
Yeah, thank you, Nose. Liam Dawson then to return. He's bowled 18 overs already today, 19 overs today, 1 for 66. Returning for another spell. If you said at the start of the day he'd be bowling best part of 20 overs on day 1, you'd probably eat your hat if you were wearing one.
Nice.
Which I can confirm Kevin James is not wearing a hat.
I'm
should be actually, with the sun gleaming in now. It's actually quite warm. I might have to remove my black jumper.
Yeah, I'm just surprised he's only bowled 3 overs in that spell, Abbas, and he's off. And yet he looked threatening in that last over. It must be because he's changing the ends. I can't think of another reason. Only 3 overs. I could understand if it was maybe 4. They said, look, have a short 4-over spell and that'll be it. But 3?
We'll see. Dawson round the wicket to the left-handed Elgar, who's turning the ball into the leg side of a good length, and the fielding's done by Toby Albert. He's almost fallen over trying to pick that one up. There is no run. Elgar 118 not out. This partnership worth 89 now. It's a brilliant one between these two. Again played onto the onside by Elgar to Toby Albert. 2 dots, 2 identical deliveries, shots and fielders. He's in again, past the umpire with a hop and a skip. Bowls. That's drifted across the left-hander Elgar this time, but again a forward defence comes out. And played again to Toby Albert for no run. No one's really in the game at the moment other than those 3. And the same thing's happened. Oh no, it hasn't. That one's gone up to long on this occasion. Worked leg side by Elgar up to the subfielder Joseph Eklund. That's on as a subfielder with number 9 on his back. Does the fielding. 1 more to the total. Essex 241 for 2. Brings the right-handed Jordan Cox on strike. This will be a little bit more exciting for Dawson, turning the ball away from him. Slip waiting, Tom Press there. Back of a length delivery though, and Cox is working the ball up to mid-on to Mo Abbas, who Jordan Cox takes on his arm, and he was right to do so. Got home safely. Takes a single off the 5th delivery. 242 for 2. Jordan Cox is, before you know it, got to 49. He's batted brilliantly. 49 from 49 deliveries. I don't know why I always squint at the screen when there's a much bigger scoreboard over to my right that I never ever use. That's a full delivery on leg stump, worked leg side by Elgar, gets it out to deep mid wicket. He ambles through for a single. And Toby Albert out there does the fielding. 3 singles to end the 71st over. Bless you, man in the crowd. 240. He's got sympathy.
Yes.
Sneezes for me. 242. 243 for 2. Elgar 120 not out. He's getting towards his highest score of the competition, is he, Nick? It's equalled his highest score of the competition. 120 for Elgar. 1 more run and he'll surpass that. Cox 49 not out with him, providing nice support going at a runner ball. I'm just going to take my jumper off.
Yeah, of course. Do you know that the more I'm thinking about this game and where we're going with it, and Charlotte I'm sure will have her own views, I'm just thinking, do you know what, if the weather forecast is the way it seems to suggest, i.e. we could be on, off all day, I'm rapidly starting to get to the thought that both these sides will just get bonus points, get as many as they can, draw, move on, last 4 games, but then we'll then worry about the season then, because I just cannot see, as well as Essex batting here, I just cannot see enough time left in the game, and with the pitch the way it's playing. Fuller's into the attack, round the wicket to Elgar. It's pushed up towards Liam Dawson. I don't know, that's just my feeling. I mean, we've got another 32 overs left today, and if Essex keep going, what are they batting at? Nearly 3.5 and over now, so 120 runs maybe. All right, that's 360. We play half tomorrow. There's still 5 games left of the season, including this one. That's a lot. That's a lot of the season left. Here's Fuller. He's punched up to mid-on, and that's a good diving stop. But mid-on. Who's that?
That's Kyle Abbott.
Oh, great
I
effort.
think he's making a little bit of a meal of it now. He looks like a tortoise that's rolled onto his shell on his back and then can't get up.
No, he is.
I don't know if he's hurt himself, actually. He's sort of waving now that he's
what's he doing?
done something. I don't know if
Has
he's
he?
got cramp or...
Oh,
As James Fuller's going back to it. We were laughing initially, which was very... Oh, no, he's fine.
He was just waiting for somebody to come up to him and say, well fielded, Carl. Yeah, we know. We saw it. We've seen it. I don't know. That's my thoughts. I don't know what you think.
Yeah, I can see that happening.
I know Essex have played well today, but we've already lost a day. We're going to lose more of the day tomorrow. Here comes Fuller. Flicked away into the vacant square leg area by Cox, and there is his runner ball 50. 7 fours, and he hasn't looked in too much trouble either, although, as you say, with Turner, just a couple of times maybe just didn't get himself into great positions, but other than that, he's looked pretty safe enough.
Yeah, and he's scored quickly, hasn't he, in comparison to Elgar and Wesley earlier on. They had to do a bit of rebuilding, but he's definitely looked more comfortable to rotate and take the quick singles and all those types of things that gets the scoreboard moving.
90 odd these two have put on. Elgar drives into the covers. I say 90 odd, that was a very quick calculation. It is actually 94.
It's his third 50 of the competition. Jordan Cox. He's also got 300s to his name as well. So he's having a pretty good county championship.
Indeed.
Hence his England call-up. And then instant removal.
Well, obviously the moves worked for him as Elgar faces, just tucks it away down towards third, moves on to 122, 247 for 2. Well, he played 42 championship matches at Kent and nobody noticed him.
True.
Here he is in his first season at Essex and he's got noticed.
Well, who knows?
23 years of age.
Sometimes you just got to switch things up.
Yeah. Not that anybody's suggesting that if you play for certain counties it's harder to get noticed than others.
No.
But that would suggest.
Essex is the place to be.
Next ball to Cox, just got slightly opened up there as he pushed that out towards extra cover. So Fuller has completed 11 overs here, none for 35. Essex 246 for 2 from 72 of the day's 104 overs, which means there are 32 left. Coming up to 5 o'clock. Oh my word. It'll be close to 7 o'clock tonight, unless Dawson gets his finger out and bowls a few more.
He's going to continue here from the hotel end, so you get what you wish for. He's bowled 20 overs so far, 1 for 69. So this will be his 21st, which is quite a rarity to see a spinner bowl so many overs on day one, but needs must. He's coming round the wicket to Elgar. He got one to drift across him in the last over. He's not delivering that one though. He's decided that's not a good idea as he almost falls over in his run up. Starting again, walks back to his mark. Pushes his elbows out to the side as he so often does, goes past the umpire. Bowls to Elgar. That's a good looking drive. Up to long on. Eklund there does the fielding. Elgar meanders through for a single. 123 for him. Surpassed his highest score now this year, which stood at 120. He's on for a big one here. Essex 247 for 2. If he bats properly, you get a double by the end of the day.
Yeah, twice he made 120 this year.
Full delivery, Yorker length from Liam Dawson, angled in to the right-handed Cox, who digs it out and plays it back to him in his follow-through.
Both were at Chelmsford, so this is his first one away from base.
It's always good feeling when you get runs away from home, isn't it? Round the wicket, Dawson back on his toes, giving himself room again. Cox plays it straight though, back to Dawson in his follow through. I thought for a minute then he was going to try and find the gap that's at cover on the offside in front of point, but he decided against it. 247 for 2 here at the Utilita Bowl. Dawson bowling his 21st of the day, and that's a straighter line that Cox goes back to and plays it softly into the offside. Doesn't take a single as Ben Brown was speedily out from behind the stumps to collect. Just the single off the first ball, followed by 3 dots for Dawson. That's a full delivery, driven into the space just in front of point, as I was saying before. He's found it on this occasion as Jordan Cox will pick up a single, moves to 51. I'm going to take a break at the end of this one, I think, am I?
I think you will.
Yes. And bring in Nick. Dawson, final ball of this over, and gets a little bit of an outside edge of Elgar's bat as he's propped onto the front foot, goes into the offside and there is no run as Dawson runs to collect the ball, and that'll be the end of his 21st over the day. He's bowled 1 for 71, Essex 248 for 2. I'll leave you, Kevin James, in the capable hands of Nick.
Yeah, so Dean Elgar's previous hundreds this season, 120 against Kent at Chelmsford, that was in the second match of the season, and 120 not out against Durham, also at Chelmsford, the previous game before last where they played Surrey. So, yeah, third championship 100 of the season. Not a bad return from the former South African Test player.
Yeah, and 2 pretty good signings for Essex. That's the one thing we can say about this season.
Yeah. It's Fuller then, right time over. Cox drives down the ground. That's going for 4, very straight, just to the leg side of the stumps at the far end, but Beautiful shot, 250 up for Essex, and that is the first bonus point.
Yes, and a few more to come. I mean, obviously Essex are going to try and get as many as they can. Obviously they'll have to bear in mind how much time is lost for tomorrow, but I suppose all they can do is give themselves, put themselves into a position where they've got 4 sessions to bowl Hampshire out twice, but it's very, very difficult with the time that's going to be lost in this game.
It's true. 100 Partnership is also up with that shot. Off 113 deliveries, Cox works that square on the offside into a gap. So this partnership has been scoring at a reasonable rate. I mean, 53 for 2.
Cox, to me, you rank him alongside Jamie Smith in terms of quality, and someone that I think he'll take his chance when he gets it with England. He'd like to get it against Sri Lanka because it's obviously, you'd see it as one of the less demanding test series. I think they're going to probably pose a greater threat perhaps with the bat over the course of a series than the West Indies did, but he'd like to get a chance to get a debut this summer.
Fuller. Elgar plays that back up the pitch. So Darren Lawrence, I mean, it's quite interesting, isn't it? Because Darren Lawrence has been in and around that squad for a while, hasn't he? And
yeah, I think they felt they had to give him a chance. But I reckon Cox was coming up on the rails, red rum against crisp, if you like, in that famous Grand National. I mean, yes, you remember that one? Yeah. I think he was closing in quite quickly, but maybe they just felt that. I mean, Dan Lawrence is obviously a very capable player himself, but it's just a fight for places in that top 6. Once they decided they were only going to play the 6 batsmen, which they probably should against Sri Lanka.
Elgar works that to mid-wicket, no run there.
I think you find against Australia they probably would have played the 6 batters plus Jamie Smith and just tried to fiddle a few overs of spin from somewhere, which they would have had available, of course, with Root and Lawrence. But against Sri Lanka at the start of a 3-match back-to-back series, I think entirely reasonable to give the bowlers a situation where they're not going to have to over-bowl. They might just make an adjustment for the next test, and that could be a way back in for Cox. But it seems odd to have Smith back at number 7.
Yeah, that's true. Here's Fuller again. Driving into the ground is Elgar.
So, yeah, I mean, it's been a very good day for Essex. The disappointment, of course, will be the fact that they may not be able to push on to victory from this position. But remains to be seen how Hampshire bat on this surface, whether it changes character at all. Whether it quickens up a little bit, perhaps, but
whether it's drier than we all think. I mean,
that's
none of that knowledge at the moment.
Yeah, one thinks that might be the case.
Fuller bowls. Elgar drives up to mid-off. Dawson fields.
In which case, if it did, I don't think Essex will be bowling last, because you would have thought that the only chance that Essex have got is probably to make Hampshire follow on and win by innings, but. So there wouldn't be a fourth innings if you like, in that traditional sense. So they could be bowling 2nd and 3rd maybe rather than 4th, but it could be if it is drier than expected that there is a bit of help maybe in a second Hampshire innings for the Essex spinners, with it Hampshire just going in for 1. Dawson, who's bowling at the moment, obviously Prester's bowled a bit as well, but 1 principal spinner in Dawson. So he's going to continue doing this holding role, 1 for 71 in 21 overs. Pretty respectable, given there's a bit of damage being done at the other end. Although Fuller has dragged it back after that expensive spell from Turner. That's it's played defensively by Cox up towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. But yes, Cox looking forward to his chance and doing himself no harm with his performance here. In comes Dawson again, bowled, and Cox off the back foot works it away and doesn't get it past. It's a good stop actually, to short extra to make sure that didn't get past. Sri Lanka are in the lead in the test match, and Angela Matthews is 55 not out. They're 4 down, 125 for 4. They lead by 3. So ticket holders for tomorrow still optimistic they're going to see something. That's played defensively by Cox, who's treating Dawson with a lot of respect here. But obviously a rich vein of batting options for England at the moment. That's why Johnny Bairstow, he got a 50 today. It's going to be an awful long way back for him, particularly in the test side, as that's driven away back down the ground and well fielded by Dawson in his follow through. Obviously Cox has already moved ahead of Bairstow by virtue of the fact he was called up into the squad for this game. Lots of goals flying around. As Dawson in bright sunshine now, best weather of the day, and it's just run down off the pad, but he's been really treating Dawson with respect in this over. Is Cox, who was going along at a runner ball, and is now merely scoring at 90 runs per 100 balls. Just waiting for one that he can get hold of. As he bowls again, just a flowing drive down the ground to take the single and break the run of dot balls. So 75 overs gone, 29 left in Midday. There is a new ball available soon. Elgar 123 and Cox 57, and Essex 254 for 2. This partnership has taken the score on now by 103 since the dismissal of Wesley, which was at 151.
Yeah, I must admit, I'm not sure I've taken a great deal of interest in Jordan Cox. He'll have played for Kent against Hampshire on at least a couple of occasions, but he makes batting out there look quite easy, doesn't he?
Yes.
I know a couple of times against Turner, he probably wasn't in great positions to try and force the ball away off the offside, and I don't know. But apart from that,
well, it's a big bonus for Essex that he was made available for this game, because it's certainly strengthened the side.
Definitely. Here's Fuller again from the pavilion end, bowls, and that's pulled away, and this is 6 runs, just helped over the line by Cox. And that will take the Essex total on to 254 for 2. 260 for 2, I tell a lie. Cox on to 63. Easy as you like, the way he played that. Turner was briefly interested down on the rope.
Really had a sensational opening campaign for Essex. 350s, 300s. This could turn into a 2 and 4.
Waits as Fuller comes in again and bowls. Leg ball, plays that late. That's gone very fine. That'll be 4. There was a slight hint of an edge, as much as where he was trying to play it. I'm not sure he was trying to play it that fine, but even so, it was safe. He moves on to 67, 264 for 2.
Yeah, he started off, he played himself in, and he's batted with growing fluency, just treating Dawson with respect in that last over, playing the ball on his merits, but scoring very quickly now.
Better than a runner ball now all of a sudden, after 10 runs off the last 2 balls. And the 76th over here. As Fuller comes in again, Cox off the back foot, takes the bottom hand off the bat as he works that out behind square. There'll be 2 more. Round the boundary comes Fletcher Middleton, and Cox moves on to 69. 266 for 2 here, Essex, and the run rate now is slowly climbing, as it has been doing throughout this partnership. They're scoring at 3.5 and over the whole innings now.
Yes, it was down in the low 2s, wasn't it, at one point? But as you'd expect, at 266 for 2, was greater freedom.
Yeah, firm foothold. Essex here, Fuller bowls and plays that quite late there. Cox didn't quite know where the ball was as it trickles out on the leg side.
I mean, Essex might just be thinking, if a significant amount of play is lost tomorrow, I think if the whole day is lost tomorrow, it's very, very difficult to see where the game goes, but they might just be thinking of not batting at all tomorrow. Got 28 overs to go, get to 400, and then if there's a lot of time left, just you look at the time left, just the sort of 4 sessions, they're probably going to have to bowl Hampshire out to make them follow on anyway, so that might be the only way forward.
It's Fuller bowls, pulls that away on the leg side. Cox a little bit ungamely, but he's got 4 runs for it. Just wondered if the ball didn't quite bounce as much as he thought, and he had to bend his knees as he played that ball shot. But it's gone in front of square, and he said it nicely. 270 for 2. This is another expensive over. This has gone for 16.
Yeah, only Dawson really keeping control of things at the moment as Vince starts to. Essex starting to run out of options. Hampshire. Vince back on the field, having just mentioned him. Or have we seen him at all since tea?
No, I don't think so. I'm looking around very quickly, can't see him. Here's Fuller again. Cox forward, found the gap out on the offside. So 17 off that over. So 271 for 2.
Who's in the unfortunate position of captaining at the moment? It's not a very easy situation. I suppose it might be Dawson himself. I suppose I'm trying to think of who else it might be. Senior players or a designated vice captain.
Well, normally I would suggest it might be Kyle Abbott, but just looking at the body language, it suggests it might be Dawson.
Yeah. So he's taking the brunt of it himself. Yeah, looking at tomorrow's forecast. I mean, thunderstorms in the afternoon, but and just rain in the morning.
A lot of it in there.
Yeah, heavy at times, disruption and flooding. Area affected, Hampshire, it says on this warning.
It's a bit specific.
Yes. So it's Dawson bowling, and that's driven away through the covers for a single. It suggests it's not going to be dry. And 272 for 2. But Essex have had a very, very good day. But it says it's a lot of work to do to try and win the game from here. At least 400 plus on the board. They know they can't lose. They can go all out and set attacking fields. Try and create errors. Dawson bowls, and that's driven firmly by Elgar up towards mid-wicket. High score this season, 123.
It's a shame actually, isn't it? Because when you actually play as well as this early on in a 4-day game, you don't really want bad weather around.
No. As Elgar on the drive, sends it through the mid-on gap up towards long on, collects another run. Yeah, from the Hampshire point of view, they're sort of feeling, well, at least get 8 points out of this, particularly if Worcestershire win. They just want to make sure they get nowhere near that particular issue. I don't think they will, but he's obviously going to tighten up in the middle of the table if Worcestershire do win. As Dawson bowls, and that's played off the back foot and goes past short cover. Again, up towards long off. One more run, but scoring fairly easily at the moment. Just get a feeling that it has become a little bit easier for run scoring as the day goes on. I think a lot of that is down to the freedom and that the batters have enjoyed with the scoreboard as it is. Dawson bowling his 23rd over, 1 for 75, making some adjustments in the field, suggesting certainly that he's in charge of things out there at the moment. Sun going in and out behind some high cloud. Slightly deeper looking blue sky than earlier on, and much more of it over the nursery ground to the left than there was earlier. It looks very fine there at the moment.
Still got the covers on over there.
Yeah, but it might be slightly over precautionary, but maybe they're getting them in for tomorrow.
Yeah, I think you're right.
I think the rain's due to start in the early hours. Essex would love this to be a rogue forecast and turn up and have another day like this tomorrow, because then they would be in a position to put Hampshire under pressure, albeit even in a 3-day game. But they're racking up the batting points, you would have thought. There's Dawson bowls, and this is driven away for 4, I think. It's a good-looking stroke by Elgar, and it hits the rope now at extra cover. Goes to 128 with that. And fine stroke. He's played several like that, getting to the pitch of Dawson's deliveries.
He gets such power from just what is effectively a push drive.
15th for. And the one thing missing for Dean Elgar arguably has been the big 100. Been the epitome of consistency for Essex, and so this is going to be his biggest to date, and who knows how big it might become. There are 1 or 2 batters in the Essex dressing room who'd like a knock. I mean, Matt Critchley's definitely one, and Michael Pepper in a position of strength where he can play more of his natural game is another, so I'm sure they'd both like a chance to get out there. I'm sure Paul Walter would as well. As this is Dawson bowling and played away up towards wide mid-wicket, and there's no run. 278 for 2, Elgar 128 and Cox 76, and a partnership of similar magnitude to the one for second wicket. In fact, this one is so far worth 127 I think it is for the third wicket.
144 for the second it was, so they're not far behind. 3 overs until the new ball is available, second new ball. We haven't had a ball change, have we? It threatened to be changed in the afternoon session, but the umpires didn't take too long working out.
Makes a pleasant change not seeing.
Yeah, well, I don't think we have we? I can't remember one. Can Charlotte remember one? No, it hasn't. It's incredible. I think this ball needs to be mounted.
Poor Robin Das might feel he's missed out. There was a scenario where he would have batted in Cox's position in this game at 4, which I think probably in retrospect would have suited him a bit more. Unlucky to have to go in first. Got a good one from Mohammed Abbas when the score was 7, and then these 2 big partnerships, 144 for the second and 127 unbroken for the third.
Some leg spin coming in now. Nick Gubbins for the first time. Suggests he might get a couple of overs if the first one's half decent. Cox turns that away on the leg side. Will pick up 1. May look for 2. He does get 2. A lot of work there for Toby Albert to do, coming in off the rope. 280 for 2. Gubbins has had 3 short spells this season. Hasn't picked up a wicket yet.
Definitely saving Abbott and Abbas for the new ball in a few overs' time.
Yeah. Short off the back foot. Cox strikes that nicely past the bowler. Now, is he going to get that all the way up the rope at the far end? Not quite. Is that Abbott up there at the far end, running around from deep mid off? I think it is. Does well. Had to make up quite a lot of ground there. Cox struck that nicely. Picks up 3 for his trouble. No, 2, sorry, tell lie. Cox moves on to 80. 282 for 2. It pulls that away. That's short. That's a horrible delivery. Let's go for 6. It's just a matter of how far back it goes. About 7 rows, 6 rows back over mid wicket. Too short there from Nick Gubbins.
I think this was always what Hampshire might have feared. While Elgar and Wesley were together, there wasn't too much damage being done. I did accelerate, and they were trying to push on, but I know about Cox's quality and his ability to score quickly, and it's certainly becoming apparent now.
He's playing for the Oval Invincibles. Got over 200 runs in the 100. He's off the back foot. More runs here, out into the deep on the offside.
Which is a slightly worrying thing for Essex, because it means that he might become a sort of centrally contracted England player who you just simply don't see at all. It would be an awful shame, but Essex might just have a very brief glimpse of him.
Temperature's just dropped a fraction and the wind has just got up a fraction as it's just prodded up to mid-off by Elgar.
I mean, so much depends on things like the IPL and what he does in April and early May. That's always a big factor. Fancies playing some Championship cricket in April and May. Be most welcome next year, I'm sure.
It's played out square on the leg side, and Elgar will keep the strike. That's another expensive over. That's gone for 12. So there's been 3 expensive overs since tea. That actually was probably the least of the 2 previous ones, but it's propelled Essex onto 290 for 2.
Yeah, so these 2 coming together at 151, so partnership is growing in strength all the time. And yeah, if it gets beyond 200, we'll start to look up what it's the record might be. We've done that before and it produced a wicket. So I might have to do that again from the Hampshire point of view. Here's Dawson going around the wicket and bowling, and driven nicely up towards long on for a single by Elgar, who's, as we thought might be the case, is happy just to carry on playing more or less his natural game, because he knows Cox is going so quickly at the other end. He's gone to 130. His striking rate has remained fairly similar in recent times, around about 59 runs per 100 balls. Best score of the season. Cox short of his 13 runs short of his 4th century for Essex, as he comes forward and plays defensively back down the pitch, and there's no run.
Sean Taylor is champing at the bit to get in next at the end of this over.
Yes, I think a few of the Hampshire supporters have made their way out of the ground. There's definitely fewer people here than there were mid-afternoon, perhaps sensing that it's not the best day for the side, as this is driven up towards short mid-wicket and there's no run.
It's a good stop.
I mean, I don't know how much Barker would have got out of this surface, but there's certainly a big correlation between Barker's appearances for Hampshire in the Championship this season and their level of success. 291 for 2, make the most of him while he's around. This is played off the back foot and comfortably fielded by Dawson in his follow through. He's still doing this holding role, and pretty effectively, as you'd expect. 24th over, 1 for 80. Cox's current average for Essex this season 76. As comes forward and just plays that defensively. It's interesting how much respect he's given Dawson. He's not found anything really much that he fancies hitting to this point, and happy to see Dawson just being negotiated unless he gets something here, but no, he's just gets to the pitch and plays defensively back down the surface, and there's no run. So 291 for 2, Elgar 130 and Cox on 87.
Nick Ledhill is staying on and Charlotte Taylor's alongside.
So Sri Lanka with Angelo Matthews 59, Kemindu Mendes 33, building a little bit of a fifth wicket partnership, 146 for 4, 24 ahead. And they at least set England something that might just cause a bit of interest. Sorry, I've had the temerity to lose 2 fairly rapid wickets, but it's not going to change the way that game's going. Ben Foakes out for 82 after the massive partnership with Rory Burns, who's 197 not out. Sam Curran, I think his first red ball of the season, he made 8. He was being talked of as a possible for the England side to balance things up.
Gubbins then to continue from the pavilion end. Bowls to Elgar, works it leg side, square on the leg side for a single. Moves to 130.
Pretty sure it's his first red ball for Surrey this season, but it's a pretty useful reserve to call on. But he didn't come off with a bat today. One feels the damage is done in that game. 388 for 5. Surrey, Lancashire made 204. Much more advanced that match because of the kind weather in London yesterday.
Gubbins then to Cox this time, makes room for himself and drives it nicely, half stopped, extra cover by Fletcher Middleton. They will pick up 2 as the fielder James Fuller loses his hat on the way round to deep extra cover from deep cover to collect the ball, but they'll get 2. Cox moves on to 89. Essex 294 for 2. It's another delivery by Nick Gubbins, worked again into that mid-wicket area by Elgar. Picks up another single for him, 132 to his score. 3
balls you would have thought to the second new ball. I'm pretty certain they're going to take it straight away.
I would think so too. A shorter one this time from Gubbins. Defended back to him in his follow through by Elgar. And they're racing through them here. They want the new ball, one would argue. Gubbins again to Elgar. Flicks it leg side, square on the leg side for Elgar. Get a single to Fuller, who does the mopping up. 1 more to the total.
Slowly overrate a little bit. We're sort of, well, 6:50 to 7 o'clock you would have thought as finished this evening. 24 overs left after this.
Cox just comes down to do a bit of gardening. Returns to his crease, feet pointing towards mid-on in his stance. Gubbins bowls, he creates more room for himself, and another drive as he opens up the offside through the hands of Fletcher Middleton. They'll get 2 more. So a fairly expensive over from Gubbins there. Good rotation from the Essex batters. 298 for 2. 80 overs are gone.
It's obviously an issue with Vince, and you know, that's going to be something that you know, might be a bit of a concern for Hampshire going forward the rest of the season. In fact, he's not been on the field, but he's certainly still not out there.
No, he's not.
Yeah, I mean, it looked like a bit of a muscular injury. I'm sure he'll look to bat, and certainly if things go awry for Hampshire, he'll look to bat in the second innings as well. But yeah, that's not been a good day all round for Hampshire. If their captain has sustained an injury. Just when it looked like Somerset were getting into calmer waters in that game at Edgbaston, they're still a long way behind. 226 for 9, 111 behind Warwickshire. Casey Aldridge is 74 not out though. 4 wickets for Ed Barnard, who's had a pretty good season all round. Now the new ball, and Mohammed Abbas is going to take it. So we're back where we started. With Dean Elgar on strike, 132 from 223 balls. And 132 runs, and 80 overs later, he's facing Mohammed Abbas, and he gets a good one first up, which he just comes forward to and plays up into the covers, and there's no run. So I suspect there that Somerset are going to be facing a rear guard to deny Warwickshire their first win of the season. But at the moment, of the 4 sides in contention at the top of the table, in terms of the time taken out of this game, it's the one that already has the advantage that looks most likely to increase it in terms of Surrey. It's Mo Abbas bowls. Oh, it just again pops up a little bit, just as we see every now and again. The one encouragement for the Essex bowlers. There is a spot there, but the ball is just popping up, spouting a little bit on a good length, and Abbas found it again. And because of the lack of pace in the pitch, Elgar able to negotiate it pretty easily, but that is something that the Essex bowlers will look at. Here's Abbas again with 2 slips and 5 saving 1 and a deep square leg. Bowls, and that's played away just towards mid-wicket, not past the fielder, and there's no run. So Elgar will stay on 132, still going along at much the same pace as he has through the innings.
And Kyle Abbott also just warming up in front of us here. He stood at mid-on as we look. Just turning his arm over a couple of times. You expect that he will take the new ball from the other end. The experiment from Gubbins lasted 2 overs, went for 19, but with the new ball, that'll be swiftly moved on.
Here's Abbas again. That second new ball, there was a full length delivery, and Elgar comes forward and drives to mid-off, and there's no run.
Again, there's no real movement, is there, off the surface or in the air? Not on the first 4 balls that we've seen.
No, it's not been a good day all round for James Vince. He wouldn't have thought of putting Essex in if this was going to happen, and he seems to have picked up an injury himself. Here's Abbas turning and starting to move in once again. He's going to go around the wicket, running away from us, bowls to Elgar, and Elgar gets a good one which beats him. And not many have done that. That does beat him outside the off stump. And Abbas, who's probably posed the greatest threat of the Hampshire bowlers, and has been very economical. 1 for 33 in his 17th over. His figures, and Abbott's really standing out in terms of economy from the others, although Dawson's done a tidy holding role, certainly from the other seamers. And that was a good delivery. A good one to get a guy on 132 to play and miss. Here's a bat again, bowls, and just taking one hand off the bat. Elgar just runs that down away off an open face for at least 2. It's being chased back towards the 3rd man boundary, and it'll go over the rope for 4. Yep, just a little bit of careful placement there from Elgar to bring up the Essex 300 and the 2nd batting point. At the end of the 81st of 104 overs today. No sign of light being an issue at the moment. I reckon Essex will be thinking about getting, now the way things have gone, particularly if these 2 stay in, up to 400, and then if there is a lot of trouble with the weather tomorrow, they might just think, well, that's it. We're going to have to start bowling. I say it doesn't look particularly encouraging. Rain in the morning and then thunder showers in the afternoon, but of course if we get a heavy one, well, it was going to damage the mopping up operation after the morning.
Could cause problems for these 2 teams in trying to get a result out of this game. Kyle Abbott then, as predicted, will take the new ball from the pavilion end. We saw him warming up just moments ago. 2 slips waiting, Tom Prest and Toby Albert, the 2 young guns at 1st and 2nd slip. And he's in to Jordan Cox, who's on 92, bowls a good length delivery first up that Cox defends, and Gubbins collects at extra cover. No run is taken. Essex 302 for 2. Yeah,
and I've had a very good day indeed, and I say if this was a full 4-day game, they'd be in a very intimidating position, heading for 550, something like that. But unfortunately, that's not the reality of the situation. With time taken out, and probably more time to be taken out tomorrow.
Abbott in again, past the umpire, bowls to Cox, who's forward again and drops it into the offside. And the fielder at point, Fletcher Middleton, collects the ball, pass it round the field, old school like, to Gubbins and then to Fuller.
So Sussex's lead at the top of Division 2 could well be cut because their two nearest challengers are going well. Yorkshire 281 for 7, 92 ahead of Sussex at Scarborough. Charlie Bairstow got 57, Will Luxton 59.
Abbott in again, shorter delivery, it was cut and dropped at first slip by Tom Prest. It was a tough chance, it was a thick outside edge, it was maybe too close to cut for Jordan Cox. There was a bit of bounce on offer from Abbott. He's turned around in disgust as that wasn't held on to as we watch it again on the live picture feed. It's an awkward one for Cox, just tried to guide it down to third, it got big on him.
Yeah.
And Tom Prest wasn't able to collect the catch at first slip, so a life for Cox on 94.
Yes, I mean, it's he got a couple of runs for that as well as they gathered it up. I mean, it's not been Hampshire's day. They would have just liked to have got rid of Jordan Cox, would have made things a bit easier in the last hour.
In again is Abbott, and forward in defence is Cox more carefully this time, and defends it to Joseph Eklund, who's on the field still, sub-fielding at mid-wicket.
Yes,
no run taken.
Just producing a bit of early control, these two, as you'd expect, but Cox getting away with that one, so but still on course for his 400 for Essex in a prolific season.
Yeah, he's done really well this year since his move from Kent. He's in again is Abbott to Cox. It's outside the off stump, driven on the up but into the ground. One bounce into the hands of Point. Fletcher Middleton there does the fielding, no run taken. Essex 304 for 2. They did collect 2 off of that drop catch by Prest as it went behind Ben Brown, forgot to mention. Takes the score to 304 for 2. Cox 94 not out now. Could that be a massive moment in this game?
Fortunately for Essex, the one game where he wasn't able to take part with the bat was the Surrey match at the Oval, where he got appendicitis. That was a critical moment for Essex in the season.
And again is Abbott forward in defence again as Cox. There's some words being exchanged between Cox and Abbott as he rearranges his trousers. 22 overs left in the day. Essex 304 for 2, should I say. Elgar 136 not out, but all eyes on Jordan Cox at the moment, who's just been dropped by Tom Preston the slips on 94. Abbott's bowled 14 overs, yet to take a wicket, conceded 30 off his 14 overs, economy of 2.1, so playing a brilliant hand here. Run rate's just crept up to 3.7, it's been below 3 for a lot of the day, and it's just crept above that now. 3.7 it is.
Still 22 overs left. It's going to be a long 22 overs for Hampshire, with particularly that drop catch not lifting their spirits at all. But as I say, the silver lining, if you like, is that, and particularly with a question mark about James Vince's fitness, is that there may not be a great deal of time left in the game. Here is Abbas going round the wicket, and Elgar gets an excellent delivery which beats him outside the off stump, and suddenly the new ball is doing a little bit, and this will encourage the Essex bowlers when it is their chance. That was very close to taking the edge. That bat lifted and almost took the shoulder of the bat. Again, he's prodding the pitch at the offending point, which is probably a little bit more back of a length than the previous one, but there are just signs that whether this increases as the game goes on will be interesting, but there's points where the ball is landing where it's behaving or misbehaving, and the more it does that from the Essex point of view, with 304 for 2 on the board, I'm sure they'll say the better. Here is Abbas around the wicket, bowls full length delivery. Both bowlers have started well with the second new ball, and that's played defensively back down the pitch, and there's no run. 304 for 2, and these two have taken it up from 151. So another very good partnership, and you just feel a bit of sympathy for Robin Das. You would think probably would have been, when I was thinking he might play in this game, my thinking was it would be at number 4 with Cox not available, but Cox's availability has just altered that. may well not get another go in the game, as that's run down towards the gully fielder, moving around from third slip, and there's no run. So stays on 304 for 2. Sun just going in and out behind some wispy high cloud, pleasantly warm. Tomorrow's going to be a bit cooler, and then a similar day to today, I think, on Sunday, and then it gets progressively warmer as next week goes on. At the moment, the early signs are good for those sides involved in the T20 blast quarters in the first week of September in terms of the weather.
It does tend to pick up in September, doesn't it?
Yes, it certainly has. We had the warmest September ever last year.
It looks like it's going to happen again, and then there's talks of it being a warm October as well.
Certainly, a bit of talk about the gap between the group stages and the knockouts. I'm not so much of a problem with what they've done with the blast. I think you need to play the quarters and the final relatively close to each other, because the finals are sellout anyway. Yeah. So the quarters, it's a lot of time, to get tickets sold, and Abbas comes in to bowl, and this is played defensively into the offside. Mind you, you'd like the Thursday or Friday night game probably rather than the Tuesday or Wednesday one, but yeah, it should be 4 pretty good contests.
It also gives you time if your team's in it to get tickets and what have you.
Absolutely. Whereas, of course, with the one-day cup, I mean, the games just came on top of each other towards the end, didn't they? Hampshire would have had the prospect of going from Grace Road to Taunton, and facing a pretty strong Somerset side had they got through. Certainly, it's an interesting qualification. Then it's very tough if you finish third. You've got to win 2 away games to get to the final. Much better to win the group, and of course the 2 sides that did win their groups both won having had a rest, as that's played down towards the gully. Still very, very economical with a new ball. 5 dots in a row in this over, and the score at 304 for 2. That's very impressive.
Yeah, it's good from Abbas here.
Just a sense, I think, that Essex are saying, let's just see this new ball out, not lose a wicket here, because we could really cash in the last 15 overs.
That's what they sort of did at the start of play, didn't it? Bar Robin Das that struggled.
Yeah.
Wesley and Elgar just bided their time, didn't they?
Yes.
Looks like they're going for the same approach here, which served them well earlier on this morning.
Here's Abbas bowls, and again just played by Elgar, as if it's the start of the innings here. Sort of getting in again, plays it straight up to mid-on, and there's no run. So a maiden over, which for the score as it is quite impressive. 1 for 37 in 18 overs is equally impressive in terms of figures. Critchley, Walter and Pepper all patiently waiting for their chance, as indeed probably is Simon Harmer and Shane Snater. But well, I wonder how much batting Essex will have left in this game after today, because other factors, the weather, might determine what is likely to happen. 304 for 2.
Yeah, good from Abbas since he's got hold of that new ball. Just one chance for Kyle Abbott since the introduction of that new ball 3 overs ago. Had a drop chance by Tom Prest at first slip. He'll be now thinking about that for a few overs or so, possibly when Cox raises his bat. Abbott's in again, and defending into the leg side is Jordan Cox. Square on the leg side. He'll get one as he gets through quickly. Takes him to 95. He's now within 1 blow of getting to his 100. Essex 305 for 2.
Yes, Elgar's gone past 900 runs, and Cox, if he plays his remaining games for Essex, he's going to end up with 1,000 runs as well. He's gone past 850, averaging just on 78.
Round the wicket to the left-handed Elgar is Abbott, and he's forward in defence, driving on the up. Catch taken by mid-off. It's a really stunted sort of celebration by the Hampshire members and the Hampshire fielders themselves. It's a real timid end. Just got caught in between, trying to drive the ball back past the bowler, and got a little bit stuck in terms of footwork. Prodded at the ball, did Dean Elgar. It was a good catch by Liam Dawson. Safe hands on this occasion. He's got 2 catches in the match, one off his own bowling and one just there. And it's a slow trudge off for Dean Elgar, but he played a brilliant hand. 136 for him. Essex now 305 for 3.
Well, a superb innings, and he was just looking to negotiate that second new ball. Rather like the Wesley dismissal, I don't think in the context of a day it matters too much, because Elgar's obviously been out there for a long time and played a brilliant hand, and there are some expansive stroke players to come. But what a tremendous hand this has been from Dean Elgar. He wouldn't normally say things like that, but it's just simply the fact that we know there's probably going to be limited time left in this Essex innings. That's the reality of it, if the forecast is anything like right. So Matt Critchley, who needs to find a bit of time in the middle and a bit of form, interesting to see how he goes here.
Well, where did that wicket come from? I think everybody was surprised there. Fielder, bowler, crowd, us, and no least Dean Elgar himself. Just threw that batters do when they said, "Oh, I can't believe that." He just threw the bat up in the air and wobbled about a bit, caught it and trudged off.
A little bit of a brain fog, potentially, from Dean Elgar there, because he was batting so nicely. And it was a real slow trudge off for him as he made his way back to the pavilion. Played a brilliant hand, though. Good low catch from Liam Dawson. And brings Matt Critchley to the crease.
So that partnership, I think if it hasn't already been mentioned, apologies if it already has, was worth 154.
Matt Critchley playing in his 10th game, 496 runs for him this year. High score of 151 not out, average of 41.33.
Roughly.
Give or take a 0.33.
You got your towels back?
I've got my towels, but I'm not actually using them right now. I'm in the mood for standing. Abbott tears in past the umpire and beats the outside edge of Critchley first up. That's lifted off the surface. Gone past Critchley's bat about shoulder height. And it's a real good delivery first up to be facing from Kyle Abbott. There's no settling in there. Went through to Ben Brown, no run.
It's one of those where you expect Abbott's stock ball, which is just to nip back, and that's pitched and straightened. It's a great delivery.
Doing all sorts.
305 for 3.
I think they're bringing reinforcements into the slip cordon as well. Liam Dawson trudges from mid-on. He's going to join the youngsters. He's going to join Prest and Albert and slightly raise the average age in the slip cordon now. He comes in at third slip. As Abbott is in, bowls and left alone this time, wisely so by Matt Critchley. And just tails back in at the last moment and goes through to Ben Brown, low to his left. Takes the ball on the roll.
Well, after two big partnerships, when the new ball was taken, 298 for 2, only 7 runs were added. So 7 runs for the first new ball before the first wicket was taken, and 7 runs with the second new ball.
Spooky.
Isn't it
Ooh.
just?
That's my best ghost impersonation if anyone saw that. I'm in a pink t-shirt if anyone can see. That's a good length delivery from Abbott, driven on the up, but only as far as Eklund, that's still sub-fielding. He's at mid-on. There is no run.
Spooky coincidence.
Spooky coincidence.
Yes.
So spooky, I am so afraid.
All we've got to do now is wait for the third new ball, and
Yeah.
we're about 6 down by then.
They're patiently waiting. Hampshire fielders, they've had to be patient all day really for the mistake from the batters. That's all it's been really. Abbott's in and defending is Critchley. He goes down into one knee. It was a bit excessive because it wasn't really that low, if we're being honest. He's a tall man, of course, but it wasn't that low. Defended into the onside. There is no run taken. 20 overs remaining in the day. 305 for 3. Jordan Cox 95. Matt Critchley faced 4 deliveries, yet to get off the mark. Partnership worth 0. Love it when it comes up with that. Completely pointless stat.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? That's a computer talking to you, that, isn't it? Has no comprehension
No,
of whether it's
of what's
naught or a
happening.
partnership of 500.
I'm going to throw some maths together and show you what it is. Woohoo! Definitely a sparse crowd now. Lots of people left for the day.
Yeah.
Not much happening in terms of Hampshire wickets, so gone for an early tee.
Abbas with 1 wicket, Abbott with 1 wicket, and Liam Dawson with 1 wicket. All been hard earned.
Yeah.
As Abbas comes in again over the wicket, and that's played late by Cox, and he moves on to 96 as that's worked down to third man. Somebody was mentioning that to me yesterday. They said, why do you mention third in a men's game? You can understand it in a women's game, don't say third man, say third, but why am I saying third in a men's game? I said, you know what, I haven't got a clue.
I suppose it just makes it easier then. You don't have to remember, if third man's rolling off the tongue, and then you switch to a women's game, it might just roll off the tongue and then you feel bad about it. Whereas if you just get used to using third, it's like you get used to using the word batter. Then you don't have to think about, when you then switch to a women's game, about just the batsman rolling off the tongue, and then you immediately feel bad about it.
Exactly right. You know, I should have said that. That's what I should have said. I love that explanation. Here's Abbas. Just plays that straight into the ground as Matt Critchley. Literally stops about a yard square on the offside. He seems disappeared behind the cloud, and we are at that sort of stage of the day now where the temperature has just dropped by a couple of degrees. It's still okay though. Just don't want too much wind to go with it now. I was just thinking earlier, because there was I mean, it's been still for quite a lot of the day, and then there were parts this afternoon where the trees have been blowing. You know this is something you might not know this.
I probably won't.
No, not that I mean,
my knowledge is terrible.
Not that I know my trees, and it's nothing to do with an actual tree type. Critchley dries pleasantly up to mid-off for Dawson. So the trees to our right on the west side of the ground, and the trees to our left on the east side of the ground. When this ground was built, those trees were a lot nearer the playing area. And when they realised about expanding the ground a bit, the trees were then dug up and pushed further back.
And they've continued to thrive.
Yeah, did you know that?
I didn't know that, but I'm glad it wasn't a question. I'm glad you were teaching me something rather than asking me, did these trees start there?
No. I mean, who cares, really? Let's be honest. But it's just something I was thinking about earlier. I don't know why, maybe because of the way the play was going from a Hampshire point of view. What are we looking at? Somebody's asking something for the Hampshire dressing room. Oh, maybe a jumper for Liam Dawson. Was that what it was?
It's just got a little bit chillier. I might be putting mine back on again.
I think one or two of the fielders were helping whoever it is up there in the dressing room out, because I'm not sure they spotted Liam Dawson waving. That's the first person you should be looking at as Critchley plays that late. To back with a point. Oh my word, if that had been picked up cleanly, Critchley might have been struggling, because he was sent back quite late by Cox. And is that Fletcher Middleton there? He probably had a little bit too much to do to actually pick the ball up cleanly, stay upright, and be in a position to actually throw the stumps down. So there was just a slight worrying moment there for a fraction of a second, as Critchley was committed initially. And
he was fully committed to the single, wasn't he? He was off. He wanted that first run.
Yeah. Here's Abbas again, runs away from us and bowls. Critchley plays and misses outside of the off stump. Yeah, it's just one of those useless facts that you think about when plays meandering a little bit. I mean, Essex fans will say, no, it's not. It's been a really good session. And it has. They've played really well today. But I think from a Hampshire point of view, you just think, not going to be a wicket for about another 2 days. And so I was thinking about other things, and I just thought, do you know what? Those trees used to be a lot closer to the playing area than they are now. That was done years ago, mind you.
I was going to say, I don't think I remember them being moved.
You probably don't. I think they were only in the ground where they were for probably a handful of seasons at most, and then somebody came along and said, no, I think they should be moved further back. Good decision, that. So that's driven up to mid-off, not timed. Dawson fields. Now, is the jumper coming on for Liam Dawson? Now, somebody's running out. Oh, yeah, look at that. There's about 3 jumpers. He's not putting all those on.
He's not alone.
No, I think
Liam Dawson feeling the cold.
Yeah, a few of the guys are going to put jumpers on. 3:06 for 3. We've got 19 overs left in the day. And 96 to Cox. And Critchley has faced 9 balls and is not yet off the mark.
Our tea and coffee is being taken away. That's okay. It gets cold by this point anyway. It's been in those big canisters all day.
Yeah.
You get about 1 or 2 good cups of tea in the morning, afternoon, but
That's
after
it,
that,
isn't it? Yeah.
don't try and get a tea at 4 PM. It's just not worth it.
And I certainly wouldn't trust the milk.
Oh yeah, that is true. I didn't even think about that. I went to a wedding yesterday and I cut open the bit of chicken that was on my plate. I was like, I'm not trusting that either.
Oh really?
Yeah, very pink. would have been quite unwell. Probably would have got a phone call from me saying, I'm not coming in today.
Oh dear.
You wouldn't want to see me. But
Well
I avoided
left
it.
alone.
Yeah,
Well left
I
alone.
did. Big leave. Minus Labuschagne-esque. As that's a full delivery, lofted over the top by Jordan Cox. That's 4. He gets to 100. It's a brilliant shot to go to 100 as well. One of the shots of the day, just gently lifted over the head of Abbott, that over pitched just fractionally. 100 for Jordan Cox. 92 delivery, strikes at 108. 11 fours, 2 6s, and a great little knock for him to continue his impressive season with the bat. Obviously warrants his England call-up into the squad for the Sri Lanka series. Not used in this test match that's going on at Old Trafford right now, but a handy innings for him to keep his name in the frame. Pardon the rhyming. Outside the off stump on this occasion from Abbott. Good reply, and just beats the bat of Cox that was pushing forward gently. And there is no run. 310 for 3, the Essex score moves to.
So that's his 3rd 100 this year, including a double 100, wasn't it, against Kent at Canterbury in the win there. And he got 5 at Kent prior to that. So that's his 8th 100.
Brilliant. Really good. He was good at the Oval Invincibles as well during the 100. He's an impressive all-round cricketer. Red ball or white, it doesn't matter. Abbott in again and gets on top of the bounce this time. Does Cox, plays it with an open face to short third, and Toby Albert comes out from second slip to scamper around to do the fielding. Beats Fletcher Middleton to the ball. And they collect one more, 311 for 3. A 4, a dot and a single for the first 3 balls of Abbott's over. Way more than his runs per over so far today, which has just seen him at just a touch over 2.3 runs per over. This one's already gone for 5. Abbott in again, bowls to Critchley this time. He tries to get off the mark with a nudge into the leg side, can't do it. John Turner there does the fielding at short mid-wicket.
Who would have thought my discussion on trees would prompt
Oh,
some
no.
reaction?
Okay.
Darren Mail, suncricket@gmail.com, says, I never knew the trees got moved. I always led to believe that they were planted as a windbreak. Well, they are, and they still are. It's just that they're a little further back.
Just a more retreated
On the edge.
windbreak
Yeah,
than
that's
maybe
all.
it once was.
It wasn't not a big move, but they were just moved back a few yards.
There we go. Abbott in again, over the wicket to Critchley, driving on the up nicely, with no real timing though, to the fielder at mid-on. Joseph Eklund there, with his sun hat on. The wide-brimmed, old-fashioned sun hat. Liam Dawson comes out of third slip, comes into a catching mid-wicket. They feel that maybe there's a catch waiting to be had. Liam Dawson's got 2 to his name already, one off his own bowling and one just a short time ago. At mid-on, finds himself at a catching mid-wicket. Abbott in again, defending on the up, back to Eklund at mid-on. That's the end of the that's a real big lie, sorry. 86th over. Essex 311 for 3. Cox 101 not out. Critchley with him, faced 12 deliveries yet to get off the mark. A minimum of 18 overs remaining in the day. We'll go through to about 6:45 or something like that.
Yeah, somewhere around there.
Dawson's probably going to bowl a few more.
I hope so.
For our sake. But generally I think towards the end of the innings he's just bowled a few more over the years. I've seen him just sort of get through it towards the end, especially on days like this.
I'd like to be able to tell you what else has
He hasn't got a
changed
jumper on
this
though, so
ground,
one of those
but no.
jumpers that came out was not for Liam Dawson. Major update, major news flash. He wasn't as cold as we once thought.
Unless he's got...
Unless he... Oh no, because he wasn't
No,
bowling, was
hasn't
he?
got a
So
short sleeve. No, he hasn't. I'm just trying to think, when you first... You were on the Vipers Academy, weren't you? That's how
I
you
wasn't.
started. Oh,
No.
you never? Did you go straight into the first
Yeah.
team? Did you really?
yeah, I got
Gosh.
called up in 2020 because Freya Kemp was injured,
Yeah.
and I got called up, and I made my debut at Hove, but I didn't. And I wasn't on the academy or anything. Gosh, I was 26. You didn't put an academy cricketer at 26.
Well, it wasn't an
Yeah,
afterthought.
he just thinks I look youthful. That's why. Thanks, Kev.
James Fuller is changing ends. First time he's bowled from our commentary end, and it's a length ball to Cox, who's playing that out on the offside. So he went straight You missed the academy, you missed the Vipers' second team straight. Well, there wasn't a second team,
No,
was
there
it? Because
wasn't.
it was COVID year, and it was just some games at the back end of the season, a bit like the men.
Yeah,
So you went straight into the side because you didn't think you were going to get in the side, did you?
No.
I remember you saying to me.
No.
And yet there you were. You got in, and then
I did
player
quite
of the
well.
match of the final. Yeah. There you go. Thanks for coming. Easy as you like.
Easy as.
Hampshire's over rate has just dropped a fraction. It was level for virtually the whole time, and now it's -1. It's played late by Cox out square on the offside, and there is no. And it does feel as though things have really slowed down in the last 20 minutes or so. The whole pace, the whole feel of the game. It's never been played at an express
I
pace.
was going to say it's not been full steam ahead by any stretch of the imagination
nowhere
today.
near it,
but I know what you mean.
It does feel as though everything's just dropped a level in terms of not intensity, but just vibrancy, maybe.
There we go. What a great word.
Thank you. Here comes Fuller again and bowls, driven up to mid-off. Lovely shot. That wasn't a half volley, not quite anyway. But Cox has timed that really well. It's gone past Mohammed Abbas's right hand at mid-off. And Cox moves on to 105, 315 for 3 now, Essex.
Yeah, almost squared him up slightly. He rode the bounce of it, but the timing was impeccable up towards us. Or below us, should I say. Because that's a massive hit if you get it up towards us.
Cool.
We play some of our Hampshire women's home games at King Edward's School in Southampton, just across the common there, and there's an interesting rule there, and I'll come to that in a minute. I'll leave you on tenterhooks for a ball.
Because you guys played there early in the season, didn't you? Well, a few weeks ago, there's a lovely shot on the up. My word, nobody's bothering running for that. That split the field on the offside. It was a little wide. But Cox has just played a glorious shot through the line. He moves on to 109, 319 for 3.
And yeah, there's an interesting rule at that school where if you hit the clock that's on the school front of the school building, the main building of the school, which is probably as high as one of these floodlights here at Utilita Bowl, if you hit the clock, you get free tuition for a year. If you hit the clock.
Wow.
No one's doing that. And that's why they offer it, probably, because no one's doing that. I don't know how much the tuition is at King Edward's School. I'm sure it's completely reasonable. But there's just no way that anyone's ever hitting that. It was a massive hit.
Well, I'm guessing 12, 15 grand a year. I'm guessing. There's a lovely shot off the back foot again by Cox, and there is a player out there, but he's not going to get there. Through extra cover, almost the same area that he's hit the shot before, and Toby Albert, who was perhaps a little too square for that shot, couldn't quite get there in time. So that is 3 fours in a row off Fuller to greet him with the start of a new spell. And Cox moves on to 113 from just 99 deliveries, 323 for 3. Yes, that's a bit like saying, yeah, that's interesting, isn't it? Saying, you can have my house for nothing if you can run around the world in 5 days.
Yeah.
Something like that, I don't know.
Completely unattainable target, but people will probably give it a good go. I will achieve that.
But worth a try, I guess. This Fuller bowls to Cox. It's a little straighter this time. Cox opens the face, as he often does. Goes out to Albert in the deep. And that is 13 runs off that over. Now, Fuller has been a little expensive in his later overs in his previous spell, and now the start of this one. 14 overs, none for 70. And when you add John Turner's figures into that, there's been a couple of bowlers that have been a little difficult for first James Vince, who's still off the field, and then Liam Dawson, who's manoeuvring things around at the moment, because Fuller's going at 5 and over, and Turner is going for over 6 1/4.
I'm going to take a break, Kev.
Yes.
You'll be joined by Nick.
Thank you very much, Charlotte. There was a nice comment about you earlier, actually. I didn't want to embarrass you on air, but somebody said that they've enjoyed listening to you throughout the day. Here's Kyle Abbott, bowling his 17th over here. Forward is Cox, and that's pushed neatly down to short third, and he moves on to 115, 325 for 3. Welcome back, Nick Gled.
Yes, that was a bit brutal from Cox against Fuller in that last over, and a sign of the Essex intent. Now they've seen off Mo Abbas's initial new ball spell. I just think Matt Critchley would like to get involved in this if he can. 0 from 12, so he could do with a bit of time at the crease in red ball. Made a decent start to the season.
Abbott in. Oh, he's bowled! Off stump, knocked back. And that looked a seriously good delivery. Critchley was playing that on the up. He played just fractionally inside the line. I think that ball has just straightened. I'd love to see the replay. It's coming up now. Abbott's in. And it's pitched and it's just clipped the top of off. It's beauty. Abbott with his second wicket.
Yeah, unfortunate for Critchley. He's seen Cox go so well at the other end. And Matt Critchley in fine form, you'd expect very quickly to get accustomed to conditions and very much join in. But really, that didn't really threaten too many runs in that inning, sadly. And I think it's a 13-ball duck in the end. A very good delivery from Kyle Abbott. So a case of differences at both ends at the moment. And Essex, say, in a situation where it's hard to see in terms of time. If we lose a lot of time tomorrow, that they can afford to bat for certainly too much beyond 400. They'd like some of the middle order players to have a bit of time at the crease ahead of the next game at Chelmsford. Unfortunately, it hasn't worked out for Matt Critchley, but I wonder if it can work out for Paul Walter and then Michael Pepper. Jordan Cox has been absolutely brilliant. I mean, it just goes back to that point. I think it's Jeff Arnold who's saying is there today, has been watching John Turner, but I tell you what, anybody watching on from England, wow. Tell you what, Joe Root's dropped a sitter at first slip apparently, so he might get dropped and that'll give Jordan Cox a chance in the next game. Unlikely. I tell you what, the one thing about, it's probably a good thing for Ollie Pope, his captain, they're very reluctant to leave out players. It's quite a thing, Johnny Besto being left out, but there'll be a few people looking at Cox thinking we've got to try and get this guy in. How we do it is, it might be somebody's going to be very unfortunate, but he certainly is international class. There's no doubt about it.
Well, it's who he replaces, isn't it?
Yeah,
I don't think anybody doubts that he's got class.
Unless they play the extra batter, but with Smith at 6 and Wokes at 7 against Sri Lanka, that really should be enough.
So Abbott's round the wicket to the left-handed Paul Walter, who plays that ball into his boot. Trickles out on the offside. So another man in form for Essex. 366 runs at 61 apiece this year.
Yes, and again, he's been away in the 100. He's made a pretty good impression in that format. I don't think his side did particularly well this term, but back into the Essex environment, and of course plays a very important role in the side as a fourth seamer and middle order batter. One thing that England don't have at the moment.
Here's Abbott round the wicket to Walter. Walter prods forward, goes out to point. He played all 8 matches for the Manchester Originals. I mentioned this a little while ago, but I love the interview that he gave to Alex Hartley in a Manchester Originals game. I forget who they were playing. It was early on in the competition, and he was interviewed before the start of the game. And he said, I'd love to thank the people at the Manchester Originals for selecting me in this competition. He said, because they plucked me out of the obscurity of the 50-over competition.
Which is actually what happened, I remember. What actually happened there.
That was a great endorsement for that competition. Walter flicks that away down to fine leg, off the mark, down to Mo Abbas, 326 for 4.
So, I don't know if you've had Sedbergh School as a venue in the 50 overs, but exactly halfway between Old Trafford and Chester Street. It's a Lancashire home game, wonderful venue. The only problem is it tends to rain there, and the first rain I'd seen for about 2 months in 2022 was the first game of the one-day cup there. And we were expecting Paul Walter to play, and found out he was being drafted in by the Manchester Originals, so that was he's referring to, and the game got rained off, so he was yeah.
Yeah, the Vipers were up there earlier in the season. They didn't bowl a ball there either. Here comes Abbott. Bowls flicked away by Cox for a single. Big gap there at square leg. He'll keep the strike. He moves on to 116 off just 102. And we have 16 overs left in the day, where Essex are 327 for 4. Well bowled, Kyle Abbott.
Yeah, I mean, whether we'll get Mo Abbas on again before the end. Obviously, it's clear that when those two are bowling, and to a certain extent Liam Dawson to Jordan Cox, then there is some measure of control. But yeah, unfortunate that you feel a bit sorry for Matt Critchley and Robin Das today, but there's been tons of runs elsewhere. But I think it is in Essex's interest that these middle order players get a hit. It would have been great to see Elgar go on and get close to 200. But in terms of getting reacquainted with red ball ahead of 4 more important games, because I say probably going to be hard to get a result in this game. Good to have some time in the middle, because there might just be the one Essex innings, of course. As here comes Fuller, bowls, and Cox just comes, well, more tentative than anything he played against Fuller in the last over, as he came forward and in the end just checked his shot, and it rolled up into the offside and there was no run.
He's played the ball late though, doesn't he?
Yeah, I mean, just looked at absolute quality, and so he would love a go this summer. I suppose it depends on what the pitches are like and whether they think they can get away with three seamers and fiddle over some Root and Lawrence and that sort of thing, as well as Bashir. As that's driven nicely away through the covers by Cox for his 117th run, 4 centuries now and 2 50s. The 3 and 3 being converted to 4 and 2. And yes, he's been a brilliant signing for Essex, and remains to be seen, particularly next season. We feel that Essex will see perhaps more of him early season than at other times, but it all depends on the international schedule, because I imagine he's going to be part of it. You can't not watch him and think that he's, he should be very much part of it, and you would think an international future beckons. As Fuller up to the wicket and bowls to Walter, and Walter tucks it away neatly off his hip. That's a nice stroke, and away through mid-wicket, and he'll collect a 4. So he's outshone Matt Critchley already, getting off the mark quickly, and then adding a 4, 5 from 4 balls, 332 for 4. Yeah, very unfortunate innings for Matt Critchley. One he'll want to forget. 0 off 13 balls and a score of 332 for 4. But that's the way a game goes sometimes. So he was in decent form early season. Got some good 50s, got 100, but missed a chance to get reacquainted with the red ball, which I think is part of what today is about, getting some time in the middle, as Walter plays that one bat and pad together back down the pitch, and there's no run. But Cox quite brilliant, 117 off 104 with 2 6s and 14 4s. But what was notable is he picked his bowlers, very respectful against Dawson and indeed against Abbott and Abbas. I think if you looked at the sort of run graphs against the others, you see quite a torrent of runs, but very selective, working out who he could take on and when, and he's done a brilliant job in that respect. 332 for 4, and Fuller bowls, and Walter just places up towards mid-on, and there's no run. I suppose the one thing, obviously Cox still going well, but Elgar and Cox in combination were clearly going quicker than anything that's happened since, in terms of the combined batting pairs. So Essex still perhaps on course to get to 400 today for light holds. We've got 15 overs left after this, and then to the extent to which they'll extend their innings, I think will depend on how much time is lost tomorrow. As Fuller bowls, and that's driven by Walter away through extra cover for 4. A vain dive to try and stop that, but Walter timing the ball well here early on. Has hit that crisply past Kyle Abbott, and has collected his second boundary. So he has hit the ground running, and certainly starting to enjoy his time in the middle here. 9 from 7 balls. Essex 336 for 4. We've got the 2 batting points for Essex, and there's the bowling point for Hampshire, with still just over 20 overs in which to try and add to those respective totals. Elgar 136 from 236 balls with a 6 and 16 4s, shared in major partnerships with Wesley 144 and with Jordan Cox 154.
So Abbott at the top of his mark at the pavilion end. 17 overs, 2 for 39, looking for his 3rd wicket. Comes in and bowls. Cox drives powerfully through mid-wicket. That's a good shot. Maybe a fraction straight from Abbott, maybe a fraction over pitched, but my word, Cox was quickly onto that. And he moves on to 121, 340 for 4 now, Essex. What a shot that was.
Yes, it's very interesting to see what happens next week. Would he be playing against Worcestershire? He could quite happily slot into the third test. I'm not sure if that will interrupt the Essex game that starts I think about the 9th of September, but yes, it probably will do. So we'll wait and see what happens.
Abbott bowls. Oh, Cox gets one, nips one back, and I think that's hurt a little bit. He's on his knees there. Carl's just having a bit of a joke with him. He's still on his knees. There's Mr. Cox, which yeah, that has hurt. Well, I'm just thinking again. You know, who does he replace?
No,
if
I mean it's very hard, and
it's easy to say. Yeah, these players.
Well, the way of getting him in at the moment is if they change the balance of the side. But I can absolutely see why they played 4 seamers. I mean, Sri Lanka 169 for 4. They do have experienced batting, which West Indies don't to a great extent. They lead by 47, and you've got Angela Matthews 65 not out. So there's quite a good partnership for the 5th wicket. So their strength is probably more their batting than the West Indies.
Abbott bowls to Cox, prods that away on the leg side.
And they lead by 47, so that game's going to certainly go into tomorrow. But yes, I mean, if they were to change, the issue is they don't have that guy in the top 6 who can. It's always what the Australians were very good at. They'd have somebody, that could just fiddle a few overs as the 4th seamer. Sometimes, it might be somebody who could bowl seam and off breaks. I don't remember the guy's name now. Who did that for Australia, but Steve Waugh would come on as a 4th seamer, things like that.
2 slips away does Abbott bowls. Nice drive on the up there from Cox again, who just opens the face of the bat. He does that so often. Hits the ball probably a little squarer than some batters.
So sides like Warwickshire might have a sort of like a Will Rhodes coming on as a 4th seamer, things like that. It creates a very nice balance to the side, and that's the one thing that this very strong looking England side don't have, because if they had that, you could sort of bet your bottom dollar Cox would have played. The 4th seamer in the Essex side, it's Paul Walter, batting in the top 6, would have bowled a few overs, and then they'd relied on Bashir and plus Root stroke Lawrence. But I think they sense that Sri Lanka would rather have England bowling spin at them as well, and so they don't want to create a false balance to the side.
Abbott round the wicket to Walter, plays that late, angles it down to 3rd. There is nobody there. There is a chase by Abbas and by Albert. Abbas just flicks that back to Toby Albert, and Walter picks up 2. 343 for 4.
But as you say, that's the only way, short of injuries, that you can see. I think there's a thought about Pope being under a bit of pressure, but he's captain, so that probably rules that out. To start with, he's obviously a very good player. He's often shown against Hampshire in the past, not least last year. Yeah, difficult to get him in at the moment.
Abbott also leaves that one alone. That's good carry and bounce. End of the over. 343 for 4. We've got 14 overs to do, and Abbott has now got through 18 overs, 2 for 46.
This is why I think if Ben Stokes had been injured in an Ashes series, or against India, but let's say an Ashes series, it would have been a much bigger problem for England, because they would have then had a real issue as to what to do. And the conservative approach would have then been to play Cox and have Smith at 7, but then you've only got 3 frontline seamers, and that's, if you had those English wickets that nibble about a bit, which Stuart Broad used to reddish bowling on, it would be okay. But if they were flat ones, as we used to have in the Ashes series a few years ago, it could have caused a real problem. So I think England would be grateful that that particular situation didn't arise when it was an Ashes summer, or indeed next year when India, who are of course a pretty strong side these days, are touring for 5 tests. Against Sri Lanka, they probably felt they have a little bit more in the way of wriggle room, and they've taken probably the sensible option in terms of managing bowler workload of playing the extra seamer. So Dawson's holding role continues, very impressive, 1 for 80 off 24, but he's greeted by Cox with a delivery that is hit through the covers for 4, and Cox just continues on his merry way, 126 off 109. In fact, he was quite conservative against Dawson for much of the time, but he might have decided now's the time to try and take Dawson on a little bit. 126 off 109. Sense Essex trying to get as many as possible now, having seen off the new ball in the overs remaining today. But having said that, Cox now plays a defensive shot up into the offside, and there's no run. But it's been a brilliant display, and two magnificent innings today. backed up by Tom Westley, but really it's been Elgar and Cox who've held sway, as that's delivery which a late adjustment from Cox, and he plays it up towards mid-on. There's no run. 3:47 for 4, so another batting point on the way. 13 overs left after this. So this is driven away up towards deep cover for another single by Cox. That's a big wicket, actually. They've just lost Angela Matthews for 65, so 173 for 5, just 51 ahead. And Sri Lanka's lower order is going to have to wag as it did in the first innings, and then some, probably. That's a big wicket for England to take late in the day. 3:48 for 4 here. And yeah, we'll bring you up to date what's going on elsewhere, because it's close of play at some of the venues as we've gone past 6 o'clock. And there's Walter taking a single off that Dawson delivery. The last of the over is about to be bowled. Dawson, he probably wasn't expecting to bowl this many overs today. This is his 25th. Abbott's figures still standing up well, 2 for 46 in 18. Dawson's last ball of this over sees a drive away up towards long off, and gathered in by Mo Abbas, who was also bowled very well. And there's a 350 and 3 batting points for Essex. And the light's still fine. The sun is behind cloud at the moment, but I think Essex are going to look to try and motor on as quickly as possible. Michael Pepper is certainly going to have licence to play his natural game when he comes in. And if they can get this past 400, get themselves into a position where they feel as though even if there is time taken out tomorrow, they can at least give it a shot of trying to bowl Hampshire out twice. But it is a long shot. But we have to find out what's wrong with James Vince, I guess. That's one issue that could just alter the equation slightly in the Essex favour.
Well, Vince is back on.
As he studies, that's good news for Hampshire, isn't it?
Is he back on? Charlotte was just shouting something to me. Is Vince back on? No.
No, if he is, that's good news. But be surprised if he comes on this late in the day. But we'll see. I'm sure you'll gather some information on that. But it's
oh, it was John Turner coming back.
Yeah.
On. Sorry, Charlotte got all excited, and I thought it must be Vince coming back on. It was John Turner. So I'm just thinking that another reason why Liam Dawson's on is because if this is the only innings that Hampshire bowl,
yeah,
they
over
need to get the over rate up, because they're losing a point at the moment. Mo Abbas switching ends, 19 overs, 1 for 38, and he's going to be bowling to Jordan Cox on 128 not out. Cox works that square on the offside. It's loads in that area. 129 he's on, 351 for 4.
Yeah, it's maybe slowed slightly since tea. Just trying to think that we had what, about an hour and a quarter first session. I think about an hour and 10 minutes second session. 104 overs. So are they saying they're actually an over down on the?
Yeah.
Oh, right. Yeah, it certainly wouldn't be more than that. But they say they want to eradicate that, just in case Worcestershire win 4 games in a row. Start to cause problems. I don't think Hampshire need to worry too much about that.
Off the top of my head, they've lost 2 overs this year. That's driven, but not where he was intending. Paul Walter, because he gets a thick inside edge as he goes out to mid-wicket, but he will pick up 2.
Well, talking about over rate fines, I mean, it's the England team itself. I mean, you hear about this World Test Championship final, and it's probably going to be India, Australia again. You say, well, aren't England winning some games? And the answer is yes, they are, but they're being clobbered with fines for their over rate. And it's basically making sure that they stay well away from any chance of getting through to the final. So Surrey declare at 4-4-4 for 9, leading by 240. And Rory Burns, I think, just checking if we got a double 100 there.
Forward to Abbas is Walter.
So there's doubtless a bit of time left in the day, hence the declaration, and obviously the weather forecast, a quite understandable declaration there from Surrey. Burns 227, and yes, he was 7th man out, 227. Ben Folkes made 82, big partnership between the two. Yeah, 197 the partnership with the 4th wicket. So not a surprising declaration there to try and get a few overs at Lancashire tonight.
Abbas round the wicket to Walter. Walter flicks that away, caught at mid-wicket. Simple as you like, and I think that is... Actually, I don't know who that is. That might be another sub-fielder on there, I think. Anyway, Walter goes for 14. Oh, it's Nick Gubbins. Oh, apologies. Subfield, isn't Nick Gubbins? Normally he's on the offside. He goes for 14, and it is 353 now for six.
Well,
for five.
I suppose, Kevin, that bowling points have looked a bit elusive for Hampshire today, but if they might be able to claw that lost point back for the over 8 by nicking a couple of extra bonus points in the time available, because there is still a time available. They've now got 5 wickets, and we've still got another 18 overs available. If indeed 6 of those, of course, can't be bowled today, which is worth pointing out, because we don't know how many more overs of the Essex innings there will be on day 2. It could dawn fine and sunny tomorrow, but the forecast is fairly definite that it won't do. And here's Michael Pepper, and I'm quite pleased that he's got a chance to bat today. He's had lots of opportunities with Adam Rossington's injury problems this season. He's had his own injury difficulties as well, but can he just get a bit of a knock here, find some red ball form, and if Rossington's not available next week, maybe take it into the Worcestershire game. He's got all the talent which he's shown yet again in the T20, and he can play his natural game here. I'm sure he's been told don't over worry about this innings, because we want you to try and move it along briskly, and that is certainly suiting his natural game. Welcome back, Charlotte.
Thank you, Nick.
We're still going, aren't we? 12 overs to go, 6:22, and start of the next over, and that's a lovely delivery, and he's caught at first slip. Well, what about that? Mo Abbas has come on. We were just talking up Michael Pepper, and that's a third Essex on a strange day for Essex. It's been a very dominant day, but it's been 2 distinct categories. Those who've done well, you've got Elgar, you've got Cox, and you've got Tom Wesley, and then those who've missed out. And poor Michael Pepper, I'm not sure if that's worse than the 13 ball duck for Matt Critchley, but it seems odd with a score like this to have a couple of ducks, and that was just a very, very good delivery. Not surprised to see Abbas coming back. By the way, Abbas is on a hat-trick. So we've got 1 ball left of this over, and he's very first delivery faced by Pepper, and he's nicked it the first slip. The last thing I was expecting to see today was a hat-trick, but who knows, it might happen. Simon Harmer's coming out, so 353 for 6, and I have to admit that if the Essex plan was to get those middle order players some time at the middle, it probably hasn't worked, but still the position is pretty good. Cox is still out there, and they've done the hard work today.
If he manages to get it, Mohamed Abbas, it'll be his second hat-trick. Got 1 versus Middlesex here in 2021.
Yeah, certainly added a bit of an extra dimension to the day. Might be those Hampshire supporters who stayed on, and I'm quite pleased they have done, but with Abbas coming back, I mean, it's switched to the pavilion end. Not altogether surprising, is it? Someone of his quality, who's done very well today. I mean, he's 1 ball short of 20 overs, 3 for 41 and 8 maidens. I mean, with a scoreboard looking at 353 for 6, and a second bowling point for Hampshire.
He's been brilliant today. The last hat-trick taken by Hampshire was by Kyle Abbott, 2022 at Cheltenham against Gloucestershire. So it hasn't happened for a few years in the county championship. Kyle Abbott's getting the crowd going, what's left of them.
Well, on paper it's a more even looking day now. It doesn't quite tell the whole story, but tell you what, if it did dawn bright and sunny tomorrow, then it would change the dimension a little bit. But anyway, here's Abbas to bowl to Harmer with 3 slips and a short leg, and he plays that one comfortably enough up to mid-wicket, and there's no run. So Harmer coming in a bit earlier than he was expecting. He's got a bit of a chance to get some time in the middle, because again, he's not had the best batting form this season, and hopefully he's feeling a bit better, having had a bit of a rest. And Cox has been absolutely brilliant, but he's had others falling at the other end since the dismissal of Elgar. The 2 big partnerships, Elgar and Wesley, Elgar and Cox, and since then a bit of a fight back from Hampshire as the Essex middle order has not been able to take some meaningful time in the middle. 353 for 6.
Kevin James also wanted me to add, Nick, that he's taken a hat-trick.
Very famous one, yeah.
That's the county ground Southampton, what it was called back then. Sorry, Kev. As that one's played out onto the offside Liam Dawson bowling from the hotel end, and Jordan Cox plays that nicely all along the ground to the fielder out there. John Turner it is that does the fielding.
Yes, you can look it up if you want. It's the Indian tourist at Southampton. Was it 96?
It was.
Yeah.
Great knowledge.
Yeah. Well, Kevin would have been offended if I said 86, but 96.
A Yorker length delivery this time from Dawson, dug out by Simon
And
Harmer. There's two catches on the offside.
It was a bit light today, and there was a heck of a lot of runs in the day, and that was like an oasis of calm, more than calm, more excitement for Hampshire fans.
A shorter delivery this time from Dawson, angled into the right-handed Harmer. That defends back to him in his follow-through.
But yeah, a bit of a bonus this for Hampshire, but they've still got Cox to contend with, but he's not getting much of a strike.
And that one's beaten the outside edge of the bat by Liam Dawson, and it's going to be 4 byes, I think. It is. Didn't get the edge, so it wasn't a missed opportunity for Ben Brown, but it went through him nonetheless. Brilliant delivery from Dawson. Maybe a gripped slightly. If you're watching the pitch feed, you can watch it again. Just went on with the arm a little bit. Was an awful lot of turn there. Just missed everything. Missed Harmer's bat, missed Ben Brown's gloves, and went all the way through to the boundary for 4. 358 for 6, Essex. Dawson past the umpire, round the wicket, bowls, and back on his toes is Harmer, plays it into the onside. No run taken. James Fuller it is there, does the fielding. This is the last ball of Dawson's 26th. There's a good one, and it's defended into the offside by Simon Harmer. And it's another dot ball. Essex 358 for 6. There's a minimum of 11 overs left in the day today.
Yeah, it's strange, isn't it? Because if it's day one, we'd be thinking, wow, have Essex just lost their total grip on the game, and they could be bowled out for say 385, something like that, and Hampshire might think, well, it's still a good pitch and we'll get in there tomorrow. The thinking is slightly changed by the fact that it is already day 2 and we're going to likely lose a lot of day 3. But how much of day 3 will we lose? That's going to be a big issue. Mohammed Abbas bowls, and Cox just runs that down off the open face for his 131st run. And it's been a brilliant innings from him, but as I say, it's been a bit of a fight back from Hampshire at the other end. So, yeah, I mean, if it was day 1, you're thinking, this is possibly quite a little significant period of play, but you feel, unless the forecast is very wrong for tomorrow, that it doesn't change the dynamic too much. Essex are still trying to push towards 400 and may not get that many more than that because of time constraints, as Harmer with an open face sends it out towards Middleton, and there's no run. So a day full of runs for Essex, but with a bit of a fight back for Hampshire since the dismissal of Dean Elgar. But Cox absolutely brilliant for his 131. Sun coming out again. Very nice evening. 2 slips waiting as Mohammed Abbas bowls, and this is played by Harmer up towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. But other than the 2 4s hit by Paul Walter, there hasn't been a lot of backup for Jordan Cox since the dismissal of Dean Elgar, who was playing not really a second fiddle because he was doing very well in his own right, but he was more or less going at his own pace. He had accelerated a little bit, but he was allowing Cox to play his natural game. And obviously the runs from the other end have rather dried up since the dismissal of Elgar. Here's Abbas again, bowls, and there's a little bit of bounce there, and Harmer just comes forward and negotiates it and plays into the offside, and no run. Well, Surrey's ploy in getting Lancashire in again hasn't worked because there's bad light at the Oval, so certainly better light here. Nottinghamshire still in big trouble at Chester Street, 220 for 8, 311 behind, and I don't know what the weather's going to be like up there tomorrow, but I would have thought a follow-on beckons. As Abbas bowls, and that just shapes into the right-handed Harmer. It's interesting also, Cox hasn't had a lot of a strike, it just feels, while the other middle-order players are not being able to necessarily put back to ball. He's had a bit less of a strike than perhaps was the case earlier. Well, we've been getting off strike with singles, as was the case at the start of this over. Here's Abbas with 6 saving 1 and 2 slips and a fine leg. Rolls, and that's driven. That's a nice stroke by Harmer down the ground for at least 2. It's being chased back by Turner towards the long off boundary. It will be cut off. Didn't perfectly time it, but it's a good strike. And he gets a couple of runs to his name, Simon Harmer. Still got 9 overs to go after this one, but it's a very nice evening. 361 for 6. Bit of a breeze getting up, but altogether more pleasant than yesterday. Abbas, 21 overs, 8 maidens, 3 for 44.
Yeah, brilliant from Mohamed Abbas today. He's been definitely the most threatening of the Hampshire bowlers in their attack. Dawson's done a brilliant holding role pretty much all day, off and on. He's bowling his 27th over of the day on day 1. Well, it is day 2, but it feels like day 1. That one just drifts on the pads of Jordan Cox and balloons out onto the onside, and they don't get a single. Ben Brown quickly out from behind the stumps to collect. Dawson trying to rapidly catch up this over 8. They're 1 behind at the moment. Dawson in again. Good delivery. Forward in defence again is Cox. Watchful as Dawson collects the ball. Skips back to his bowling run up, which is literally about 2 steps behind the umpire, so it's not a massive issue. He's got to run very far or at any great pace. But with a hop and a skip, he's in. He bowls to Cox, who's driving through the onside. Brilliant bit of timing from Jordan Cox. Goes to the right of the sub-fielder Eklund that's still on, and gets 4 for it. Brilliant bit of timing.
Yeah, the momentum is still there, isn't it? Because Cox is still there. If they'd lost Cox, it would have been a different story, but he is still scoring off a very high percentage of his deliveries, isn't he? Yeah,
striking at 113. Moves to 135. Essex 365 for 6, should I say. As Dawson is in once more, round the wicket. Driving again this time Cox. A little bit straighter this time with a little less timing. And good fielding by Eklund with a bit of a stumble, and his knee gets stuck in the ground slightly, which can be nasty at times, but manages to get enough behind it. He then goes back to the long on boundary as Cox is on the back foot this time, slapping the ball out to deep cover. Collected by Toby Albert out there. 1 more to the total. 366 for 6. Simon Harmer 2 for 11. 2 off 11 deliveries, should I say. Waits for Dawson. He's forward in defence, a long way forward, plays it into the onside for no run. That's the end of Dawson's 27th over. 366 for 6. Jordan Cox 136 not out off 121 deliveries. Brilliant strike rate for him. Simon Harmer with him, 2 from 12. And there's 9 overs remaining in today's play.
Well, it's fair to say that Cox has dominated the scoring here, certainly since Elgar got out. But if you want a high percentage of the scoring, have a look at this one from Worcester, which is close of play now. A game that Worcestershire, with such a dominant position after the first innings, need to go on and win. They're still in a good position, but Kent resisting, 104 for 2, 172 behind. And Mohamed Abbas is bowling, and that's played off the back foot, and it's a lovely shot by Cox going up towards the extra cover boundary, and I don't think that is going to be stopped. Hits the rope now. Another 4 for Cox, 140 from 122 balls. What a brilliant innings this is. And of that 104 for 2, Tawanda Muyei has got 80 not out. 4/5 of the runs. That is quite remarkable. And
he's a brilliant young talent.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great backstory, and yeah, I mean, clearly Worcestershire need to get him out early tomorrow. It's a remarkable end of the day there. That sort of percentage of run scoring. That's a good delivery, and Cox there is felled by that one. Not quite sure what happened. Abbas bowled, and Cox just looking to play a defensive stroke there. Just dropped to his knee and just played it slightly awkwardly, went to ground. He seems to be okay, just occasionally getting into the walls, but hitting a lot of boundaries as well. And he's treated Abbas with a lot of respect, which has been merited. 140 from 123. as Abbas bowls again, and Cox here with a little deflection sent it down towards wide third man, with deep backward point, looking to prevent the second run. There's an appeal for a runner, and he's gone. That's brilliant fielding down there. Is it Middleton down there? Because that's a direct hit which has come in, and it's seen the back of Jordan Cox. It looked like the only way they were going to get him out.
It was a brilliant bit of fielding, and you're absolutely right, Nick. That was the only way they looked like getting him out. It's a brilliant bit of fielding from Fletcher Middleton. Attacked the ball, got the throw away quickly. It was dead accurate, direct hit, and the umpire didn't need long to decide, no, that's out.
So Cox going for the second run there, so he's out, I think, for 141. We'll just confirm that. Going for the second run, it was going to be a sharp, yes indeed, that's confirmed. It was going to be a sharp second run anyway. And did Middleton hit directly there? Ben Brown's getting some credit as well.
I don't think he deserves it, though.
Yeah, but it was a brilliant throw. It was a flat throw, very, very, very fast. And as I say, it's been a good little fight back here by Hampshire. And they'll be very relieved to see the back of Jordan Cox. Quite brilliant innings of 141. 2 great innings for Essex today. And I say that did look like the only way, going for a sharp second run to keep the scoreboard moving. I don't think would say that Cox was sort of just thinking, actually, does he feeling under a bit of pressure to keep the strike? It's still about halfway through the over. Maybe just thinking, I've got to get back for this second run because I need to take as much of a strike in these last few overs as possible. That might have been a little bit of a factor there, because it was quite a sharp second run, that, to say the least.
Yeah, I just think maybe he just thought he was going to get there quite comfortably, and it was not to be on that occasion. But yeah, happy for Hampshire. They've got Essex 7 down at this stage, which is a real result where they were.
If this was day one, we'd be thinking, well, this is a pretty useful fight back here by Hampshire. Essex might have played a little bit more conservative. You've got a feeling Elgar, whether he'd have played that shot or not, I think it was a genuine wicket. I mean, as I say, he didn't make many mistakes, Elgar, did he? But here's Abbas again, coming in to bowl. That's outside the off stump. And Snater, who didn't get a bat when he was playing here in a T20 game a month ago, is batting now. He can put bat to ball, but he didn't make any contact with that first one. But I think he might not have expected to have a bat today. But at least the game is moving along. It's just a question of how much rain there is tomorrow. And, you know, if there isn't too much rain, then, you know, you're looking at, is there going to be enough time for it to be relevant, whether Hampshire avoid the follow-on or not, should that become an issue. Abbas bowls, and clipped away by Snater for probably 2. About Abbott chasing after it. They're going to go back for again. Well, it's quite a tight second run, but this time a little bit more secure, because there was quite a lot of ground there for Abbott to make up. And Harmer and Snater with 2 apiece. So, yeah, it's what ifs there, and you think, you know, was you look at the Elgar dismissal again. Was he sort of trying to force the pace a little bit, or was he just genuinely got out? Because that's proved a bit of a turning point in this last session. And then obviously getting Cox out when it really didn't look as though there was any other way of getting him out other than a run out. Bit of a bonus for the Essex bowlers in these last 8 overs. So we're pleased to see the back of him, put it mildly, as that's a bit of a swing from Snater. And it goes through to Brown, 373 for 7. But yeah, I mean, Kevin was talking about the worry about bonus points being lost for Hampshire. They might end up with a full haul in this innings, which they wouldn't for the bowling side, and they wouldn't have expected that. Well, thank you very much, Charlotte. It's been nice to see you today.
And
hope to see you soon.
Thank you very much.
And Kevin is about to rejoin us. So the Hampshire surge has come late in the day, Kevin. It's been a bit overdue, but it's been a day of sort of 2 halves really, both the batters and the bowlers. 3 bowlers who've had a particularly good day: Abbas, Abbott and Dawson. Dawson bowling now.
Oh my word, he's nearly bowled. He's trying to flick that away, and it's gone into the gloves of Ben Brown. Whoa.
Well, Essex will be hoping this. The pitch is doing a few things now.
Yeah.
But,
I'm just trying to work out, since the new ball, it's brought 5 wickets, as that's turned away on the onside. I mean, a run out, but anyway, it's 5 wickets. 5, 4, 298, 300, 75?
yeah, it's been a good fight back.
Oh, yeah. It's turned away on the leg side by Harmer for a single. He moves on to 374 for 7. The last 5 wickets have gone for 66. But it's still a good total, whatever it is.
Yes, a good total. If it was a full 4-day game, you'd be thinking, it's evened up a little bit, but obviously it's a slightly odd situation as we wait to see how much impact the weather is going to have tomorrow.
Yeah, I think Hampshire will be hoping for it to rain a bit. Cheers, Charlotte. She's off. Oh, it's going down the leg side, even though it's wrapped Snater on the pad.
But the prospect of Essex going well beyond 400, which looked on the card certainly with Cox and Elgar going so well, seems to have receded a bit.
Dawson tosses that one up, driven into the ground by Snater.
So it's been a sort of tale of two halves, batting and bowling. On the batting side, you've got those that have done well and those who've missed out. And,
weird, isn't it?
And they've missed out big time.
Yeah, 2 big hundreds. That's a nice drive through mid-wicket. That's a beautiful shot there from Snater. Over pitched, gave it a little bit of air, did Liam Dawson, and he's threaded it through the gap between mid-wicket and mid-on. Snater moves on to 6, 378 for 7. I
know my colleague Paul Newton, who mentioned this, we had so much going on at the end of that T20 game, but it didn't occur to me. But retrospectively, it's a very good point that he thought that Snater should have come in ahead of Bosch in that finale in the T20 because he is a known striker of the ball, whereas Bosch obviously has a bit of a reputation, but didn't particularly demonstrate it on that occasion, whereas Snater was a bit of a known force in terms of being able to put bat to ball when it's needed. 378 for 7, and it was 305 for 2. And here's Abbas coming in to bowl to Harmer, and Harmer just comes forward and plays up towards mid-on. So it might be that Essex do get a few guys here to have some time with the crease, but not the ones that they probably would have been the top priority, which have been Critchley, Walter and Pepper. Poor old Michael Pepper getting a first baller there. Nice catch at first slip. Just doesn't seem to be happening for him in red ball cricket, but and of course this might be the only Essex innings, as this one left alone outside the off stump from Harmer.
Yeah, well, I've seen him destroy us in white ball cricket, so I was quite happy to see him go.
Yeah, it's certainly had a brilliant season in the T20 campaign. He's got the talent there. It doesn't quite seem to be working for him in the red ball environment with the bat. 5 in a ring, saving 1 and 2 slips. Abbas bowling, and this is played by Harmer up towards mid-on, and there's no run. And it's almost a bit of a stalemate now because the momentum has gone from the Essex innings. Snater certainly and Harmer can both put bat to ball, but they're sensing that they could just fall in a bit of a heap here with the way Abbas is bowling and want to see him off.
Yeah, you're right, there's no momentum there now.
It's Abbas again, up to the wicket, bowls, and Harmer comes forward, plays a check drive up towards mid-off, and there's no run. So there will be a few games ending late today because, of course, there was bad weather around much of the country, which eluded the Oval, and less surprisingly, because it's a long way away, Chester Street yesterday. But, so 1 or 2 late finishes. So that's a close of play now, Surrey and Lancashire. No wickets for Surrey tonight after the declaration. That's just a push forward by Harmer. It rolls off the pad and down towards Middleton at backward point. Bit of a breeze getting up, a slightly cooler breeze now. And tomorrow's actually forecast. David Brett's here tomorrow saying, is it quite pleasantly warm up here? I say, well, it has been, but of course there's a slightly cooler forecast for tomorrow, but I think he'll be okay. He's going to brave it in shorts, which I think he's going to.
Whoa.
You can send him an emergency message saying don't. As that's a good delivery, which is Harmer's just playing at that. And Abbas, well, it's been a very resilient display from him. A maiden over, 23 overs, 9 maidens, 3 for 51 for Mo Abbas. And this is the only game, certainly in Division 1, that's in play at the moment. They are still playing in a couple of Division 2 games. They're finished for the day. Durham, where Notts are still in a heap of trouble, a long way behind their hosts. 378 for 7.
Well, I'm just looking at the temperature tomorrow on my app. It's saying maximum of 17, but actually saying feels like 15. So I think
might send him a message.
Bring something for everything. That's turned away on the leg side by Snater. New over from Dawson. Single. So the batter, and it's 379 for 7. Yeah, bring everything, just in case. Because you never know. Certainly a raincoat. Dawson. So pushed forward by Harmer. We're into the last 6 overs of the game now. Of the game? Of the day. With a bit of sunshine thrown in. With a few shadows over the playing surface now. Dawson bowls flighted, low full toss, not timed by Harmer, driven to mid-wicket.
Yeah, it's slightly strange because be a touch of disappointment with these games ahead that of course you know, only 3 players have really got in, but they have cashed in.
Yeah. It's a cut away, but to point, forward a point, no run there. Yeah, it's been a bit of a topsy-turvy day for the batters, but when batters have got in, they've looked like they had to dig them out. Dawson bowls. It's flicked away, but off the pad. Oh, he wants a single, Snater. No, says Harmer. Quickly scurries back. That's the non-striker. Dawson, with his last ball of his 29th over, he's putting a shift today. Liam Dawson, that's for sure. That's a better time shot by Harmer, and he'll keep the strike as the ball trickles up towards deep mid on below us. Fielded by a substitute, Joe Eklund, with still the captain James Vince off the field as he has been since before tea.
Yeah, when he was looking to cut off a stroke, which I think was played by Jordan Cox, it looked like a relatively routine stop, maybe with a bit of a dive, but he nearly had to let it go, and he was visibly limping afterwards. So certainly Hampshire supporters will be hoping that there's no great issue with him. A lot of talk about players getting injured during the 100, of course, and now it's the championship that's to blame. Although, of course, Vince doesn't have any other commitments now other than the championship for the rest of the domestic season. .380 for 7. First ball from Abbas's new over, played by Harmer. It was all gone very quiet here now, so that's hit up towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. Feels that there's a loss of momentum. It's talking about the transition back from the championship 100 to the championship. Lewis Gregory was injured. It was interviewed, not injured, but interviewed. And he was asked about when are you going to do a debrief on, I think it's the Trent Rockets he's captaining, isn't it? When are you going to do a debrief of their season? And I think he said we're going to have a think about it this evening, and that's Harmer just flicking it down towards final leg. That's going to go all the way for 4, so scoreboard gets moving again for Essex. Sort of fine leg glance, and Harmer to 8 and 384 for 7. But what I'm expecting him to say is, look, Somerset are fighting on 3 fronts. I think that's going to be my main priority, and he didn't actually say that, but the implication was that that's the main priority, certainly for someone like him. It's a big end to the season for Somerset, although they're struggling a little bit, as I say, in that game at Edgbaston, which is a very big game now for Warwickshire to try and get that elusive win, as that's played up towards mid-on, and there's no run. And yeah, if Warwickshire do go down, we'll know what the turning point was when they had a huge lead against Essex and chose to bat again and got bundled out for just under 100. And Essex, I think Jordan Cox for the 4, won the game in the 4th innings, and one of the worst follow-on decisions I think I can ever remember. Clive Eakin didn't think so, but I had it quite high up in the list as that's played away into the offside. I think Clive was thinking of justifications on both sides, but it's something that Warwickshire supporters might be looking back on at the end of the season, particularly if Worcester win their current game and they don't beat Somerset. 385 for 7, as that's just a single, played away into the offside by Harmer.
So we might yet have a surprise come the end of the season.
Yeah, I mean, they are a pretty well balanced side, a pretty good side. They've got some very good emerging young players, but they just haven't been able to get that elusive win. Abbas comes up to bowl, and that's hooked away and goes up towards deep mid-wicket, and there is Snater putting back to ball as in typical Snater fashion. Swatted that one away, and a bit of belligerence against Turner, who's come on, pardon me, late in the day. Turner's come on at the pavilion end, and yes, you can almost tell that because it's a bit of release of pressure with Abbas having been relieved after his great efforts with the new ball in particular. and Turner just leaking runs as he has done a little bit during the day. Number 79 in his 12th over, and that's played by Snater up into the offside, and there's no run. So yes, 2 fours and a single in that over. So Turner 12 overs for 79. Dawson, by contrast, 29 overs, 1 for 100, roughly half the economy rate. And it's Harman 9 and Snater 11. 4 overs to go, presumably 2 of those to be bowled by Liam Dawson. So where are we? It's about 8 minutes to 7. So probably about 5 past 7, or just a little bit later than that this evening to finish.
Yeah. And Hampshire are still 1 behind on the over rate, so just need to be level by the end of tonight, just to make sure. You just never know. He's Dawson in round a wicket. It's a length ball to Harmer. Shadows lengthening across the ground, right to left as we look.
We'll just avoid the follow on. Of course, and if Essex have to bat again in what might be a fairly meaningless third innings, they can pull it around then.
Yeah. Dawson again has got the slip in for Harmer. Again, he's well forward. So Harmer's 9, Snater is 10. 389 for 7. Dawson in again, bowls, and oh, he's wrapped on the pad. Oh, he's out. He's LBW. Harmer just coming across his stumps a little bit, trying to play that across on the leg side. And Dawson, some reward for toiling away with not a lot of help in this pitch. He's picked up his 2nd wicket. Harmer goes for 9 from 33 deliveries, and Essex 389 now for 8.
Yeah, it has been quite a turnaround. Hampshire would have liked this turnaround to have come an awful lot earlier in the day than it has, preferably in the first session, which is when actually we thought was most likely to produce a lot of wickets, but it didn't turn out like that. After Das went with the score at 7, with 2 big partnerships involving Dean Elgar, first with Wesley and then with Jordan Cox. But since that dismissal of Elgar, with the scores on 305 in the 84th over, there's been wickets falling at regular intervals, most recently Simon Harmer. Do you know, if we had just a couple more overs left, I know we're quite close, and the thing is we're quite close to a batting point at 400, but if there were just a couple more overs in hand and Essex had 10 more runs, they might even be thinking about a declaration and putting Hampshire in for a couple of overs. But not quite in that territory, because they want to try and get this extra batting point. The 450 is looking a bit distant now. And Essex, well, Hampshire need 1 more wicket in 9.5 overs, or maybe, depending on whether Essex terminate the innings, of course, at the end of today, because of the weather, they might only have another 3.5 overs to get the ninth wicket.
Yeah. So I make it now. The last 6 wickets have fallen for 84.
It's quite a contrast.
Yeah, it is. It's Dawson, and off the back foot is Sam Cook, the new batter for Essex. Fielded out towards extra cover. The batting still looks fairly easy out there, even though we're into the lower middle order now, but there's been long periods where this wicket has looked very flat indeed. Here comes Dawson, bowls, and Cook just prods that back to the bowler. And we have 1 ball left of Dawson's 30th over, 2 for 100. Liam Dawson. The fielders just scatter a little bit, encouraging the single for Cook, who drives up to mid-off and he accepts. So he will keep the strike.
Yeah.
End of the over. 3 overs to do.
Yes, long day, and had probably the better weather of the day actually in this final session, because the middle session we thought it might turn quite warm and sunny, but it didn't really. Actually, it stayed quite cloudy throughout, and yes, it certainly improved a bit in this final session. We've had some pleasant sunshine, which I think is going to be in short supply tomorrow. So we have to certainly, in the context of the game, because it has moved on a little bit, of course, in this final session. Hope that the weather forecast is not as bad as feared, and that the game can proceed in some sort of natural course, but it is unlikely. Turner bowling again. From the pavilion end, and that's played away up towards Gubbins. Can't prevent the single, and 1 goes to the total. It's 1 for Sam Cook. Would probably like to have had a bowl first thing on this, but get a chance one would have thought tomorrow. If he doesn't get a chance tomorrow, I think there isn't much hope left in the result in the game. 391 for 8, Cook on 2 and Snater on 11. And here's Turner bowling, and Snater gets right behind the line of that, plays defensively up into the offside. So just coming up towards 7 o'clock. And 2 overs of the 104 on the day left. And the scoreboard looking a little bit different to what it did earlier. And when I think the main relief from a Hampshire point of view was that we were in day 2 and not day 1, but now it's become certainly still Essex's day, but Hampshire have fought back well in this final session since getting Elgar out, as that's lofted away down the ground but not timed, and it bounces short of mid-off. He moves across and prevents the single. So 391 for 8. Not much cricket still going on. They are, as always seems to be the case, still going on in the Test match. Sri Lanka 196 for 6, 74 ahead. So it's going to go into a 4th day. But if it's dryish there tomorrow, probably won't make a 5th again. As that's cut away by Snater. Firm stroke being chased around the boundary, won't be stopped, and that's Snater playing one of his aggressive shots, which are pretty effective, going along at a runner ball. In fact, improving on that with that boundary. Strike rate up to 125, 15 from 12, 395 for 8.
That wasn't a bad shot, was it?
No, it's firmly put away. Just illustrates that point that he might have. Essex might have missed a trick by not giving him an outing with the bat towards the end of that T20 game. But it's all obviously after the event now. As a slow bouncer from Turner, who's had a difficult day, but looking to try and just vary things. No wickets, none for 84. 1 ball left of his 13th over. He'll be pleased that he hasn't got to bowl at Cox anymore.
Or Elgar.
Yeah, indeed. They certainly got the better of him. Yep, so all of the other Division 1 games done for the day. Cloud cover coming over, and it's another bouncer attempted uppercut from Snater, but he misses out on the shot. And the end of the over, 395 for 8, Cook 2 and Snater 15. So yeah, just give you some Division 2 closes. The one game that's still in play is arguably the most important. Sussex 26 for no wicket, 111 behind Yorkshire, who were 326 all out. Yorkshire win that, they really close up on Sussex. Middlesex starting in 2nd place against Northants. They've got the upper hand at Northwood, 250 for 7, but Northants have fought back.
Dawson bowls, and that's pushed to mid-wicket by Sam Cook.
Northants made 207, Middlesex 250 for 7, and bit of a fight back there by Northants.
Dawson flights it, it's full, it's worked off the bottom of the bat, misfielded at mid-wicket, and they'll come through for a single. And Joe Eklund, the substitute fielder, went to pick it up and didn't quite pick it up cleanly.
And so they close Gloucestershire, Leicestershire still of the two sides. They're the one with just a bit of a chance of getting involved in the promotion shake-up. They made 402 and Gloucestershire 227 for 3 in reply. So lots of runs in that one.
No short leg for Shane Snater, there was for Sam Cook. Dawson round the wicket, it's got a slip in though. Snater's off the back foot, cuts that away into the deep on the offside. He moves on to 16, 397 for 8. 3 points, 3 runs away from another point.
Yep, and Essex needing 3 runs and Hampshire needing another wicket to get another bonus point.
Short leg in for Cook. Dawson bowls, Cook's on the back foot, doesn't quite hit it cleanly.
Not the end of the day was expecting, but it just showed potential for runs for Essex in this final session. It's almost 40 overs, and they still managed to get up towards 400, even with loss of momentum since Elgar's dismissal.
Yeah, they were on a good base, weren't they? Had a good foundation. Cook's forward, plays that back to Dawson. Yes, it might not be quite the situation they envisaged, but it's still a good one.
Yeah, they'd have settled for this at the start of the day. Probably the route they've got there would have taken them by surprise, but it's still a pretty good return for the day's work.
Awesome. Driven by Cook up to deep mid-off where Abbott's fielding. And we have 1 over left in the day, and 2 runs for Essex to get another point, and 1 wicket if Hampshire can sneak it in for them to get another bonus point.
Yeah, and the only game we haven't mentioned there, Derbyshire yet to get their first win down the bottom of Division 2. Still in a good position. Glamorgan 39 for no wicket, 222 behind Derbyshire, who made 429 all out. So a couple of the more minor Division 2 games we haven't mentioned much during the day. Just giving them a mention at the end. But as I say, I think at the moment, other than the Test match, it is just this game that is in play. So Turner, 13 overs, none for 84 from the pavilion end. Comes in to bowl. That's a very good delivery, which beats Cook outside the off stump. In fact, in the end, probably goes over off stump. As he plays a miss at that. Yep, Turner, I think even on a slowish wicket, is going to cause the tail enders a bit of a problem. Cook will be interested. He's got this perhaps unexpected chance to assess the wicket from a batting point of view. Tomorrow, 2 slips and a short leg on it. 5 saving 1 and a fine leg. And this one, it's just played with an angle back by Cook for 2 towards third man. Just steered it away very neatly. They think of a third, it's certainly not going to be there. So comes into the gloves of Brown. Coming in from Fuller. 404 batting points, which certainly would have been an objective at the start of the day. Overs. 2 major innings. And a good support one from Tom as well. Turner bowls, and that's played nicely. That's a good shot by Cook. That's away for 4 square to the offside. You'll be pleased with that. Got into line very nicely and put it away for 4. Yes, Elgar 136 balls. Cox 141 from 124. And a good supporting hand, Wesley, in that stand with Elgar 64. But then little Hampshire fought back. 404 for 8. 3 balls left of the day. Turner in once again, bowls, and Cook drive sent it up towards cover. Who knows how important that boundary from Sam Cook might be if Hampshire are just stranded short of the follow-up. But it remains to be seen. At least it sort of sets something up, as long as we've got a decent, some sort of time to play tomorrow. Certainly, you just feel you've got to have at least 4 more sessions for the game to sort of have any chance of going anywhere. Obviously, preferably more than that. Here's Cook on strike again, gets into line and plays along the ground up to cover this time. This very long 104 over day, with the sun behind cloud at the moment. Maybe just getting a touch gloomier. The floodlights have not needed to come on. And stoical supporters looking at them there. A stand and a few in a Shane-worn stand, hanging on for the end. No Hampshire supporters that did hang on. I think in the end quite pleased that they have done so. 404 for 8 is Turner bowls, and that's a defensive shot by Cook up in the very long day. 404 for 8 Essex, Cook 10 and Snaker 16.
Yep, day that belongs to Essex fairly and squarely. A good comeback with the second new ball. Thanks, Nick.
No problem. See you season. David's here tomorrow, and we'll see how this game can go. Be too bad tomorrow.
Right. Thanks to Nick Gledhill. Thanks to Charlotte Taylor. And 4 o'clock tomorrow, we'll be back, assuming the rain stays away.